There was a grunt as he delivered the last blow, then the cable tensed. For a time there was silence. Then his voice came, strained and metallic. "That is it, my friends and admirers. We are through. And I am hanging in a goddamned waterfall." There was a pause. "By the way, my arm is broken." Hel took a long breath and pictured the schematic of the shaft in his mind. Then he spoke into the mouthpiece in his calm, soft voice. "Can you make it up through the corkscrew one-handed?" There was no answer from below. "Benyat, can you make it up?" "Considering the alternative, I think I had better give it a try." "We'll take it slow and easy." "That would be nice." On instructions from Hel, the lad began to pedal. The system was so low-geared that it was easy to maintain a slow pace, and for the first 20 meters there was no difficulty. Then Le Cagot entered the corkscrew that twisted up for almost 80 meters. He couldn't be pulled up through this. The niches and slits they had cut into the rock for the free passage of the pay line were only centimeters wide. Le Cagot would have to climb, sometimes locking himself in a wedging stance while he called for slack in the cable, so that he could reach up and flick it out of a narrow slit. All this one-handed. At first, Le Cagot's voice came over the line regularly, joking and humming, the predictable manifestations of his ebullient braggadocio. It was his habit to talk and sing constantly when underground. He claimed, as poet and egotist, to delight in the sound of his voice enriched with reverberation and echo. Hel had always known that the chatter served the additional purpose of filling the silence and pressing back the dark and loneliness, but he never mentioned this. Before long, the joking, singing, and swearing with which he showed off for those above and numbed his sense of danger began to be replaced by the heavy rasp of labored breathing. Occasionally there were tight dental grunts as a movement shocked waves of pain up his broken arm. Up and down the cable went, a few meters up, then slack had to be given so Le Cagot could work out some cable jam. If he had both hands free, he could hold the line clear above him and come up fairly steadily. The first lad at the pedal winch wore out, and they locked the pay line in the double clamps while the second boy took his place. The pedaling was easier now that more than half of the weight of the cable was up in the drums. But still, Le Cagot's progress was slow and irregular. 2 meters up, 3 meters of slack for clearing a foul, take up the slack, a meter up, 2 meters down, 2.5 meters up. Hel did not talk to Le Cagot over the phones. They were old friends, and Hel would not insult him by seeming to think he needed the psychological support of being talked up. Feeling useless and worn with tension, and with silly but unavoidable attempts to help Le Cagot up by means of sympathetic kinesthetics and body English, Hel stood beside the take-up drum, listening to Le Cagot's rasping breath over the line. The cable had been painted with red stripes every 10 meters, so by watching them come slowly into the pulley blocks, Hel could tell where Le Cagot was in the shaft. In his mind, he could see the features around Benyat, that little ledge where he could get a toehold, that snarled dihedron where the cable was sure to foul, that bottleneck in which his broken arm must take some punishment. Le Cagot's breathing was coming in gulps and gasps. Hel marked the cable with his eye. Le Cagot would now be at the most difficult feature of the ascent, a double dihedron at meter point 44. Just below the double dihedron was a narrow ledge where one could get purchase for the first jackknife squeeze. A maneuver hard enough for a man with 2 good arms, consisting of chimney climbing, so narrow in places that all one could get was a heel and knee wedge, so wide in others that the wedge came from the flats of the feet to the back of the neck. And all the time the climber had to keep the slack cable from cross-threading between the overhanging knobs above. "Stop," said Le Cagot's abraded voice. He would be at the ledge, tilting back his head and looking up at the lower of the 2 dihedrons in the beam of his helmet lamp. "I think I'll rest here a moment." "Rest?" Hel said to himself. on a ledge 6 centimeters wide. Obviously that was the end. Le Cargot was spent. Effort and pain had drained him, and the toughest bit was still above him. Once past the double dihedron, his weight could be taken on the cable, and he could be dragged up like a sack of millet. But he had to make that reflex dihedron on his own. The boy working the pedals looked toward Hel, his black Basque eyes round with fear. Papa Cargot was a folk hero to these lads. Had he not brought to the world an appreciation of Basque poetry in his tours of universities throughout England and the United States, where involved young people applauded his revolutionary spirit and listened with hushed attention to verse they could never understand? Was it not Papa Cargot who had gone into Spain with this outlander, Hel, to rescue 13 who were in prison without trial? Le Cargot's voice came over the wire. "I think I'll stay here for a while." He was no longer panting and rasping, but there was a calm of resignation alien to his boisterous personality. "This place suits me." Not sure exactly what he was going to do, Nicholai began to speak in his soft voice. "Neanderthals. Yes, they're probably Neanderthals." "What are you talking about?" Le Cargot wanted to know. "The Basque." "That in itself is good. But what is this about Neanderthals?" "I have been giving some study to the origin of the Basque race. You know the facts as well as I. Their language is the only pre-Aryan tongue to survive, and there is certain evidence that they are a race apart from the rest of Europe. Type O blood is found in only 40% of Europeans, while it appears in nearly 60% of the Basque. And among the Esqualdun, type B blood is almost unknown. All this suggests that we have a totally separate race. A race descended from some different primate ancestor." "Let me warn you now, Nico. This talk is taking a pass I do not like." "Then, too, there's the matter of skull shape. The round skull of the Basque is more closely related to Neanderthal man than the Hia Cro-Magnon, from which the superior peoples of the world descend." "Nico, by the 2 damp balls of John the Baptist, you will end by making me angry." "I'm not saying that it's a matter of intelligence that separates the Basque from the human. After all, they have learned a great deal at the feet of their Spanish masters." "Arr!" "No, it's more a physical thing. While they have a kind of flashy strength and courage, good for a quick screw or a bandit raid, the Basque are shown up when it comes to sticking power, to endurance." "Give me some slack." "Not that I blame them. A man is what he is. A trick of nature, a wrinkle in time, has preserved this inferior race in their mountainous corner of the world, where they have managed to survive because, let's face it, who else would want this barren wasteland of the Esquelerie?" "I'm coming up, Nico. Enjoy the sunlight. It's your last day." "Bullshit, Benyat. Even I would have trouble with that double dihedron, and I have 2 good arms, and don't suffer the blemish of being a Neanderthal." Le Cargot did not answer. His heavy breathing alone came over the wire, and sometimes a tight nasal snort as his broken arm took a shock. 20 centimeters now, 30 then. The boy at the winch took up the slack, his attention riveted to the cable markings as they passed through the tripod blocks, swallowing in sympathetic pain with the inhuman gasping that filled his earphones. The second lad held the taut take-up cable in his hand, a useless gesture of assistance. Hel took off his headphones and sat on the rim of the gouffre. There was nothing more he could do, and he did not want to hear Benyat go if he went. He lowered his eyes and brought himself into middle-density meditation, narcotizing his emotions. He did not emerge until he heard a shout from the lad at the winch. Mark 40 meters was in the blocks. They could take him on the line. Hel stood at the narrow crevice of the gouffre mouth. He could hear Le Cargot down there, his limp body scraping against the shaft walls. Notch by notch, the lads brought him out with infinite slowness, so as not to hurt him. The sunlight penetrated only a meter or two into the dark hole, so it was only a few seconds between the appearance of Le Cagot's harness straps and the time he was dangling free, unconscious and ashen-faced, from the pulley above. When he regained consciousness, Le Cagot found himself lying on a board bed in the shepherd's artsen chola, his arm in an improvised sling. While the lads made a brushwood fire, Hel sat on the edge of the bed looking down into his comrade's weather-beaten face with its sunken eyes and its sun-wrinkled skin, still gray with shock under the full rust and gray beard. "Could you use some wine?" Hel asked.
"Is the Pope a virgin?"
Le Cagot's voice was weak and raspy.
"You squeeze it for me, Nico. There are two things a one-armed man cannot do, and one of them is to drink from a chahako."
Because drinking from a goatskin chahako is a matter of automatic coordination between hand and mouth, Nicholai was clumsy and squirted some wine into Benyat's beard. Le Cagot coughed and gagged on the inexpertly offered wine.
"You are the worst nurse in the world, Nico. I swear it by the swallowed balls of Jonah."
Hel smiled. "What's the other thing a one-handed man can't do?" he asked quietly.
"I can't tell you, Nico. It is body, and you are too young."
In fact, Nicholai Hel was older than Le Cagot, although he looked 15 years younger. "It's night, Benyat. We'll bring you down into the valley in the morning. I'll find a veterinarian to set that arm. Doctors work only on Homo sapiens." Then Le Cagot remembered.
"I hope I didn't hurt you too much when I got to the surface, but you had it coming. As the saying is, Nola nuerken bayatsu, ala nuerko saresu."
"I'll survive the beating you gave me." "Good." Le Cagot grinned.
"You really are simple-minded, my friend. Do you think I couldn't see through your childish ploy? You thought to enrage me, to give me strength to make it up. But it didn't work, did it?"
"No, it didn't work. The Basque mind is too subtle for me."
"It is too subtle for everybody but St. Peter, who, by the way, was a Basque himself, although not many people know it. So, tell me, what does our cave look like?"
"I haven't been down."
"Haven't been down? Alajenko! But I didn't get to the bottom. We haven't properly claimed it for ourselves. What if some ass of a Spaniard should stumble into the hole and claim it?"
"All right, I'll go down at dawn."
"Good. Now, give me some more wine. And hold it steady this time, not like some boy trying to piss his name into a snowbank."
The next morning, Hel went down on the line. It was clear all the way. He passed through the waterfall and down to the place where the shaft opened into the great cave. As he hung, spinning on the cable while the lads above held him in clamps as they replaced drums, he knew they had made a real find. The cavern was so vast that his helmet light could not penetrate to the walls. Soon he was on the tip of the rubble heap, where he tied off his harness to a boulder so he could find it again. After carefully negotiating the rubble heap, where stones were held in delicate balance and counterbalance, he found himself on the cave floor, some 200 meters below the tip of the cone. He struck off a magnesium flare and held it away behind him so he would not be blinded by its light. The cave was vast, larger than the interior of a cathedral, and myriad arms and branches led off in every direction. But the flow of the underground river was toward France, so that would be the route of major exploration when they returned. Filled though he was with the natural curiosity of a veteran caver, Hel could not allow himself to investigate further without Le Cagot. That would be unfair. He picked his way up the rubble cone and found the tied-off cable. 40 minutes later, he emerged into the misty morning sunlight of the gouffre. After a rest, he helped the lads dismount the aluminum tube triangle and the anchoring cables for the winch. They rolled several heavy boulders over the opening, partly to hide it from anyone who might wander that way, but also to block the entrance to protect next spring's sheep from falling in. They scattered stone and pebbles to efface the marks of the winch frame and cable tie-offs, but they knew that most of the work of concealment would be done by the onset of winter. Back in the Artsenchola, Hel made his report to Le Cagot, who was enthusiastic despite his swollen arm throbbing with pain.
"Good, Nico. We shall come back next summer. Listen, I've been pondering something while you were down in the hole. We must give our cave a name, no? And I want to be fair about naming it. After all, you was the first man in, although we must not forget that my courage and skill opened the last of the chokes. So, taking all this into consideration, I have come up with a perfect name for the cave."
"And that is?"
"Le Cagot's Cave. How does that sound?"
Hel smiled. "God knows it's fair." All that was a year ago. When the snow cleared from the mountain, they came up and began descents of exploration and mapping. And now they were ready to make their major penetration along the course of the underground river. For more than an hour, Hel had slept on the rock slab, fully clothed and booted, while Le Cagot had passed the time talking to himself and the unconscious Hel, all the while sipping at the bottle of Isora, taking turns. One drink for himself, the next on Nico's behalf. When at last Hel began to stir, the hardness of the rock penetrating even the comatose sleep of his fatigue, Le Cagot interrupted his monologue to nudge his companion with his boot.
"Hey, Nico, going to sleep your life away? Wake up and see what you have done. You've drunk up half a bottle of Isora, greedy bastard."
Hel sat up and stretched his cramped muscles. His inactivity had permitted the cave's damp cold to soak into the bone. He reached out for the Isara bottle and found it empty.
"I drank the other half," Le Cagot admitted. "But I'll make some tea."
While Bagnotte fiddled with the portable solid-fuel cooker, Hel got out of his harness and paratrooper jumpsuit specially modified with bands of elastic at the neck and wrists to keep water out. He peeled off his 4 thin sweaters that kept his body warmth in and replaced the innermost with a dry jersey made of loosely knitted fabric. Then he put 3 of the damp sweaters on again. They were made of good Basque wool and were warm even when wet. All this was done by the light of a device of his own design, a simple connection of a 10-watt bulb to a wax-sealed automobile battery, which, for all its primitive nature, had the effect of keeping at bay the nerve-eroding dark that pressed in from all sides. A fresh battery could drive the little bulb day and night for 4 days, and, if necessary, could be sent up, now that they had widened the bottleneck and double dihedron, to be recharged from the pedal-driven magneto that kept their telephone battery fresh. Hel tugged off his gaiters and boots. "What time is it?" Le Cagot was carrying over a tin cup of tea.
"I can't tell you."
"Why not?"
"Because if I turn over my wrist, I will pour out your tea, ass." "Here, take the cup." Le Cagot snapped his fingers to shake off the burn. "Now I will look at my watch. The time, at the bottom of Le Cagot's cave, and perhaps elsewhere in the world, is exactly 6:37, give or take a little."
"Good." Hel shuddered at the taste of the thin tisane Le Cagot always brewed as tea. "That gives us 5 or 6 hours to eat and rest before we follow the stream into that big sloping tunnel. Is everything laid out?"
"Does the devil hate the wafer?"
"Have you tested the Brunton compass?"
"Do babies shit yellow?"
"And you're sure there's no iron in the rock?"
"Did Moses start forest fires?"
"And the fluorescein is packed up?"
"Is Franco an asshole?"
"Fine, then. I'm going to get into a bag and get some sleep."
"How can you sleep? This is a big day. 4 times we have been down in this hole, measuring, map-making, marking, and each time we have resisted our desire to follow the river course, saving the greatest adventure for last. And now the time has come. Surely you cannot sleep. Nico? Nico? I'll be damned.
Lakago shrugged and sighed.
There is no understanding these Orientals.
Between them, they would be carrying 20 pounds of fluorescein dye to dump into the underground river when at last they could follow it no longer, either because their way was blocked by infall or the river disappeared down a siphon. They had estimated that the outfall of the river had to be into the torrent of Holsarte, and during the winter, while Lakago was up to patriotic mischief in Spain, Hel had investigated the length of that magnificent gorge where the torrent had cut a channel 200 meters deep into the rock. He found several outfalls of underground streams, but only one seemed to have the flow velocity and position to make it a likely candidate. In a couple of hours, 2 young Basque caving enthusiasts would make camp by the outfall, taking turns watching the stream. With the first trace of dye color in the water, they would mark the time with their watch, synchronized with Lakago's. From this timing and from their dead-reckoning navigation through the cave system, Hel and Lakago would estimate if it was feasible to follow the stream underwater in scuba gear and accomplish that finale of any thorough exploration of a cave, a trip from the vertical shaft to the light and air of the outfall. After 5 hours of deep sleep, Hel awoke as he always did, instantly and thoroughly, without moving a muscle or opening his eyes. His highly developed proximity sense reported to him immediately. There was only one person within aura range, and that person's vibrations were diffuse, defocused, vulnerable. The person was daydreaming or meditating or asleep. Then he heard Lakago's baritone snoring. Lakago was in his sleeping bag, fully dressed, only his long, tousled hair and rust-gray beard visible in the dim light of the 10-watt battery lamp. Hel got up and set the solid fuel stove going with a popping blue flame. While the water was coming to a boil, he searched about in the food containers for his tea, a strong, tannic cha, which he brewed so long it had twice the caffeine of coffee. A man who committed himself totally to all physical activities, Lakago was a deep sleeper. He did not even stir when Hel tugged his arm out of the bag to check the time. They should be moving out. Hel kicked the side of Benyat's sleeping bag, but he got no more response than a groan and a muttered curse. He kicked again, and Lakago turned over on his side and coiled up, hoping this tormentor would evaporate. When the water was starting to form pinpoint bubbles along the sides of the pan, Hel gave his comrade a third and more vigorous kick. The aura changed wavelengths. He was awake. Without turning over, Lakago growled thickly.
There is an ancient Basque proverb saying that those who kick sleeping men inevitably die.
Everybody dies.
You see? Another proof of the truth of our folk wisdom.
Come on, get up.
Wait a minute. Give me a moment to arrange a world in my head, for the love of Christ.
I'm going to finish this tea, then I'm setting off. I'll tell you about the cave when I get back.
All right.
Lakago kicked his way angrily out of the sleeping bag and sat on the stone slab beside Hel, hunching moodily over his tea.
Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and the donkey, what kind of tea is this?
Mountain cha.
Tastes like horse piss.
I'll have to take your word for that. I lack your culinary experience. Hel drank off the rest of his tea, then he hefted the 2 packs and selected the lighter one. He took up his coil of Edelrid rope and a fat carabiner on which were threaded a ring of smaller carabiners. Then he made a quick check of the side pocket of his pack to make sure he had the standard assortment of pitons for various kinds of fissures. The last thing he did before setting off was to replace the batteries for his helmet lamp with fresh ones. This device was another of his own design, based on the use of the experimental Gerhard Simon battery, a small and powerful cylinder, 8 of which could be fitted into the helmet between the crown and webbing. It was one of Hel's hobbies to design and make caving equipment in his workshop. Although he would never consider patenting or manufacturing these devices, he often gave prototypes to old caving friends as presents. Hel looked down at Le Cagot, still hunched petulantly over his tea. "You'll find me at the end of the cave system. I'll be easy to recognize. I'll be the one with the victorious look on his face." And he started down the long corridor that was the river's channel.
"By the rocky balls of St. Peter, you have the soul of a slave driver. You know that?"
Le Cagot shouted after Hel, as he rapidly donned his gear, grumbling to himself,
"I swear there's a trace of phalange blood in his veins."
Shortly after entering the gallery, Hel paused and waited for Le Cagot to catch up. The entire performance of exhortation and grousing was part of the established heraldry of their relationship. Hel was the leader by virtue of personality, of route-finding skills granted him by his proximity sense, and of the physical dexterity of his lithe body. Le Cagot's bullish strength and endurance made him the best backup man in caving. From the first, they had fallen into patterns that allowed Le Cagot to save face and maintain his self-respect. It was Le Cagot who told the stories when they emerged from the caves. It was Le Cagot who constantly swore, bullied, and complained, like an ill-mannered child. The poet in Le Cagot had confected for himself the role of the Miles Gloriosus, the Falstaffian clown, but with a unique difference. His braggadocio was founded on a record of reckless, laughing courage in numberless guerrilla actions against the fascists who oppressed his people in Spain. When Le Cagot caught up with Hel, they moved together down the slanting, rapidly narrowing cut, its floor and walls scrubbed clean by the action of the underground stream, revealing the formational structure of the cave system. The rock above was limestone, but the floor along which the stream ran was ancient foliate schist. For eons, soak water had penetrated the porous limestone to the depth of the impermeable schist, along which bed it flowed, seeking depth and ultimate outfall. Slowly, the slightly acid seep water had dissolved the limestone immediately above the schist, making a water pipe for itself. And slowly it had eaten at the edges of the water pipe until it had undermined its structure and caused infalls, which rubble it patiently eroded by absorptions and scrubbing. And the rubble itself acted as an abrasive carried along in the current, aiding in the work of the undermining, causing greater infalls and multiplying the effect. And so, by geometric progression in which effects were also causes, through hundreds of thousands of years, the great cave system was developed. The bulk of the work was accomplished by the silent, minute, relentless work of scrubbing and dissolution, and only occasionally was this patient action punctuated by the high geological drama of major collapses, most of them triggered by the earthquakes common to this underground system of faults and fissures, which found surface expression in a landscape of karst, the abrupt outcroppings and frequent funnel pits and gouffres that earned this region its caving reputation. For more than an hour, they inched along the corridor, descending gently, while the sides and roof of their tunnel slowly closed in on them, until they were easing along a narrow ledge beside the rushing current, the bed of which was a deep vertical cut, not more than 2 meters wide, but some 10 meters deep. The roof continued to close down on them, and soon they were moving with difficulty, bent over double, their packs scraping the rock overhead. Le Cagot swore at the pain in his trembling knees as they pushed along the narrow ledge, walking in a half-squat that tormented the muscles of their legs. As the shaft continued to narrow, the same unspoken thought harried them both. Wouldn't it be a stupid irony if, after their work of preparation and building up supplies, this was all there was? If this sloping shaft came to an end at a swallow down which the river disappeared? The tunnel began to curve slowly to the left. Then suddenly their narrow ledge was blocked by a knob of rock that protruded out over the gushing stream. It was not possible for Hel to see around the knob, and he could not wade through the riverbed. It was too deep in this narrow cut, and even if it had not been, the possibility of a vertical swallow ahead in the dark was enough to deter him. There were stories of cavers who had stepped into swallows while wading through underground rivers. It was said that they were sucked straight down, 100, 200 meters, through a roaring column of water, at the bottom of which their bodies were churned in some great giant's cauldron of boiling foam and rock until they were broken up enough to be washed away. And months afterward, bits of equipment and clothing were found in streams and torrents along the narrow valleys of the outfall rivers. These, of course, were campfire tales and mostly lies and exaggerations, but like all folk narratives, they reflected real dreads. And for most cavers in these mountains, the nightmare of the sudden swallow is more eroding to the nerves than thoughts of falling while scaling walls, or avalanches, or even being underground during an earthquake. And it is not the thought of drowning that makes the swallow awful. It is the image of being churned to fragments in that boiling giant's cauldron.
"Well?"
Lekago asked from behind, his voice reverberating in the narrow tunnel.
"What do you see?"
"Nothing."
"That's reassuring. Are you just going to stand there? I can't squat here forever like a Bernese shepherd with her horns."
"Help me get my pack off." In their tight, stooped postures, getting Hel's pack off was not easy, but once he was free of it, he could straighten up a bit. The cut was narrow enough that he could face the stream, set his feet, and let himself fall forward to the wall on the other side. This done, he turned carefully onto his back, his shoulders against one side of the cut, his Vibram boot cleats giving him purchase against the ledge. Wriggling sideward in this pressure stance, using shoulders and palms and the flats of his feet in a traverse chimney climb, he inched along under the projecting knob of rock, the stream roaring only a foot below his buttocks. It was a demanding and chafing move, and he lost some skin from his palms, but he made slow progress. Lekago's laughter echoed, filling the cave.
"Hola! What if it suddenly gets wider, Nico? Maybe you had better lock up there and let me use you like a bridge. That way at least one of us would make it."
And he laughed again. Mercifully, it didn't get wider. Once past the knob, the cut narrowed, and the roof rose overhead to a height beyond the beam of Hel's lamp. He was able to push himself back to the interrupted ledge. He continued to inch along, still curving to the left. His heart sank when his lamp revealed ahead that the diaclase through which they had been moving came to an abrupt end at an infall of boulders, under which the river gurgled and disappeared. When he got to the base of the infall relaire and looked around, he could see that he was at the bottom of a great wedge, only a couple of meters wide where he stood, but extending up beyond the throw of his light. He rested for a moment, then began a corner climb at the angle of the diaclase and the blocking wall of rubble. Foot and handholds were many and easy, but the rock was rotten and friable, and each stance had to be tested carefully. Each hold tugged to make sure it would not come away in his hand. When he climbed a slow, patient 30 meters, he wriggled into a gap between two giant boulders wedged against one another. Then he was on a flat ledge from which he could see nothing in front or to the sides. He clapped his hands once and listened. The echo was late, hollow, and repeated. He was at the mouth of a big cave. His return to the knob was rapid. He rappelled down the infall clog in a doubled line which he left in place for their ascent. From his side of the knob he called to Lekago, who had retreated a distance back up the tunnel, to a narrow place where he could lock himself into a butt-and-heels stance and find some relief from the quivering fatigue of his half-squatting posture. Lekago came back to the knob.
"So, is it a go?"
"There's a big hole."
"Fantastic!"
The packs were negotiated on a line around the knob. Then Lekago repeated Hel's chimney traverse around that tight bit, complaining bitterly all the while and cursing the knob by the trumpeting balls of Joshua and the two inhospitable balls of the innkeeper. Because Hel had left a line in place and had cleared out much of the rotten rock, the climb back up the scree clog was not difficult. When they were together on the flat slab just after the crawl between two counterbalanced boulders that was later to be known as the keyhole, Lekago struck off a magnesium flare, and the Stygian chaos of that great cavern was seen for the first time in the numberless millennia of its existence.
"By the burning balls of the bush,
Lakago said in an awed hush.
A climbing cave.
It was an ugly sight, but sublime. The raw crucible of creation that was this climbing cave muted the egos of these two humanoid insects, not quite 2 meters tall, standing on their little flake of stone suspended between the floor of the cave 100 meters below and the cracked and rotten dome more than 100 meters above. Most caves feel serene and eternal, but climbing caves are terrible in their organic chaos. Everything here was jagged and fresh. The floor was lost far below in layers of house-sized boulders and rubble, and the roof was scarred with fresh infalls. This was a cavern in the throes of creation, an adolescent cave, awkward and unreliable, still in the process of climbing, its floor rising from infall and rubble as its roof regularly collapsed. It might soon, 20,000 years, 50,000 years, stabilize and become an ordinary cave, or it might continue to climb up the path of its fractures and faults until it reached the surface, forming in its final infall the funnel-shaped indentation of the classic dry gouffre. Of course, the youth and instability of the cave was relative, and had to be considered in geological time. The fresh scars on the roof could be as young as 3 years old or as old as 100. The flare fizzled out, and it was some time before they got their cave eyes back sufficiently to see by the dim light of their helmet lamps. In the spot-dancing black, Hel heard Lakago say,
I baptize this cave and christen it. It shall be called Lakago Cave.
From the splattering sound, Hel knew Lakago was not wasting water on the baptism. Won't that be confusing? He asked.
What do you mean?
The first cave has the same name.
That's true. Well then, I christen this place Lakago's Chaos. How's that?
Fine.
But I haven't forgotten your contribution to this fine Nico. I have decided to name that nasty outcropping back there, the one we had to traverse, Hell's Knob. How's that?
I couldn't ask for more.
True. Shall we go on?
As soon as I catch up. Hel knelt over his notebook and compass, and in the light of his helmet lamp scratched down estimates of distance and direction, as he had every 100 or so meters since they left base camp at the rubble heap. After replacing everything in its waterproof packet, he said, "All right, let's go." Moving cautiously from boulder to boulder, squeezing between cracks and joints, picking their way around the shoulders of massive, toppling rocks the size of barns, they began to cross the chaos. The Ariadne's string of the underground river was lost to them, beneath layers upon layers of boulders, seeping, winding, bifurcating, and rejoining, weaving its 1,000 threads along the schist floor far below. The recentness of the infalls and the absence of weather erosion that so quickly tames features on the surface combined to produce an insane jumble of precariously balanced slabs and boulders, the crazy canting of which seemed to refute gravity and create a carnival funhouse effect, in which water appears to run uphill and what looks level is dangerously slanted. Balance had to be maintained by feel, not by eye. And they had to move by compass, because their sense of direction had been mutilated by their twisting path through the vertigo madness of the chaos. The problems of pathfinding were quite the opposite of those posed by wandering over a featureless moonscape. It was the confusing abundance of salient features that overloaded and cloyed the memory, and the vast black void overhead pressed down on their subconsciouses. Oppressed by that scarred, unseen dome, pregnant with infall 1/10,000th part of which could crush them like ants. Some 2 hours and 500 meters later, they had crossed enough of the chaos to be able to see the far end of the cave where the roof sloped down to join the tangle of jagged young fall stone. During the past half hour, a sound had grown around them, emerging so slowly out of the background ambiance of gurgle and hiss far below that they didn't notice it until they stopped to rest and chart their progress. The 1,000 strands of the stream below were weaving tighter and tighter together. And the noise that filled the cavern was compounded of a full range of notes, from thin cymbal hiss to basso timpani. It was a waterfall. A big waterfall somewhere behind that meeting of roof and rubble that seemed to block off the cave. For more than an hour, they picked back and forth along the rubble wall, squeezing into crevices and triangular tents formed of slabs weighing tons, but they could find no way through the tangle. There were no boulders at this newer end of the chaos, only raw young slab, many of which were the size of village frontons, some standing on end, some flat, some tilted at unlikely angles, some jetting out over voids for 3/4 of their length, held up by the cantilevering weight of another slab. And all the while, the rich roar of the waterfall beyond this infall lured them to find a way through.
"Let's rest and collect ourselves,"
Lakago shouted over the noise, as he sat on a small fragment of slab, tugged off his pack and pawed around inside for a meal of hardtack, cheese, and chorizo.
"Aren't you hungry?"
Hel shook his head. He was scratching away at his notebook, making bold estimates of direction and even vaguer guesses of slope, as the clinometer of his Brunton compass had been useless in the wilderness of the chaos.
"Could that be the earthfall behind the wall?"
Lakago asked. "I don't think so. We are not much more than halfway to the torrent of Hosate, and we must still be a couple of 100 meters too high."
"And we can't even get down to the water to dump the dye in. What a nuisance this wall is. What's worse, we just ran out of cheese. Where are you going?"
Hel had dropped off his pack and was beginning a free climb of the wall. "I'm going to take a look at the tip of the heap."
"Try a little to your left."
"Why, do you see something there?"
"No, but I'm sitting right in the line of your fall, and I'm too comfortable to move."
They had not given much thought to trying the top of the slab heap because, even if there was a way to squeeze through, it would bring them out directly above the waterfall, and it would probably be impossible to pass through that roaring cascade. But the base and flanks of the clog had produced no way through, so the tip was all that was left. Half an hour later, Lakago heard a sound above him. He tilted back his head to direct the beam of his lamp toward it. Hel was climbing back down in the dark. When he reached the slab, he slumped down to a sitting position, then lay back on his pack, one arm over his face. He was worn out and panting with effort, and the lens of his helmet lamp was cracked from a fall.
"You're sure you won't have anything to eat?" Lakago asked.
His eyes closed, his chest heaving with great gulps of air, sweat running down his face and chest despite the damp cold of the cave. Hel responded to his companion's grim sense of humor by making the Basque version of the universal hand language of animosity. He tucked his thumb into his fist and offered it to Lakago. Then he let the fist fall and lay there panting. His attempts to swallow were painful. The dryness in his throat was sharp-edged. Lakago passed his chahako over, and Hel drank greedily, beginning with the tip touching his teeth because he had no light, then pulling it farther away and directing the thin jet of wine to the back of his throat by feel. He kept pressure on the sack, swallowing each time the back of his throat filled, drinking for so long that Lakago began to worry about his wine.
"Well,"
Lakago asked grudgingly,
"did you find a way through?"
Hel grinned and nodded.
"Where did you come out?"
"Dead center above the waterfall."
"Shit!"
"No, I think there's a way around to the right, down through the spray."
"Did you try it?"
Hel shrugged and pointed to the broken helmet lens. "But I couldn't make it alone. I'll need you to protect me from above. There's a good belaying stance."
"You shouldn't have risked trying, Nico. One of these days you'll kill yourself. Then you'll be sorry."
When he had wriggled through the mad network of cracks that brought him out beside Hel on a narrow ledge directly above the roaring waterfall, Lakago was exuberant with wonder. It was a long drop, and the mist rose through the windless air back up the column of water, boiling all about them like a steam bath with a temperature of 40 degrees. All they could see through the mist was the head of the falls below and a few meters of slimy rock to the sides of their ledge. Hel led the way to the right, where the ledge narrowed to a few centimeters, but continued around the shoulder of the cave opening. It was a worn, rounded ledge, obviously a former lip of the waterfall. The cacophonous crash of the falls made sign language their only means of communication, as Hel indicated to Lecagot the good belaying stance he had found, an outcrop of rock into which Lecagot had to squeeze himself with difficulty and pay out the defending line around Hel's waist as he worked his way down the edge of the falls. The natural line of descent would bring him through the mist, through the column of water, and, it was to be hoped, behind it. Lecagot grumbled about this good stance as he fixed his body into the wedge and drove a covering piton into the limestone above him, complaining that a piton in limestone is largely a psychological decoration. Hel began his descent, stopping each time he found the coincidence of a foothold for himself and a crack in the rock to drive in a piton and thread his line through the carabiner. Fortunately, the rock was still well-toothed and offered finger and toe holds. The change in the fall's course had been fairly recent, and it had not had time to wear all the ledge smooth. The greatest problem was with the line overhead. By the time he had descended 20 meters and had laced the line through 8 carabiners, it took dangerous effort to tug slack against the heavy friction of the soaked rope through so many snap links. The effort of pulling on the line lifted his body partially out of his footholds, and this weakening of his stance occurred, of course, just when Lecagot was paying outline from above and was, therefore, least able to hold him, should he slip. He inched down through the sheath of mist until the oily black and silver sheet of the waterfall was only a foot from his helmet lap, and there he paused and collected himself for the diciest moment of the descent. First, he would have to establish a cluster of pitons, so that he could work independently of Lecagot, who might blindly resist on the line and arrest Hel while he was under the falls, blinded by the shaft of water, feeling for holds he could not see. And he would be taking the weight of the falling water on his back and shoulders. He had to give himself enough line to move all the way through the cascade, because he would not be able to breathe until he was behind it. On the other hand, the more line he gave himself, the greater his drop would be if the water knocked him off. He decided to give himself about 3 meters of slack. He would have liked more to avoid the possibility of coming to the end of his slack while still under the column of water, but his judgment told him that 3 meters was the maximum length that would swing him back out of the line of the falls, should he fall and knock himself out for long enough to drown, if he was hanging in the falls. Hel edged to the face of the metallic, glittering sheet of water, until it was only inches away from his face, and soon he began to have the vertigo sensation that the water was standing still, and his body rising through the roar and the mist. He reached into the face of the falls, which split in a heavy, throbbing bracelet around his wrist, and felt around for the deepest handhold he could find. His fingers wriggled their way into a sharp little crack, unseen behind the water. The hold was lower than he would have wished, because he knew the weight of the water on his back would force him down, and the best handhold would have been high, so the weight would have jammed his fingers in even tighter. But it was the only crack he could find, and his shoulder was beginning to tire from the pounding of the water on his outstretched arm. He took several deep breaths, fully exhaling each one, because he knew that it was more the buildup of carbon dioxide in the lungs than the lack of oxygen that forces a man to gasp for air. The last breath he took deeply, stretching his diaphragm to its full. Then he let a third of it out, and he swung into the falls. It was almost comic and surely anticlimactic. The sheet of falling water was less than 20 centimeters thick, and the same movement that swung him into it sent him through and behind the cascade, where he found himself on a good ledge below which was a book corner, piled with rubble so easy that a healthy child could make the climb down. It was so obvious a go that there was no point in testing it, so Hel broke back through the sheet of water and scrambled up to Lecagot's perch. where, shouting over the din of the falls into Banyat's ear, their helmets clicking together occasionally, he explained the happy situation. They decided to leave the line in place to facilitate the return, and down they went one after the other, until they were at the base of the rubble-packed book corner. It was a peculiar phenomenon that once they were behind the silver-black sheet of the falls, they could speak in almost normal volume, as the curtain of water seemed to block out sound, and it was quieter behind the falls than without. As they descended, the falls slowly broke up as a great quantity of its water spun off in the mist, and the weight of the cascade at the bottom was considerably less than it was above. Its mass was diffused, and passing through it was more like going through a torrential rainfall than a waterfall. They advanced cautiously through the blinding, frigid steam, over a slick rock floor scrubbed clean of rubble. As they pressed on, the mists thinned until they found themselves in the clear, dark air, the noise of the falls receding behind them. They paused and looked around. It was beautiful. A diamond cave of more human dimensions than the awful Le Cagot's chaos. A tourist cave, far beyond the access capacities of any tourist. Although it was wasteful, their curiosity impelled them to scratch off another magnesium flare. Breathtakingly beautiful. Behind them, billowing clouds of mist churning lazily in the suction of the falling water. All around and above them, wet and dripping, the walls were encrusted with aragonite crystals that glittered as Le Cagot moved the flare back and forth. Along the north wall, a frozen waterfall of flowstone oozed down the side and puddled like ossified taffy. To the east, receding and overlapping curtains of calcite drapery, delicate and razor-sharp, seemed to ripple in an unfelt Spilian wind. Close to the walls, thickets of slender crystal stalactites pointed down toward stumpy stalagmites, and here and there the forest was dominated by a thick column, formed by the union of these patient speleothems. They did not speak until the glare sputtered orange and went out, and the glitter of the walls was replaced by dancing dots of light in their eyes as they dilated to accommodate the relatively feeble helmet lamps. Le Cagot's voice was uncharacteristically hushed when he said, "We shall call this Saspiak Bat Cave." Hel nodded. Saspiak Bat. Out of 7, let there be 1. The motto of those who sought to unite the 7 Basque provinces into a trans-Pyrenean republic. An impractical dream, neither likely nor desirable, but a useful focus for the activities of men who choose romantic danger over safe boredom, men who are capable of being cruel and stupid, but never small or cowardly. And it was right that the cuckoo land dream of a Basque nation be represented by a fairyland cave that was all but inaccessible. He squatted down and made a rough measurement back to the top of the waterfall with his clinometer. Then he did a bit of mental arithmetic. "We are down almost to the level of the torrent of Holsarte. The outfall can't be far ahead."
"Yes," Le Cagot said. "But where is the river? What have you done with it?"
It was true that the river had disappeared. Broken up by the falls, it had evidently sounded through cracks and fissures and must be running below them somewhere. There were 2 possibilities. Either it would emerge again within the cave somewhere before them, or the cracks around the base of the waterfall constituted its final swallow before its outfall into the gorge. This latter would be unfortunate, because it would deny them any hope of final conquest by swimming through to the open air and sky. It would also make the long vigil of the Basque lads camped at the outfall pointless. Le Cagot took the lead as they advanced through Saspiak Bat cavern, as he always did when the going was reasonably easy. They both knew that Nicholai was the better rock tactician. It was not necessary for Le Cagot to admit it or for Hel to accent it. The lead simply changed automatically with the nature of a cave's features. Hel led through shafts, down faces, around cornices, while Le Cagot led as they entered caves and dramatic features, which he therefore discovered and named. As he led, Le Cagot was testing his voice in the cave, singing one of those whining, atonic Basque songs that demonstrate the race's ability to withstand aesthetic pain. The song contained that uniquely Basque onomatopoeia that goes beyond imitations of sounds to imitations of emotional states. In the refrain of Le Cago's song, work was being done sloppily, Kirimara, by a man in confused haste, Tarapatakan. He stopped singing when he approached the end of the diamond cave and stood before a broad, low-roofed gallery that opened out like a black, toothless grin. Indeed, it held a joke. Le Cago directed his lamp down the passage. The slope increased slightly, but it was no more than 15 degrees, and there was enough overhead space for a man to stand erect. It was an avenue, a veritable boulevard. And yet more interesting, it was probably the last feature of the cave system. He stepped forward and fell with a clatter of gear. The floor of the passage was thickly coated with clay marl. As slick and filthy as axle grease and flat on his back, Le Cago was slipping down the incline, not moving very fast at first, but absolutely helpless to arrest his slide. He cursed and pawed around for a hold, but everything was coated with a slimy mess, and there were no boulders or outcroppings to cling to. His struggling did no more than turn him around, so that he was going down backward, half-sitting, helpless, furious, and risible. His slide began to pick up speed. From back on the edge of the marl shaft, Hel watched the helmet light grow smaller as it receded, turning slowly like the beam of a lighthouse. There was nothing he could do. The situation was basically comic. But if there was a cliff at the end of the passage... There was no cliff at the end of the passage. Hel had never known a marl chute at this depth. At a good distance away, perhaps 60 meters, the light stopped moving. There was no sound, no call for help. Hel feared that Le Cago had been bashed against the side of the passage and was lying there broken up. Then came a sound up through the passage, Le Cago's voice roaring with fury and outrage, the words indistinct because of the covering reverberations, but carrying the tonalities of wounded dignity. One phrase in the echoing outpour was decipherable. "By the perforated balls of Saint Sebastian!" So Le Cago was unhurt. The situation might even be funny, were it not that their only coil of rope had gone down with him, and not even that ox of Urt could throw a coil of line 60 meters uphill. Hel blew out a deep sigh. He would have to go back through Saspiak Bat Cavern, through the base of the waterfall, up the rubble corner, back out through the falls, and up that dicey climb through icy mists to retrieve the line they had left in place to ease their retreat. The thought of it made him weary. But he tugged off his pack. No point carrying it with him. He called down the marl passage, spacing his words out so they would be understood through the muffling reverberations. "I'm going after line." The dot of light below moved. Le Cago was standing up. "Why don't you do that?" came the call back. Suddenly the light disappeared, and there was the echoing sound of a splash, followed by a medley of angry roaring, scrambling, sputtering, and swearing. Then the light reappeared. Hel's laughter filled both the passage and the cave. Le Cago had evidently fallen into the river, which must have come back to the surface down there. What a beginner's stunt. Le Cago's voice echoed back up the marl chute. "I may kill you when you get down here." Hel laughed again and set off back to the lip of the falls. 3/4 of an hour later, he was back at the head of the marl chute, fixing the line into a healthy crack by means of a choke nut. Hel tried at first to take a rope-controlled glissade on his feet, but that was not on. The marl was too slimy. Almost at once he found himself on his butt, slipping down feet first, a gooey prow bone of black marl building up at his crotch and oozing back over his hip. It was nasty stuff, an ignoble obstacle, formidable enough but lacking the clean dignity of a cave's good challenges, cliffs and rotten rock, vertical shafts and dicey siphons. It was a mosquito of a problem, stupid and irritating, the overcoming of which brought no glory. Marl chutes are despised by all cavers who have mucked about in them. When Hel glissed silently to his side, Le Cagot was sitting on a smooth slab, finishing off a hardtack biscuit and a cut of chorizo. He ignored Hel's approach, still sulky over his own undignified descent and dripping wet from his dunking. Hel looked around. No doubt of it, this was the end of the cave system. The chamber was the size of a small house, or of one of the reception rooms of his chateau at Echebar. Evidently, it was sometimes filled with water, the walls were smooth, and the floor was free of rubble. The slab on which Le Cagot was taking his lunch covered 2/3 of the floor, and in the distant corner there was a neat cubic depression about 5 meters on each edge, a regular wine cellar of a sump, constituting the lowest point of the entire cave system. Hel went to the edge of the wine cellar and directed his beam down. The sides were smooth, but it looked to be a fairly easy corner climb, and he wondered why Le Cagot hadn't climbed down to be the first man to the end of the cave.
"I was saving it for you,"
Le Cagot explained. An impulse toward fair play.
"Exactly."
There was something very wrong here. Basque to the bone though he was, Le Cagot had been educated in France, and the concept of fair play is totally alien to the mentality of the French, a people who have produced generations of aristocrats, but not a single gentleman. A culture in which the legal substitutes for the fair, a language in which the only word for fair play is the borrowed English. Still, there was no point in standing there and letting the floor of that final wine cellar go virgin. Hel looked down, scanning for the best holds. Wait a minute. That splash. Le Cagot had fallen into water. Where was it? Hel carefully lowered his boot into the wine cellar. A few centimeters down, it broke the surface of a pool so clear it appeared to be air. The features of the rock below were so sharp that no one would suspect they were underwater. "You bastard," Hel whispered. Then he laughed. "And you climbed right down into it, didn't you?" The instant he pulled up his boot, the ripples disappeared from the surface, sucked flat by a strong siphon action below. Hel knelt at the side of the sump and examined it with fascination. The surface was not still at all. It was drawn tight and smooth by the powerful current below. Indeed, it bowed slightly, and when he put in his finger, there was a strong tug and a wake of eddy patterns behind it. He could make out a triangular opening down at the bottom of the sump, which must be the outflow of the river. He had met trick pools like these before in caves, pools into which the water entered without bubbles to mark its current, the water so purified of those minerals and microorganisms that give it its tint of color. Hel examined the walls of their small chamber for signs of waterline. Obviously, the outflow through that triangular pipe down there had to be fairly constant, while the volume of the underground river varied with rainfall and seep water. This whole chamber, and that marl chute behind them, acted as a kind of cistern that accepted the difference between inflow and outflow. That would account for marl appearing this far underground. There were doubtless times when this chamber in which they sat was full of water, which backed up through the long chute. Indeed, upon rare occasions of heavy rain, the waterfall back there probably dropped into a shallow lake that filled the floor of Saspiac Cavern. That would explain the stubbiness of the stalagmites in that diamond cave. If they had arrived at some other time, say a week after heavy rains had seeped down, they might have found their journey ending in Saspiac Cavern. They had planned all along to consider a scuba exploration to the outfall in some future run, should the timing on the dye test prove practicable. But if they had been stopped by a shallow lake in the cavern above, it would have been unlikely that Hel would ever find that marl chute underwater, swim all the way down it, locate this wine cellar sump, pass out through the triangular opening, and make it through that powerful current to the outfall. They were lucky to have made their descent after a long dry spell.
"Well,"
Le Cagot said, looking at his watch,
"shall we drop the dye in?"
"What time is it?"
"A little before 11.
"Let's wait for straight up. It'll make calculation easier." Hel looked down through the invisible pane of water. It was difficult to believe that there at the bottom, among those clear features of the floor, a current of great force was rushing, sucking. "I wish I knew two things," he said.
"Only two?"
"I wish I knew how fast that water was moving, and I wish I knew if that triangular pipe was clear."
"Let's say we get a good timing, say 10 minutes. Are you going to try swimming it next time we come down?"
"Of course. Even with 15 minutes. Lucago shook his head.
"Such a lot of line, Nico. 15 minutes through a pipe like that is a lot of line for me to haul you back against the current if you run into trouble. No, I don't think so. 10 minutes is maximum. If it's longer than that, we should let it go. It's not so bad to leave a few of nature's mysteries virgin."
Lucago was right, of course. "You have any bread in your pack?" Hel asked.
"What are you going to do?"
"Cast it upon the waters." Lucago tossed over a cut of his flute baguette. Hel set it gently on the surface of the sump water and watched its motion. It sank slowly, seeming to fall in slow motion through clear air, as it pulsed and vibrated with unseen eddies. It was an unreal and eerie sight, and the two men watched it, fascinated. Then, suddenly, like magic, it was gone. It had touched the current down there. It had been snatched into the pipe faster than the eye could follow.
Lucago whistled under his breath. "I don't know, Nico. That looks like a bad thing."
But already Hel was making preliminary decisions. He would have to enter the pipe feet first with no fins, because it would be suicidal to rush head first through that triangular pipe, in case he met a choking boulder inside there. That could be a nasty knock. Then, too, he would want to be head-first coming out if it was not a go, so he could help Lucago's weight on the safety line by pushing with his feet.
"I don't like it, Nico. That little hole down there could kill your ass, and, what is worse, reduce the number of my admirers by 1. And remember, dying is a serious business. If a man dies with a sin on his soul, he goes to Spain."
"We have a couple of weeks to think it over. After we get out, we'll talk about it and see if it's worth dragging scuba gear down here. For all we know, the dye test will tell us the pipe's too long for a try. What time is it?"
"Coming up to the hour."
"Let's drop off the dye, then." The fluorescent dye they had carried down was in 2-kilo bags. Hel tugged them out of their packs, and Lucago cut off the corners and lined them along the edge of the wine cellar sump. When the second hand swept to 12, they pushed them all in. Bright green smoke seeped from the cuts as the bags dropped through the crystal water. 2 of them disappeared instantly through the triangular pipe, but the other 2 lay on the bottom, their smoking streams of color rushing horizontally toward the pipe until the nearly empty bags were snatched away by the current. 3 seconds later, the water was clear and still again.
"Nico, I have decided to christen this little pool Lucago's soul."
"Oh?"
"Yes, because it is clear and pure and lucid."
"And treacherous and dangerous?"
"You know, Nico, I begin to suspect that you are a man of prose. It is a blemish in you."
"No one's perfect."
"Speak for yourself."
The return to the base of the rubble cone was relatively quick. Their newly discovered cave system was, after all, a clean and easy one, with no long crawls through tight passages and around breakdowns, and no pits to contend with, because the underground river ran along the surface of a hard schist bed. The Basque boys, dozing up at the winch, were surprised to hear their voices over the headsets of the field telephones hours before they had expected them. "We have a surprise for you," one lad said over the line.
"What's that?"
Lucago asked.
"Wait till you get up and see for yourself."
The long haul up from the tip of the rubble cone to the first corkscrew shaft was draining for each of the men. The strain on the diaphragm and chest from hanging in a parachute harness is very great, and men have been known to suffocate from it. It was such a constriction of the diaphragm that caused Christ's death on the cross. a fact the aptness of which did not escape Lecago's notice and comment. To shorten the torture of hanging in the straps and struggling to breathe, the lads at the low-geared wench pedaled heroically, until the man below could take a purchase within the corkscrew and rest for a while, getting some oxygen back into his blood. Hel came up last, leaving the bulk of their gear below for future explorations. After he negotiated the double dihedron with a slack cable, it was a short, straight haul up to the point cone of the gouffre, and he emerged from blinding blackness into blinding white. While they had been below, an uncommon atmospheric inversion had seeped into the mountains, creating that most dangerous of weather phenomena, a whiteout. For several days, Hel and his mountaineer companions had known that conditions were developing toward a whiteout because, like all Basques from Haute-Sul, they were constantly, if subliminally, attuned to the weather patterns that could be read in the eloquent Basque sky, as the dominant winds circled in their ancient and regular boxing of the compass. First, Ifara, the north wind, sweeps the sky clear of clouds and brings a cold greenish-blue light to the Basque sky, tinting and hazing the distant mountains. Ifara weather is brief, for soon the wind swings to the east and becomes the cool Heduski Isia, the sunny wind, which rises each morning and falls at sunset, producing the paradox of cool afternoons with warm evenings. The atmosphere is both moist and clear, making the contours of the countryside sharp, particularly when the sun is low and its oblique light picks out the textures of bush and tree. But the moisture blues and blurs details on the distant mountains, softening their outlines, smudging the border between mountain and sky. Then one morning one looks out to find that the atmosphere has become crystalline, and distant mountains have lost their blue haze, have closed in around the valley, their razor outlines acid-etched into the ardent blue of the sky. This is the time of Ego Churia, the white southeast wind. In autumn, Ego Churia often dominates the weather for weeks on end, bringing in the Pays Basque's grandest season. With a kind of karma justice, the glory of Ego Churia is followed by the fury of Aise Egoa, the bone-dry south wind that roars around the flanks of the mountains, crashing shutters in the villages, ripping roof tiles off, cracking weak trees, scudding blinding swirls of dust along the ground. In true Basque fashion, paradox being the normal way of things, this dangerous south wind is warm velvet to the touch. Even while it roars down valleys and clutches at houses all through the night, the stars remain sharp and close overhead. It is a capricious wind, suddenly relenting into silences that ring like the silence after a gunshot, then returning with full fury, destroying the things that man makes, testing and shaping the things that God makes, shortening tempers and fraying nerve ends with its constant screaming around corners and reedy moaning down chimneys. Because the Aise Egoa is capricious and dangerous, beautiful and pitiless, nerve-wracking and sensual, it is often used in Basque sayings as a symbol of woman. Finally spent, the south wind veers around to the west, bringing rain and heavy clouds that billow gray in their bellies but glisten silver around the edges. There is, as there always is in Basque land, an old saying to cover the phenomenon. Egoek egala uriandu. The south wind flies with one wing in the water. The rain of the southwest wind falls plump and vertically and is good for the land. But it veers again and brings the Aise Belsa, the black wind, with its streaming squalls that drive rain horizontally, making umbrellas useless, indeed comically treacherous. Then one evening, unexpectedly, the sky lightens, and the surface wind falls off, although high-altitude streams continue to rush cloud layers overhead, tugging them apart into wisps. As the sun sets, chimerical archipelagos of fleece are scudded southward, where they pile up in gold and russet, against the flanks of the high mountains. This beauty lasts only one evening. The next morning brings the greenish light of Ifara. The north wind has returned. The cycle begins again. Although the winds regularly cycle around the compass, each with its distinctive personality, it is not possible to say that Basque weather is predictable, for in some years there are 3 or 4 such cycles, and in other years only 1. Also, within the context of each prevailing wind there are vagaries of force and longevity. Indeed, sometimes the wind turns through a complete personality during a night, and the next morning it seems that one of the dominant phases has been skipped. 2. There are the balance times between the dominance of 2 winds, when neither is strong enough to dictate. At such times the mountain Basques say, "There is no weather today." And when there is no weather, no motion of wind in the mountains, then sometimes comes the beautiful killer, the whiteout. Thick blankets of mist develop, dazzling white because they are lighted by the brilliant sun above the layer, eye-stinging, impenetrable, so dense and bright that the extended hand is a faint ghost, and the feet are lost in milky glare. A major whiteout produces conditions more dangerous than simple blindness. It produces vertigo and sensory inversion. A man experienced in the ways of the Basque Mountains can move through the darkest night. His blindness triggers off a compensating heightening of other senses. The movement of wind on his cheek tells him that he is approaching an obstacle. Small sounds of rolling pebbles give him the slant of the ground and the distance below. And the black is never complete. There is always some sky glow picked up by widely dilated eyes. But in a whiteout, none of these compensating sensory reactions obtains. The dumb nerves of the eyes, flooded and stung with light, persist in telling the central nervous system that they can see, and the hearing and tactile systems relax, slumber. There is no wind to offer subtle indications of distance, for wind and whiteout cannot coexist. And all sound is perfidious, for it carries far and crisp through the moisture-laden air, but seems to come from all directions at once, like sound underwater. And it was into a blinding whiteout that Hel emerged from the black of the cave shaft. As he unbuckled his parachute harness, Le Cagot's voice came from somewhere up on the rim of the gouffre.
"This is a surprise they told us about."
"How nice." When Hel scrambled up the gouffre's side, he could dimly make out 5 forms hovering around the winch. He had to approach within a meter before he recognized the other 2 as the lads who had been camping down in Osarte Gorge, waiting for the outfall of dye from the underground stream. "You climbed up through this?" Nicholai asked.
"It was forming as we came. We just made it."
"What's it like lower down?" They were all mountain men here. They knew what he meant.
"It's grayer."
"Much?"
"Much."
If the sheet of mist was grayer below, passing down through it would be folly, in this Swiss cheese mountainside dotted with treacherous cracks and steep gouffres. They would have to climb upward, and hope to break out of the mist before they ran out of mountain. It is always wisest to do so in a whiteout. It is difficult to fall up a mountain. Alone, Hel could have made it down the mountain, despite the blinding mist with its sensory trickery. He could have relied on a combination of his proximity sense and intimate knowledge of the features of the mountain to move cautiously down over terrain hidden in the blinding haze. But he could not be responsible for Le Cagot and the 4 Basque lads. Because it was impossible to see clearly farther than a meter, and to see at all farther than 3, they roped up, and Hel led a slow and careful ascent, picking the long and easy way around outcroppings of rock, across slides of scree, past the rims of deep gouffre. The blanket of mist did not thicken, but it grew ever more blindingly bright as they rose toward the sun. After 3/4 of an hour, Hel suddenly broke through into sunlight and taut blue skies, and the scene that greeted him was beautiful and awful. In the absolute stillness of the mist layer, the motion of his body up through it created languorous swirls and billows that churned lazily behind him, and down into which his rope passed to the next man only 10 meters below, but hidden behind the milky wall. He was almost at eye level with a platform of dense white mist that stretched flat and stable for hundreds of kilometers, filling all the valleys below as though with a great snow. Through this blanket of mist, the tops of the Basque Pyrenees stuck up, clear and sharp-edged in the ardent sunlight, like bits of mosaic tesserae set in a fleecy plaster. And above was the taut dark blue sky peculiar to the Basque country. The stillness was so absolute that he could hear the squeak and surge of blood through his temples. Then he heard another sound, Lecago's voice from below demanding,
"Are we to stand here forever? Piece of complaining balls of Jeremiah, you should have relieved yourself before we started."
And when he broke through the layer of mist, he said,
"Oh, I see. You were admiring the Basque spectacle all by yourself while we dangled down there like bait on a line. You're a selfish man, Nico."
The sun was beginning to sink, so they moved around the flank of the mountain with some haste to arrive at the highest of the Artsen Chola shelters before dark. When they got there, they found it already occupied by 2 old shepherds, driven up from the other side of the mountain by the whiteout. Their heavy packs revealed them to be smugglers in a minor way. The Basque temperament is more comfortable with smuggling than with commerce, with poaching than with hunting. Socially condoned activities lack spice. There was an exchange of greetings and wine, and the ate of the fist to the intruder, declaring that if his will had power, that plane would fall from the sky like a wounded bird, littering Spain with the bodies of 200 stupid vacationers on their way to Lisbon and relieving the world of the burden of surplus population. For anyone who would fly through so perfect a moment was, by definition, an expendable being. Lecago's gall up, he went on to extend his malediction to all those outlanders who defiled the mountains, the tourists, the backpackers, the hunters, and especially the skiers, who bring vile machines into the mountains because they are too soft to walk up the hill, and who build ugly lodges and noisy après-ski amusements. The filthy shits. It was for dealing with loud-mouthed skiers and their giggling bunnies that God said on the 8th day, "Let there also be handguns." One of the old shepherds nodded sagely and agreed that outlanders were universally evil. Atzeri otzeri. Following the ritual of conversation among strangers, Hel matched this ancient dicton with, "But I suppose shori bakhotsari eda beri ohansia?"
"True," Lecago said. "Zahar hitzak, zuher hitzak."
Hel smiled. These were the first words of Basque he had learned, years ago in his cell in Sugamo prison. With the possible exception, he said, of that one. The old smugglers considered this response for a moment, then both laughed aloud and slapped their knees.
"Ori fensatu suenak, unji afulda suen."
An Englishman with a clever story dines out on it. Within the Basque culture, it is the listener who enjoys the feast. They sat in silence, drinking and eating slowly as the sun fell, drawing after it the gold and russet of the cloud layer. One of the young cavers stretched his legs out with a satisfied grunt and declared that this was the life. Hel smiled to himself, knowing that this would probably not be the life for this young man, touched as he was by television and radio. Like most of the Basque young, he would probably end up lured to the factories of the big cities, where his wife could have a refrigerator and he could drink Coca-Cola in a cafe with plastic tables, the good life that was a product of the French economic miracle.
"It is the good life,"
Lecago said lazily.
"I have traveled, and I have turned the world over in my hand, like a stone with attractive veining, and this I have discovered. A man is happiest when there is a balance between his needs and his possessions. Now, the question is, how to achieve this balance? One could seek to do this by increasing his goods to the level of his appetites, but that would be stupid. It would involve doing unnatural things, bargaining, haggling, scrimping, working. Ergo, the wise man achieves the balance by reducing his needs to the level of his possessions. And this is best done by learning to value the free things of life. The mountains, laughter, poetry, wine offered by a friend, older and fatter women. Now me? I am perfectly capable of being happy with what I have.
The problem is getting enough of it in the first place. "Le Cargo?" one of the old smugglers asked, as he made himself comfortable in a corner of the Artsean chola. "Give us a story to sleep on." "Yes," said his companion, "let it be of old things." A true folk poet, who would rather tell a story than write one, Le Cargo began to weave fables in his rich basso voice while the others listened or dozed. Everyone knew the tales, but the pleasure lay in the art of telling them. And Basque is a language more suited to storytelling than to exchanging information. No one can learn to speak Basque beautifully. Like eye color or blood type, it is something one has to be born to. The language is subtle and loosely regulated, with its circumlocutory word orders, its vague declensions, its doubled conjugations, both synthetic and periphrastic, with its old story forms mixed with formal verb patterns. Basque is a song, and while outlanders may learn the words, they can never master the music. Le Cargo told of the Basa Andari, the wild lady who kills men in the most wonderful way. It is widely known that the Basa Andari is beautiful and perfectly formed for love, and that the soft golden hair that covers all her body is strangely appealing. Should a man have the misfortune to come upon her in the forest, she is always to be found kneeling beside a stream, combing the hair of her stomach with a golden comb. She will turn to him and fix him with a smile, then lie back and lift her knees, offering her body. Now, everyone knows that the pleasure from her is so intense that a man dies of it during climax, but still, many and many have willingly died, their backs arched in the agony of unimaginable pleasure. One of the old smugglers declared that he once found a man in the mountains who had died so, and in his dim, staring eyes there was an awful mixture of fright and pleasure. And the quietest of the young lads prayed that God would give him the strength to resist, should he ever come upon the Basa Andari with her golden comb. "You say she is all covered with golden hair, Le Cargo. I cannot imagine breasts covered with hair. Are the nipples visible, then?" Le Cargo sniffed and stretched out on the ground.
"In truth, I cannot say from personal experience, child. These eyes have never seen the Basa Andari, and I am glad of that, for had we met, that poor lady would at this moment be dead from pleasure."
The old man laughed and ripped up a turf of grass, which he threw at the poet. "Truly, Le Cargo, you are as full of shit as God is of mercy."
"True,"
Le Cargo admitted. "So true.
Have you ever heard me tell the story of—"
When dawn came, the whiteout was gone, churned away by the night winds. Before they broke up, Hel paid the lads for their assistance and asked them to take apart the winch and tripod and bring them down to a barn in La Roe for storage, as they were already beginning to plan the next exploration into the cave, this time with wetsuits and scuba gear, for the boys camping down by the fallout in the gorge of Hosarte had marked the appearance of dye in the water at 8 minutes after the hour. Although 8 minutes is not a long time, it could indicate considerable distance, considering the speed of the water through that triangular pipe at the bottom of the wine cellar. But if the water pipe was not filled with obstructions, or too narrow for a man, they might have the pleasure of exploring their cave from entrance shaft to outfall, before they shared the secret of its existence with the caving fraternity. Hel and Le Cargo trotted and glissaded down the side of the mountain to the narrow track in which they had parked Hel's Volvo. He delivered the door a mighty kick with his boot, as was his habit, and after examining the satisfying dent, they got in and drove down to the village of La Roe, where they stopped off to have a breakfast of bread, cheese, and coffee, after having splashed and scrubbed away most of the dried mud with which they were caked. Their hostess was a vigorous widow with a strong, ample body and a bawdy laugh, who used 2 rooms of her house as a cafe, a restaurant, tobacco shop. She and Le Cargo had a relationship of many years, for when things got too hot for him in Spain, he often crossed into France through the forest of Virati that abutted this village. Since time beyond memory, the forest of Irati had been both a sanctuary and an avenue for smugglers and bandits crossing from the Basque provinces under Spanish occupation to those under French. By ancient tradition, it is considered impolite and dangerous to seem to recognize anyone met in this forest. When they entered the café, still wet from the pump and back, they were questioned by the half-dozen old men taking their morning wine. How had it gone up at the gouffre? Was there a cave under the hole? Le Cagot was ordering breakfast, his hand resting proprietarily on the hip of the hostess. He did not have to think twice about guarding the secret of the new cave, for he automatically fell into the Basque trait of responding to direct questions with misleading vagueness, that is, not quite lying.
"Not all holes lead to caves, my friends."
The hostess's eyes glittered at what she took to be double entendre. She pushed his hand away with pleased coquetry.
"And did you meet Spanish border patrols?"
an old man asked.
"No. I was not required to burden hell with more fascist souls. Does that please you, father?"
Le Cagot addressed this last to the gaunt, revolutionary priest sitting in the darkest corner of the café, who had turned his face away upon the entrance of Le Cagot and Hel. Father Xavier nurtured a smoldering hate for Le Cagot and a flaming one for Hel. Though he never faced danger personally, he wandered from village to village along the border, preaching the revolution and attempting to bind the goals of Basque independence to those of the Church. The Basque manifestation of that general effort on the part of God merchants to diversify into social and political issues, now that the world was no longer a good market for hell scare and soul-saving. The priest's hatred, which he termed righteous wrath, for Le Cagot was based on the fact that praise and hero worship that properly belonged to the ordained leaders of the revolution was being siphoned away by this blaspheming and scandalous man who had spent a part of his life in the land of the wolves, out of the Pays Basque. But at least Le Cagot was a native son. This Hel was a different matter. He was an outlander who never went to Mass and who lived with an Oriental woman. And it was galling to the priest that young Basque cavers, boys who should have chosen their idols from the ranks of the priesthood, told stories of his spelunking exploits and of the time he had crossed with Le Cagot into Spain and broken into a military prison in Bilbao to release ETA prisoners. This was the kind of man who could contaminate the revolution and divert its energies from the establishment of a Basque theocracy, a last fortress of fundamentalist Catholicism in a land where Christian practices were primitive and deep, and where the key to the gates of heaven was a profound weapon of control. Shortly after he bought his home in Echebar, Hel began to receive unsigned threats and hate notes. Upon 2 occasions, there were spontaneous midnight charivaris outside the chateau, and live cats bound in burning straw were thrown at the walls of the house, where they screamed in their death throes. Although Hel's experience had taught him to despise these fanatical third-world priests who incite children to their deaths for the purpose of linking the cause of social reform to the Church, to save that institution from natural atrophy in the face of knowledge and enlightenment, he would nevertheless have ignored this kind of harassment. But he intended to make the Basque country his permanent home, now that the Japanese culture was infected with Western values, and he had to put an end to these insults because the Basque mentality ridicules those who are ridiculed. Anonymous letters and the mob frenzy of the charivari are manifestations of cowardice, and Hel had an intelligent fear of cowards, who are always more dangerous than brave men when they outnumber you or get a chance to strike from behind, because they are forced to do maximal damage, dreading as they do the consequences of retaliation should you survive. Through Le Cagot's contacts, Hel discovered the author of these craven acts, and a couple of months later he came across the priest in the back room of a café in Saint-Engrâce, where he was eating a free meal in silence, occasionally glaring at Nicholai, who was taking a glass of red with several men of the village, men who had previously been sitting at the priest's table, listening to his wisdom and cant. When the men went off to work, Hel joined the priest at his table. Father Xavier started to rise, but Hel gripped his forearm and returned him to his chair. "You are a good man, Father," he said in his prison whisper. "A saintly man. In fact, at this moment you are closer to heaven than you know. Finish your food and listen well. There will be no more anonymous letters, no more charivaris. Do you understand?" "I'm afraid I don't—" "Eat." "What?" "Eat." Father Xavier pushed another forkful of piperade into his mouth and chewed sullenly. "Eat faster, Father. Fill your mouth with food you have not earned." The priest's eyes were damp with fury and fear, but he shoveled forkful after forkful into his mouth and swallowed as rapidly as he could. "If you choose to stay in this corner of the world, Father, and if you do not feel prepared to join your God, then this is what you will do. Each time we meet in a village, you will leave that village immediately. Each time we meet on the trails, you will step off the track and turn your back as I pass. You can eat faster than that." The priest choked on his food, and Hel left him gasping and gagging. That evening, he told the story to Le Cagot with instructions to make sure it got around. Hel considered public humiliation of this coward to be necessary.
"Hey, why don't you answer me, Father Esteca?"
Le Cagot asked. Footnote: Esteca is Basque for sexual deficiency. End footnote. The priest rose and left the café, as Le Cagot called after him.
"Hola, aren't you going to finish your piperade?"
Because they were Catholic, the old men in the café could not laugh, but they grinned because they were Basque. Le Cagot patted the hostess's bottom and sent her after their food.
"I don't think we have made a great friend there, Nico, and he is a man to be feared."
Le Cagot laughed.
"After all, his father was French and very active in the Resistance."
Hel smiled. "Have you ever met one who was not?"
"True. It is astonishing that the Germans managed to hold France with so few divisions, considering that everyone who wasn't draining German resources by the clever maneuver of surrendering en masse and making the Nazis feed them was vigorously and bravely engaged in the Resistance. Is there a village without its Place de la Resistance? But one has to be fair. One has to understand the Gallic notion of resistance. Any hotelier who overcharged a German was in the Resistance. Each whore who gave a German soldier the clap was a freedom fighter. All those who obeyed while viciously withholding their cheerful morning bonjour were heroes of liberty."
Hel laughed. "You're being a little hard on the French."
"It is history that is hard on them. I mean real history, not the vérité à la Cinquième République that they teach in their schools. The truth be known, I admire the French more than any other foreigners. In the centuries, they have lived beside the Basque. They have absorbed certain virtues, understanding, philosophic insight, a sense of humor, and these have made them the best of the others. But even I am forced to admit that they are a ridiculous people. Just as one must confess that the British are bungling, the Italians incompetent, the Americans neurotic, the Germans romantically savage, the Arabs vicious, the Russians barbaric, and the Dutch make cheese. Take the particular manifestation of French ridiculousness that makes them attempt to combine their myopic devotion to money with the pursuit of phantom gloire. The same people who dilute their Burgundy for modest profit willingly spend millions of francs on the atomic contamination of the Pacific Ocean in the hope that they will be thought to be the technological equals of the Americans. They see themselves as the feisty David against the grasping Goliath. Sadly, for their image abroad,
The rest of the world views their actions as the ludicrous egotism of the amorous ant, climbing a cow's leg and assuring her that he will be gentle." Lakago looked down at the tabletop thoughtfully. "I cannot think of anything further to say about the French just now." The widow had joined them at the table, sitting close to Lakago and pressing her knee against his. "Hey, you have a visitor down at Nicholai," she told Hel, using the Basque name for his chateau. "It is a girl, an outsider, arrived yesterday evening." Hel was not surprised that this news was already in Larot, 3 mountains and 15 kilometers from his home. It had doubtless been common knowledge in all the local villages within 4 hours of the visitor's arrival. "What do you know about her?" Hel asked. The widow shrugged and tucked down the corners of her mouth, indicating that she knew only the barest facts. "She took coffee chez Joaragiberi and did not have money to pay. She walked all the way from Tardets to Etchebar and was seen from the hills several times. She is young, but not too young to bear. She wore short pants that showed her legs, and it is said that she has a plump chest. She was received by your woman, who paid her bill with Joaragiberi. She has an English accent, and the old gossips in your village say that she is a whore from Bayonne, who was turned out from her farm for sleeping with the husband of her sister. As you see, very little is known of her."
"You say she is young, with a plump chest?" Lakago asked. "No doubt she is seeking me, the final experience."
The widow pinched his thigh. Hel rose from the table. "I think I'll go home and take a bath and a little sleep. You coming?" Lakago looked at the widow sideways.
"What do you think? Should I go?"
"I don't care what you do, old man." But as he started to rise, she tugged him back by his belt.
"Maybe I'll stay a while, Nico. I'll come back this evening and take a look at your girl with the naked legs and the big boobs. If she pleases me, I may bless you with an extension of my visit." "Ouch!"
Hel paid and went out to his Volvo, which he kicked in the rear fender, then drove away toward his home. Chapter 15. Chateau d'Etchebar. After parking in the square of Etchebar, he did not permit automobiles on his property, and giving the roof a parting bash with his fist, Hel walked down the private road to his chateau, feeling, as he always did upon returning home, a paternal affection for this perfect 17th-century house, into which he had put years of devotion and millions of Swiss francs. It was the thing he loved most in the world, a physical and emotional fortress against the 20th century. He paused along the path up from the heavy gates to pat the earth in around a newly planted shrub, and as he was doing this, he felt the approach of that vague and scattered aura that could only be Pierre, his gardener.
"Bonjour, monsieur,"
Pierre greeted in his sing-song way as he recognized Hel through the haze of his regularly spaced glasses of red that began with his rising at dawn. Hel nodded. "I hear we have a guest, Pierre."
"It is so. A girl. She still sleeps. The women have told me that she is a whore from—"
"I know. Is Madame awake?"
"To be sure. She was informed of your approach 20 minutes ago."
Pierre looked up into the sky and nodded sagely. "Ah, he said, shaking his head. Hel realized that he was preparing to make a weather prediction, as he did every time they met on the grounds. All the Basque of Haute-Soule believe they have special genetic gifts for meteorological prognostication based upon their mountain heritage and the many folk adages devoted to reading weather signs. Pierre's own predictions, delivered with a quiet assurance that was never diminished by his unvarying inaccuracy, had constituted the principal topic of his conversation with Monsieur Hel for 15 years. Ever since the village drunk had been elevated to the rank of the outlander's gardener and his official defender from village gossip.
"Ah, monsieur, there will be rain before this day is out,"
Pierre chanted, nodding to himself with resigned conviction.
So there is no point in my setting out these flowers today.
Is that so, Pierre? How many hundreds of times had they had this conversation?
Yes, it is so. Last night at sunset there was red and gold in the little clouds near the mountains. It is a sure sign.
Oh, but doesn't the saying go the other way? Isn't it Arats Goriac Egeraldi?
That is how the saying goes, monsieur. However—
Pierre's eyes glittered with conspiratorial slyness as he tapped the side of his long nose.
Everything depends on the phase of the moon.
Oh? Pierre closed his eyes and nodded slowly, smiling benevolently on the ignorance of all outlanders, even such basically good men as Monsieur Hel.
When the moon is ascending, the rule is as you have said. But when the moon is descending, it is the other way.
I see. So, when the moon is descending, it is Goiz Goriak Dakarki Uri. Pierre frowned, uncomfortable about being forced to a firm prediction. He considered for a moment before answering,
That worries, monsieur.
I'm sure it does.
And there is an additional complication.
You're going to tell me about it? Pierre glanced about uneasily and shifted to French, to avoid the risk of offending the earth spirits, who, of course, understand only Basque.
Vous voyez, monsieur, de temps en temps, la lune se trompe.
Hel drew a long breath and shook his head. Good morning, Pierre.
Good morning, monsieur.
Pierre tottered down the path to see if there was something else requiring his attention. His eyes closed and his mind afloat. Hel sat neck-deep in the Japanese wooden tub, filled with water so hot that lowering himself into it had been an experience on the limen between pain and pleasure. The servants had fired up the wood-stoked water boiler as soon as they heard that Monsieur Hel was approaching from Larot, and by the time he had scrubbed himself thoroughly and taken a shock shower in icy water, his Japanese tub was full, and the small bathing room was billowing with dense steam. Hannah dozed across from him, sitting on a higher bench that allowed her to sit neck-deep, too. As always when they bathed together, their feet were in casual embrace. "Do you want to know about the visitor, Nicholai?" Hel shook his head slowly, not willing to interrupt his comatose relaxation. "Later," he muttered. After a quarter of an hour, the water cooled enough that it was possible to make a movement in the tub without discomfort. He opened his eyes and smiled sleepily at Hannah. "One grows old, my friend. After a couple of days in the mountains, the bath becomes more a medical necessity than a pleasure." Hannah smiled back and squeezed his foot between hers. "Was it a good cave?" He nodded. "An easy one, really. A walk-in cave with no long crawls, no siphons. Still, it was just about all the work my body could handle." He climbed the steps on the side of the tub and slid back the padded panel that closed the bathing room off from the small Japanese garden he had been perfecting for the past 15 years, and which he assumed would be acceptable in another 15. Steam billowed past him into the cool air, which felt bracing on his skin, still tight and tingling from the heat. He had learned that a hot tub, 20 minutes of light meditation, an hour of lovemaking, and a quick shower replenished his body and spirit better than a night's sleep. And this routine was habitual with him upon returning from a caving bash or, in the old days, from a counter-terrorist stunt. Hannah left the tub and put a lightly padded kimono over her still-wet body. She helped him into his bathing kimono, and they walked across the garden, where he stopped for a moment to adjust a sounding stone in the stream leading from the small pond, because the water was low and the sound of it was too treble to please him. The bathing room, with its thick plank walls, was half hidden in a stand of bamboo that bordered the garden on 3 sides. Across from it was a low structure of dark wood and sliding paper panels that contained his Japanese room, where he studied and meditated, and his gun room, where he kept the implements of the trade from which he had recently retired. The 4th side of the garden was closed off by the back of his chateau, and both of the Japanese buildings were freestanding, so as to avoid breaking the mansard perfection of its marble facade. He had worked through all of one summer, building the Japanese structures with 2 craftsmen he brought from Kyushu for the purpose, men old enough to remember how to work in wood and wedge. Kneeling at a low lacquered table, facing out toward the Japanese garden, they took a light meal of melon balls, warm to accent the musky flavor, tart plums, glaucous, icy and full of juice, unflavored rice cakes, and a half-glass of chilled irolige. The meal done, Hana rose from the table. "Shall I close the panels?" "Leave one ajar, so we can see the garden." Hana smiled. Nicholai and his garden, like a father with a delicate but willful child. The garden was the most important of his possessions, and often, after a trip, he would return home unannounced, change clothes, and work in the garden for hours before anyone knew he was home. To him, the garden with its subtle articulations was a concrete statement of Shibumi, and there was an autumnal correctness to the fact that he would probably not live to see its full statement. She let her kimono fall away. "Shall we have a wager?" He laughed. "All right. The winner receives, let's see, how about 1/2 hour of the delight of the razor?" "Fine. I am sure I shall enjoy it very much." "That sure of yourself?" "My good friend, you have been off in the mountains for 3 days. Your body has been manufacturing love, but there has been no outlet. You are at a great disadvantage in the wager." "We shall see." With Hana and Nicholai, the foreplay was as much mental as physical. They were both stage 4 lovemakers. She, by virtue of her excellent training, he because of the mental control he had learned as a youth and his gift of proximity sense, which allowed him to eavesdrop on his partner's sensations and know precisely where she was in relation to climax contractions. The game was to cause the other to climax first, and it was played with no holds or techniques barred. To the winner went the delight of the razor, a deeply relaxing thrill massage, in which the skin of the arms, legs, chest, back, stomach, and pubes is lightly brushed with a keenly honed razor. The tingling delight and the background fear of a slip combined to require the person receiving the massage to relax completely as the only alternative to unbearable tension and pleasure. Typically, the delight of the razor begins with the extremities, sweeping waves of thrill inward as the razor approaches the erogenous areas, which become ardent with pleasure and the shadow of fear. There are subtleties of technique when the razor comes to these zones that are dangerous to describe. The delight of the razor culminates in quick oral lovemaking. Whichever of them won the wager by making the other climax first would receive the delight of the razor. And there was a special cachet to their way of playing the game. They knew one another well enough to bring both of them to the threshold of climax quickly, and the game was played out there, on the teetering edge of pleasure and control. It was not until after he got away from Sugamo prison and began his life in the West that Hel's sexual experience took on form and articulation. Before that, there had been only amateur play. His relationship with Mariko had not been physical in essence. It had been youthful affection, and their bungling sexual experiences had been nothing more than a physical footnote to their gentle and uncertain affection. With the Tanaka sisters, Hel entered stage 1 lovemaking, that healthy and simplistic stage of sexual curiosity during which strong young animals brimming with the impulse to continue their species exercise themselves on one another's bodies. Although plebeian and monotonic, stage 1 is wholesome and honest, and Hel enjoyed his time spent in that rank, regretting only that so many people are sensationally crippled by their cultures and can accept the strong, sweaty lovemaking of stage 1 only when disguised as romance, love, affection, or even self-expression. In their confusion, they build relationships upon the sand of passion. Hel considered it a great pity that mass man had come into contact with romantic literature, which created expectations beyond the likelihood of fulfillment, and contributed to that marital delinquency characteristic of Western sexual adolescence. During his brief sojourn in Stage 2, the use of sex as psychological aspirin, as social narcosis, a kind of bloodletting to reduce fevers and pressures, Hel began to have glimpses of the fourth level of sexual experience. Because he realized that sexual activity would be a significant part of his life, and because he detested amateurism in all its forms, he undertook to prepare himself. He received professional tactical training in Ceylon and in the exclusive bordellos of Madagascar, where he lived for 4 months, learning from women of every race and culture. Stage 3, sexual gormandizing, is the highest stage ever reached by Westerners and indeed by most Orientals. Hel moved through this stage leisurely and with high appetite because he was young, his body strong and taut, and his imagination fertile. He was in no danger of getting bogged down in the sexual black masses of artificial stimulation with which the nastier-than-thou jet-setters and the soft intellectuals of the literary and filmmaking worlds seek to compensate for calloused nerve ends and imaginations by roiling among one another's tepid flesh and lubricating fluids. Even while in the sexual smorgasbord of Stage 3, Hel began to experiment with such refined tactics as climax hovering and mental intercourse. He found it amusing to associate sexual techniques with Go nomenclature. Such terms as aji keshi, ko, furi kawari, and hane lent themselves easily as illuminating images, while others, such as kagetsugi, nozoki, and yoshimiro, could be applied to lovemaking only with a liberal and Procrustean view of metaphor. By the age of 30, Hel's sexual interests and capacities led him naturally to Stage 4, the final game phase, in which excitation and climax are relatively trivial terminal gestures in an activity that demands all the mental vigor and reserve of championship Go, the training of a Ceylonese whore, and the endurance and agility of a gifted grade 6 rock climber. The game of his preference was an invention of his own which he called Kikashi sex. This could only be played with another Stage 4 lovemaker, and only when both were feeling particularly strong. The game was played in a small room, about 6 tatami. Both players dressed in formal kimonos and knelt facing one another, their backs against opposite walls. Each, through concentration alone, was required to come to the verge of climax and to hover there. No contact was permitted, only concentration, and such gestures as could be made with one hand. The object of the game was to cause climax before climaxing yourself, and it was best played while it was raining. In time, he abandoned Kakashi sex as being somewhat too demanding, and also because it was a lonely and selfish experience, lacking the affection and caressing of afterplay that decorates the best of lovemaking. Hana's eyes were squeezed shut with effort, and her lips were stretched over her teeth. She tried to escape from the involute position in which he held her, but he would not release her.
"I thought we agreed that you weren't permitted to do that," she pled.
"I didn't agree to anything."
"Oh, Nico, I can't hold on. Damn you!"
She arched her back and emitted a squeak of final effort to avoid climaxing. Her delight infected Hel, who relinquished his control to allow himself to climax just after she did. Then suddenly his proximity sense sounded the alarm. She was faking. Her aura was not dancing as it would at climax. He tried to void his mind and arrest his climax, but it was too late. He had broken over the rim of control. "You devil!" he shouted as he came. She was laughing as she climaxed a few seconds later. She lay on her stomach, humming sleepily in appreciation, as he slowly inched the razor over her buttock, a perfect object blending the fineness of her Japanese blood with the useful shape of her black. He kissed it gently and continued the delight. "In 2 months your tenure with me is over, Hana." She did not want to break her languor by speaking. "Have you considered my suggestion that you stay on with me?" "Mm-hmm." "And?" The prolonged sound through slack lips meant, "Don't make me talk." He chuckled and turned her over onto her back, continuing the thrill massage with close attention to technique and detail. Hannah was in a perfect state. She was in her mid-30s, the youngest a woman can be, and still possessed the training and experience of a grand lover. Because of the excellent care she took of her body, and because of the time-annihilating effects of her ideal blend of Oriental, Black, and Caucasian strains, she would be in her prime for another 15 years. She was a delight to look at and to work on. Her greatest quality lay in her ability to receive pleasure completely and graciously. When the delight of the razor had closed to her centers and had rendered her moist and passive, he concluded the event with its classic quick finish. And for a time they lay together in that comfortable lover's twine that knows how to deal with the extra arm. "I have thought about staying on, Nico," she said, her voice buzzing against his chest. "There are many reasons that might prompt me to do so. This is the most beautiful spot in the world. I shall always be grateful to you for showing me this corner of the Basque Country. And certainly, you have constructed a life of Shibumi luxury here that is attractive. And there is you, so quiet and stern when you deal with the outside world, so boyish in love-making. You are not without a certain charm."
"Thank you."
"And I must also confess that it is much rarer to find a well-trained man than an accomplished woman. But it is lonely here. I know that I am free to go to Bayonne or Paris whenever I wish, and I have a good time when I do go. But day to day, despite your attention and the delights of your conversation, and despite the body energy of our friend Le Cagot, it is lonely for a woman whose interests and appetites have been so closely honed as mine have been."
"I understand that."
"It is different for you, Nico. You are a recluse by nature. You despise the outside world and you don't need it. I, too, find that most of the people out there either bore or annoy me, but I am not a recluse by nature, and I have a vivid curiosity. Then, too, there is another problem."
"Yes?"
"Well, how shall I put this? Personalities such as yours and mine are meant to dominate. Each of us should function in a large society, giving flavor and texture to the mass. The two of us together in one place is like a wasteful concentration of spice in one course of an otherwise bland meal. Do you see what I mean?"
"Does that mean that you have decided to leave when your tenure is up?"
She blew a jet of breath over the hairs of his chest. "It means that I have not yet made up my mind." She was silent for a time. Then she said, "I suppose I would really prefer to have the best of both worlds, spending half of every year here, resting and learning with you, and half of each year out there, stunning my audience."
"I see nothing wrong with that."
She laughed. "It would mean that you would have to make do for 6 months each year with the bronzed, long-legged, mindless nymphs of the Côte Basque, actresses and models and that sort. Could you do that?"
"As easily as you could make do with round-armed lads possessing excellent muscle tone and honest, empty eyes. For both of us, it would be like subsisting on hors d'oeuvres. But why not? There is some amusement in hors d'oeuvres, though they cloy without nourishing."
"Let me think about it, Nico. It is an attractive idea." She raised herself onto one elbow and looked down into his half-closed, amused eyes. "Then, too, freedom is also attractive. Maybe I won't make any decision at all."
"That's a kind of decision." They dressed and went to shower beneath the perforated copper cask designed for the purpose by the first enlightened owner of the chateau, nearly 300 years before.
It was not until they were taking tea in the cream and gold East salon that Hel asked about the visitor.
She is still asleep. When she arrived yesterday evening, she was desperate. She had walked from the village after flying into Po from Rome and hitchhiking to Tardet's. Although she tried to chat and follow the forms of politeness, I could tell from the first that she was very distraught. She began weeping while she was taking tea, weeping without knowing she was doing it. I gave her something to calm her and put her to bed. But she awoke during the night with nightmares, and I sat on the edge of her bed stroking her hair and humming to her, until she was calm and dropped off again.
What is her problem?
She talked about it while I stroked her hair. There was a nasty business at the airport in Rome. 2 of her friends were shot and killed.
Shot by whom?
She didn't say. Perhaps she didn't know.
Why were they shot?
I have no idea.
Did she tell you why she came to our home?
Evidently, all 3 of them were on their way here. She had no money, only her plane ticket.
Did she give you her name?
Yes, Hannah Stern. She said her uncle was a friend of yours.
Hel set his cup down, closed his eyes, and pushed out a long nasal sigh. Asa Stern was a friend. He's dead. I am indebted to him. There was a moment when, without his help, I would have died.
And this indebtedness, does it extend to the girl as well?
We'll see. Did you say the blowaway in Rome International happened yesterday afternoon?
Or morning, I am not sure which.
Then it should be on the news at noon. When the girl wakes up, please have her come and see me. I'll be in the garden. Oh, and I think Le Cargot will take dinner with us, if he finishes his business in Larot in time. Hel worked in the garden for an hour and a half, trimming, controlling, striving for modest and subtle effects. He was not an artist, but he was sensitive. So while his garden, the major statement of his impulse to create, lacked sabi, it had the Shibumi features that separate Japanese art from the mechanical dynamics of Western art and the florid hyperbole of Chinese. There was that sweet melancholy, that forgiving sadness that characterizes the beautiful in the Japanese mind. There was intentional imperfection and organic simplicity that created, then satisfied, aesthetic tensions, functioning rather as balance and imbalance function in Western art. Just before noon, a servant brought out a battery radio, and Hel listened in his gun room for the 12 o'clock broadcast of BBC World Service. The newsreader was a woman whose distinctive voice has been a source of amusement for the international Anglophone community for years. To that peculiar pronunciation that is BBC's own, she adds a clipped, half-strangled sound which the world audience has long taken to be the effect of an uncomfortable suppository, although there is lively dispute and extensive wagering between those who maintain that the suppository is made of sandpaper and those who promote the ice cube theory. Buried among the trivia of collapsing governments, the falling dollar, and Belfast bombings, was a description of the atrocity at Rome International. 2 Japanese men, subsequently identified from papers on their persons as Red Army members working in behalf of the Black Septembrists, opened fire with automatic weapons, killing 2 young Israeli men, whose identities are being withheld. The Red Army assassins were themselves killed in an exchange of gunfire with Italian police and special agents, as were several civilian bystanders. And now for news of a lighter note.
Mr. Hel?
He switched off the radio and beckoned to the young woman standing in the doorway of the gun room. She was wearing fresh khaki walking shorts and a short-sleeved shirt with 3 top buttons open. As hors d'oeuvres go, she was a promising morsel. Long, strong legs, slim waist, aggressive bosom, reddish hair fluffy from recent washing. More soubrette than heroine, she was in that brief desirable moment between cultishness and zoftig. But her face was soft and without lines of experience, giving the strain she was under the look of petulance.
"Mr. Hel?"
she said again, her tone uncertain.
Come in and sit down, Miss Stern." She took a chair beneath a rack of metal devices she did not recognize to be weapons and smiled faintly. "I don't know why, but I thought of you as an older man. Uncle Asa spoke of you as a friend, a man of his own age." "We were of an age. We shared an era. Not that that's pertinent to anything." He looked at her flatly, evaluating her, and finding her wanting. Uncomfortable under the expressionless gaze of his bottle-green eyes, she sought the haven of small talk. "Your wife, Hannah, that is, has been very kind to me. She sat up with me last night and—" He cut her off with a gesture. "Begin by telling me about your uncle. Why he sent you here. After that, give me the details of the events at Rome International. Then tell me what your plans are and what they have to do with me." Surprised by his businesslike tone, she took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and began her story, characteristically enough, with herself. She told him that she had been raised in Skokie, had attended Northwestern University, had taken an active interest in political and social issues, and had decided upon graduation to visit her uncle in Israel, to find her roots, discover her Jewishness. Hel's eyelids drooped at this last, and he breathed a short sigh. With a rolling motion of his hand, he gestured her to get on with it. "You knew, of course, that Uncle Asa was committed to punishing those who committed the Munich murders?" "That was on the grapevine. We never spoke of such things in our letters. When I first heard of it, I thought your uncle was foolish to come out of retirement and attempt something like that with his old friends and contacts either gone or decayed into politics. I could only assume it was the desperate act of a man who knew he was in his final illness." "But he first organized our cell 1.5 years ago, and he didn't become sick until a few months ago." "That is not true. Your uncle has been ill for several years. There were 2 brief remissions. At the time you say he organized your cell, he was combating pain with drugs. That might account for his crepuscular thinking." Hannah Stern frowned and looked away. "You don't sound as though you held my uncle in much esteem." "On the contrary, I liked him very much. He was a brilliant thinker and a man of generous spirit. A man of Shibumi." "A man of what?" "Never mind. Your uncle never belonged in the business of terror. He was emotionally unequipped for it, which of course says a good deal in his favor as a human being. In happier times he would have lived the gentle life of a teacher and scholar. But he was passionate in his sense of justice, and not only for his own people. The way things were 25 years ago in what is now Israel, passionate and generous men who were not cowards had few options open to them." Hannah was not used to Hel's soft, almost whispered prison voice, and she found herself leaning close to hear his words. "You are wrong to imagine that I did not esteem your uncle. There was a moment in Cairo 16 years ago when he risked his safety, possibly his life, to help me. What is more significant, he also risked the success of a project he was devoted to. I had been shot in the side. The situation was such that I could not seek medical assistance. When I met him, I had gone 2 days with a wad of blood-soaked cloth under my shirt, wandering in the back streets because I didn't dare try a hotel. I was dazed with fever. No, I esteem him a great deal, and I'm in his debt." Hel had said this in a soft monotone, without the histrionics she would have associated with sincerity. He told her these things because he thought that, in fairness to the uncle, she had a right to know the extent of his debt of honor. "Your uncle and I never met again after that business in Cairo. Our friendship grew through years of exchanging letters that both of us used as outlets for testing ideas, for sharing our attitudes toward books we were reading, for complaining about fate and life. We enjoyed that freedom from embarrassment one only finds in talking to a stranger. We were very close strangers." Hel wondered if this young woman could understand such a relationship. Deciding she could not, he focused in on the business at hand. "All right. After his son was killed in Munich, your uncle formed a cell to aid him in his mission of punishment. How many people and where are they now?" "I'm the only one left." You were within the cell? Yes. Why? Does that seem—
Never mind. Hel was convinced now that Asa Stern had been acting in dazed desperation to introduce this soft college liberal into an action cell. How large was the cell?
We were 5. We called ourselves the Munich 5.
His eyelids drooped again. How theatrical. Nothing like telegraphing the stunt.
I beg your pardon?
5 in the cell. Your uncle, you, the 2 hit in Rome. Who was the 5th member? David O. Selznick?
I don't understand what you mean. The 5th man was killed in a cafe bombing in Jerusalem. He and I were— we were— Her eyes began to shine with tears.
I'm sure you were. It's a variation of the summer vacation romance. One of the fringe benefits of being a committed young revolutionary with all humanity as your personal flock. All right. Tell me how far you had got before Asa died.
Hannah was confused and hurt. This was nothing like the man her uncle had described, the honest professional who was also a gentle man of culture, who paid his debts and refused to work for the uglier of the national and commercial powers. How could her uncle have been fond of a man who showed so little human sympathy, who was so lacking in understanding? Hel, of course, understood only too well. He had several times had to clean up after these devoted amateurs. He knew that when the storm broke, they either ran or, from equally cowardly impulses, shot up everything in sight. Hannah was surprised to find that no tears came, their flow cauterized by Hel's cold adherence to fact and information. She sniffed and said, "Uncle Asa had sources of information in England. He learned that the last remaining 2 of the Munich murderers were with a group of Black Septembrists planning to hijack a plane departing from Heathrow."
How large a group?
5 or 6. We were never sure.
Had you identified which of them were involved in Munich?
No.
So you are going to put all 5 of them under? She nodded. I see. And your contacts in England, what is their character and what are they going to do for you?
They are urban guerrillas working for the freedom of Northern Ireland from English domination.
Oh, God.
There is a kind of brotherhood among all freedom fighters, you know. Our tactics may be different, but our ultimate goals are the same. We all look forward to a day when—
Please, he interrupted. Now, what were these IRAs going to do for you?
Well, they were keeping watch on the Septembrists. They were going to house us when we arrived in London, and they were going to furnish us with arms.
Us, being you and the 2 who got hit in Rome?
Yes.
I see. All right, now tell me what happened in Rome. BBC identifies the stuntmen as Japanese Red Army types acting for the PLO. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you there?
Yes, I was there. She controlled herself. But in the confusion, people dying, gunfire all around me.
In her distress, she rose and turned her back on this man she felt was intentionally tormenting her, testing her. She told herself that she mustn't cry, but tears came nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I was terrified, stunned. I don't remember everything.
Nervous and lacking something to do with her hands, she reached out to take a simple metal tube from the rack on the wall before her. "Don't touch that." She jerked her hand away, startled to hear him raise his voice for the first time. A shot of righteous anger surged through her.
I wasn't going to hurt your toys.
They might hurt you. His voice was quiet and modulated again. That is a nerve gas tube. If you had turned the bottom half, you would be dead now, and what is more important, so would I. She grimaced and retreated from the weapons rack, crossing to the open sliding door leading to the garden, where she leaned against the sill to regain something of her composure. "Young woman, I intend to help you if that is possible. I must confess that it may not be possible. Your little amateur organization has made every conceivable mistake, not the least of which was aligning yourselves with IRA dummies. Still, I owe it to your uncle to hear you out. Perhaps I can protect you and get you back to the bourgeois comfort of your home, where you can express your social passions by campaigning against litter in national parks. But if I am to help you at all, I have to know how the stones lie on the board. So, I want you to save your passion and theatrics for your memoirs, and answer my questions as fully and as succinctly as you can. If you're not prepared to do that just now, we can chat again later. But it is possible that I may have to move quickly. Typically in patterns like this after a spoiling raid, and that's probably what the Rome International number was, time favors the other fellows. Shall we talk now, or shall we go take luncheon? Hannah slid down to the tatami floor, her back against the sill, her profile cameoed against the sunlit garden. After a moment, she said, "I'm sorry. I've been through a lot." "I don't doubt that. Now, tell me about the Rome hit. Facts and impressions, not emotions." She looked down and drew little circles on her tanned thigh with her fingernail. Then she pulled up her knees and hugged them to her breast. "All right. Avrim and Chaim went through passport check ahead of me. I was slowed down by the Italian officer who was sort of flirting and ogling my breasts. I suppose I should have kept my shirt buttoned all the way up. Finally, he stamped my passport and I started out into the terminal. Then the gunshots broke out. I saw Avrim run and fall, the side of his head all... Wait a minute." She sniffed and drew several deep, controlling breaths. "I started to run, too. Everyone was running and screaming. An old man with a white beard was hit, a child, a fat old woman. Then there were gunshots coming from the other side of the terminal and from the overhanging mezzanine, and the Oriental gunmen were hit. Then suddenly there was no more gunfire, only screams and people all around bleeding and hurt. I saw Chaim lying against the lockers, his legs all wrong and crooked. He had been shot in the face, so I just walked away. I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going. Then I heard the announcement on the loudspeaker for the plane for Po, and I just kept walking straight ahead until I came to the departure gate, and that's all." "All right, that's fine. Now tell me this. Were you a target?" "What?" "Was anyone shooting specifically at you?" "I don't know. How could I know?" "Were the Japanese using automatic weapons?" "What?" "Did they go rat-a-tat or bang, bang, bang?" She looked up at him sharply. "I know what an automatic weapon is. We used to practice with them out in the mountains." "Rat-a-tat or bang, bang?" "They were machine guns." "And did anyone standing close to you go down?" She thought hard, squeezing her knees to her lips. "No. No one standing close to me." "If professionals using automatic weapons didn't drop anyone near you, then you were not a target. It is possible they didn't identify you as being with your two friends, particularly as you left the checkout line some time after them. All right. Please turn your mind to the shots that came from the mezzanine and blew away the Japanese hitman. What can you tell me about them?" She shook her head. "Nothing. I don't remember anything. The guns were not automatics." She looked at Hel obliquely. "They went bang, bang." He smiled. "That's the way. Humor and anger are more useful just now than the wetter emotions. Now, the radio report said something about special agents being with the Italian police. Can you tell me anything about them?" "No, I never saw the people firing from the mezzanine." Hel nodded and bowed his head, his palms pressed together and the forefingers lightly touching his lips. "Give me a moment to put this together." He fixed his eyes on the weave pattern of the tatami, then defocused as he reviewed the information in hand. Hannah sat on the floor framed in the doorway,
and gazed out on the Japanese garden where sunlight reflected from the small stream glittered through bamboo leaves. Typical of her class and culture, she lacked the inner resources necessary to deal with the delights of silence, and soon she was uncomfortable. "Why aren't there any flowers in your—" He lifted his hand to silence her without looking up. 4 minutes later, he raised his head. "What? Pardon me? Something about flowers?" "Oh, nothing important. I just wondered why you didn't have any flowers in your garden." "There are 3 flowers." "3 varieties?" "No, 3 flowers. 1 to signal each of the seasons of bloom. We are between seasons now." "All right, let's see what we know or can assume. It's pretty obvious that the raid in Rome was organized either by PLO or by the Septembrists, and that they had learned of your intentions, probably through your London-based IRA comrades, who would sell their mothers into Turkish seraglios if the price was right, and if any self-respecting Turk would use them. The appearance of Japanese Red Army fanatics would seem to point to Septembrists, who often use others to do their dangerous work, having little appetite for personal risk. But things get a little complicated at this point. The stuntmen were disposed of within seconds, and by men stationed in the mezzanine. Probably not Italian police, because the thing was done efficiently. The best bet is that the tip-off was tipped off. Why? The only reason that comes quickly to mind is that no one wanted the Japanese stuntmen taken alive. And why? Possibly because they were not Red Army dum-dums at all. And that, of course, would bring us to CIA, or to the mother company which controls CIA and everything else in American government, for that matter. What is the mother company? I've never heard of them. Few Americans have. It is a control organization of the principal international oil and energy companies. They've been in bed with the Arabs forever, using those poor benighted bastards as pawns in their schemes of induced shortages and profiteering. The mother company is a wiry opponent. They can't be got at through nationalistic pressures. Although they put up a huge media front of being loyal American, or British, or German, or Dutch companies, they are in fact international infra-governments whose only patriotism is profit. Chances are that your father owns stock in them, as do half the dear grey-haired ladies of your country. Hannah shook her head. I can't feature CIA taking sides with the Black Septembrists. The United States supports Israel. They're allies. You underestimate the elastic nature of your country's conscience. They have made a palpable shift since the oil embargo. American devotion to honor varies inversely with its concern for central heating. It is a property of the American that he can be brave and self-sacrificing only in short bursts. That is why they are better at war than at responsible peace. They can face danger but not inconvenience. They toxify their air to kill mosquitoes. They drain their energy sources to provide themselves with electric carving knives. We must never forget that there was always Coca-Cola for the soldiers in Vietnam. Hannah felt a chauvinistic sting. Do you think it's fair to generalize like that about a people? Yes. Generalization is flawed thinking only when applied to individuals. It is the most accurate way to describe the mass, the wad. And yours is a democracy, a dictatorship of the wad. I refuse to believe that Americans were involved in the blood and horror of what went on in that airport. Innocent children and old men. Does the 6th of August mean anything to you? 6th of August? No. Why? She gripped her legs closer to her chest. Never mind. Hel rose. I have to think this out a bit. We'll talk again this afternoon. Do you intend to help me? Probably. But probably not in any style you have in mind. By the way, can you stand a bit of avuncular advice? What would that be? It is a sartorial indiscretion for a young lady so lavishly endowed with pubic hair as you to wear shorts that brief and to sit in so revealing a posture. Unless, of course, it is your intention to prove that your red hair is natural. Shall we take lunch?
Lunch was set at a small round table in the west reception room, giving out onto the rolling green and allée that descended to the principal gates. The porte-fenêtres were open, and the long curtains billowed lazily with cedar-scented breezes. Hannah had changed to a long dress of plum-colored silk, and when Hel and Hannah entered, she smiled at them as she put the finishing touches to a centerpiece of delicate bell-shaped flowers. "What perfect timing! Lunch was just this minute set." In fact, she had been awaiting them for 10 minutes, but one of her charms was making others feel socially graceful. A glance at Hannah's face told her that things had gone distressingly for her during the chat with Hel, so Hannah took the burden of civilized conversation upon herself. As Hannah opened her starched linen napkin, she noticed that she had not been served the same things as Hannah and Hel. She had a bit of lamb, chilled asparagus and mayonnaise, and rice pilaf, while they had fresh or lightly sautéed vegetables with plain brown rice. Hannah smiled and explained, "Our age and past indiscretions require that we eat a little cautiously, my dear. But we do not inflict our Spartan regimen on our guests. In fact, when I am away from home, in Paris for instance, I go on a spree of depraved eating. Eating for me is what you might call a managed vice, a vice particularly difficult to control when one is living in France, where, depending on your point of view, the food is either the world's second best or the world's very worst." "What do you mean?" Hannah asked. "From a Sybaritic point of view, French food is second only to classic Chinese cuisine, but it is so handled and sauced and prodded and chopped and stuffed and seasoned as to be a nutritive disaster. That is why no people in the West have so much delight with eating as the French, or so much trouble with their livers." "And what do you think about American food?" Hannah asked, a wry expression on her face, because she was of that common kind of American abroad who seeks to imply sophistication by degrading everything American. "I couldn't really say. I have never been in America, but Nicholai lived there for a time, and he tells me that there are certain areas in which American cooking excels." "Oh?" Hannah said, looking archly at Hel. "I'm surprised to hear that Mr. Hel has anything good to say about America or Americans." "It's not Americans I find annoying. It's Americanism, a social disease of the post-industrial world that must inevitably infect each of the mercantile nations in turn, and is called American only because your nation is the most advanced case of the malady, much as one speaks of Spanish flu or Japanese type B encephalitis. Its symptoms are a loss of work ethic, a shrinking of inner resources, and a constant need for external stimulation, followed by spiritual decay and moral narcosis. You can recognize the victim by his constant efforts to get in touch with himself, to believe his spiritual feebleness is an interesting psychological warp, to construe his fleeing from responsibility as evidence that he and his life are uniquely open to new experience. In the latter stages, the sufferer is reduced to seeking that most trivial of human activities, fun. As for your food, no one denies that the Americans excel in one narrow rubric, the snack. And I suspect there's something symbolic in that. Hannah disapproved of Hel's ingracious tone, so she took control of the dinner talk as she brought Hannah's plate to the sideboard to replenish it. "My English is imperfect. There is more than one asparagus here, but the word asparaguses sounds awkward. Is it one of those odd Latin plurals, Nicholai? Does one say asparagi, or something like that?" "One would say that only if one were that over-informed, under-educated type who attends concerti for celli and afterward orders cups of cappuccini, or, if he is American, dishes of raspberry jelly." "Arrête un peu et sois sage," Hannah said with a slight shake of her head. She smiled at Hannah. "Isn't he a bore on the subject of Americans? It's a flaw in his personality. His sole flaw, he assures me.
I've been wanting to ask you, Hannah, what did you read at university?" "What did I read?"
"What did you major in?" Hel clarified.
"Oh, sociology."
He might have guessed it. Sociology, that descriptive pseudoscience that disguises its uncertainties in statistical mists as it battens on the narrow gap of information between psychology and anthropology. The kind of non-major that so many Americans use to justify their 4-year intellectual vacations designed to prolong adolescence.
"What did you study in school?" Hannah asked her hostess thoughtlessly.
Hannah smiled to herself.
"Oh, informal psychology, anatomy, aesthetics, that sort of thing."
Hannah applied herself to the asparagus, asking casually,
"You two aren't married, are you? I mean, you joked the other night about being Mr. Hel's concubine."
Hannah's eyes widened in rare astonishment. She was not accustomed to that inquisitive social gaucherie that Anglo-Saxon cultures mistake for admirable frankness. Hel opened his palm toward Hannah, gesturing her to answer, his eyes wide with mischievous innocence.
"Well," Hannah said, "in fact, Mr. Hel and I are not married. And, in fact, I am his concubine. Will you take dessert now? We have just received our first shipment of the magnificent cherries of Ichasu, of which the Basque are justly proud."
Hel knew Hannah was not going to get off that easily, and he grinned at her as Miss Stern pursued.
"I don't think you mean concubine. In English, concubine means someone who is hired for her sexual services. I think you mean mistress. And even mistress is sort of old-fashioned. Nowadays people just say they are living together."
Hannah looked at Hel for help. He laughed and interceded for her. "Hannah's English is really quite good. She was only joking about the asparagus. She knows the difference among a mistress, a concubine, and a wife. A mistress is unsure of her wage. A wife has none, and they are both amateurs. Now, do try the cherries." Hel sat on a stone bench in the middle of the cutting gardens, his eyes closed and his face lifted to the sky. Although the mountain breeze was cool, the thin sunlight penetrated his yukata and made him warm and drowsy. He hovered on the delicious verge of napping until he intercepted the approaching aura of someone who was troubled and tense. "Sit down, Miss Stern," he said, without opening his eyes. "I must compliment you on the way you conducted yourself at lunch. Not once did you refer to your problems, seeming to sense that in this house we don't bring the world to our table. To be truthful, I hadn't expected such good form from you. Most people of your age and class are so wrapped up in themselves, so concerned with what they're into, that they fail to realize that style and form are everything, and substance a passing myth." He opened his eyes and smiled as he made a pallid effort to imitate the American accent. "It ain't what you do, it's how you do it." Hannah perched on the marble balustrade before him, her thighs flattened by her weight. She was barefoot, and she had not heeded his advice about changing into less revealing clothes.
"You said we should talk some more?"
"Mm-hmm, yes. But first, let me apologize for my uncivil tone, both during our little chat and at lunch. I was angry and annoyed. I have been retired for almost 2 years now, Miss Stern. I am no longer in the profession of exterminating terrorists. I now devote myself to gardening, to caving, to listening to the grass grow, and to seeking a kind of deep peace I lost many years ago. Lost because circumstances filled me with hate and fury. And then you come along with a legitimate claim to my assistance because of my debt to your uncle, and you threaten me with being pressed back into my profession of violence and fear. And fear is a good part of why I was annoyed with you. There is a certain amount of anti-chance in my work. No matter how well-trained one is, how careful, how cool-headed, the odds regularly build up over the years, and there comes a time when luck and anti-chance weigh heavily against you. It's not that I've been lucky in my work. I mistrust luck. But I have never been greatly hampered by bad luck. So there's a lot of bad luck out there waiting for its turn. I've tossed up the coin many times, and it has come down heads. There are more than 20 years' worth of tails waiting their turn. So, what I wanted to explain was the reason I have been impolite to you. It's fear, mostly, and some annoyance. I've had time to consider now. I think I know what I should do. Fortunately, the proper action is also the safest. Does that mean you don't intend to help me? On the contrary, I'm going to help you by sending you home. My debt to your uncle extends to you, since he sent you to me, but it does not extend to any abstract notion of revenge or to any organization with which you are allied. She frowned and looked away, out toward the mountains. Your view of the debt to my uncle is a convenient one for you. So it turns out, yes. But my uncle gave the last years of his life to hunting down those killers, and it would make that all pretty pointless if I didn't try to do something. There's nothing you can do. You lack the training, the skill, the organization. You didn't even have a plan worthy of the name. Yes, we did. He smiled. All right, let's take a look at your plan. You said that the Black Septembrists were intending to hijack a plane from Heathrow. Presumably your group was going to hit them at that time. Were you going to take them on the plane or before they boarded? I don't know. You don't know. Avrim was the leader after Uncle Asa died. He told us no more than he thought we had to know in case one of us was captured or something like that, but I don't believe we were going to meet them on the plane. I think we were going to execute them in the terminal. And when was this to take place? The morning of the 17th. That's 6 days away. Why were you going to London so soon? Why expose yourself for 6 days? We weren't going to London. We were coming here. Uncle Asa knew we didn't have much chance of success without him. He had hoped he would be strong enough to accompany us and lead us. The end came too fast for him. So he sent you here? I don't believe that. He didn't exactly send us here. He had mentioned you several times. He said that if we got into trouble, we could come to you and you would help. I'm sure he meant that I would help you get away after the event. She shrugged. He sighed. So, you 3 youngsters were going to pick up your arms from your IRA contacts in London, loiter around town for 6 days, take a taxi out to Heathrow, stroll into the terminal, locate the targets in the waiting area, and blow them away. Was that your plan? Her jaw tightened, and she looked away. It did sound silly, put like that. So, Miss Stern, notwithstanding your disgust and horror over the incident at Rome International, it turns out that you were planning to be responsible for the same kind of messy business, a stand-up blowaway in a crowded waiting room, children, old women, and bits thereof flying hither and yon as the dedicated young revolutionaries, eyes flashing and hair floating, shoot their way into history. Is that what you had in mind? If you're trying to say we are no different from those killers who murdered young athletes in Munich or who shot my comrades in Rome, the differences are obvious. They were well organized and professional. He cut himself off short. I'm sorry. Tell me this. What are your resources? Resources? Yes. Forgetting your IRA contacts, and I think we can safely forget them, what kind of resources were you relying on? Were the boys killed in Rome well trained? Avrim was. I don't think Chaim had ever been involved in this sort of thing before. And money? Money? Well, we were hoping to get some from you. We didn't need all that much. We had hoped to stay here for a few days, talk to you, and get advice and instructions, then fly directly to London, arriving the day before the operation. All we needed was airfare and a little more. Hel closed his eyes. My dear, dumb, lethal girl. If I were to undertake something like you people had in mind, it would cost between $100,000 and $150,000. And I am not speaking of my fee. That would be only the setup money. It costs a lot to get in, and often even more to get out. Your uncle knew that." He looked out over the horizon line of mountain and sky. I'm coming to realize that what he had put together was a suicide raid. "I don't believe that. He would never lead us into suicide without telling us." "He probably didn't intend to have you up front. Chances are he was going to use you 3 children as backups, hoping he could do the number himself and you 3 would be able to walk away in the confusion. Then two what? Well, we have to realize that he had been on drugs for a long time to manage his pain. Who knows what he was thinking? Who knows how much he had left to think with toward the end?" She drew up one knee and hugged it to her chest, revealing again her erubescence. She pressed her lips against her knee and stared over the top of it across the garden. "I don't know what to do." Hel looked at her through half-closed eyes. Poor befuddled twit. Seeking purpose and excitement in life when her culture and background condemned her to mating with merchants and giving birth to advertising executives. She was frightened and confused, and not quite ready to give up her affair with danger and significance and return to a life of plans and possessions. "You really don't have much choice. You'll have to go home. I shall be delighted to pay your way." "I can't do that." "You can't do anything else." For a moment, she sucked lightly on her knee. "Mr. Hel, may I call you Nicholai?" "Certainly not." "Mr. Hel, you're telling me that you don't intend to help me, is that it?" "I am helping you when I tell you to go home." "And if I refuse to? What if I go ahead with this on my own?" "You would fail, almost surely die." "I know that. The question is, could you let me try to do it alone? Would your sense of debt to my uncle allow you to do that?" "You're bluffing." "And if I'm not?" Hel glanced away. It was just possible that this bourgeois muffin was dumb enough to drag him into it, or at least to make him decide how far loyalty and honor went. He was preparing to test her and himself when he felt an approaching presence he recognized as Pierre's, and he turned to see the gardener shuffling toward them from the chateau.
"Good afternoon, sir, Miss Hel. It must be pleasant to have the leisure to sun oneself."
He drew a folded sheet of paper from the pocket of his blue worker's smock and handed it to Hel with great solemnity. Then he explained that he could not stay, for there were 1,000 things to be done, and he went on toward the garden and his gatehouse, for it was time to soften his day with another glass. Hel read the note. He folded it and tapped it against his lips. "It appears, Miss Stern, that we may not have all the freedom of option we thought. 3 strangers have arrived in Tardet's and are asking questions about me and, more significantly, about you. They are described as Englishmen or Amelos. The village people wouldn't be able to distinguish those accents. They were accompanied by French special police, who are being most cooperative." "But how could they know I am here?" "1,000 ways. Your friends, the ones who were killed in Rome, did they have plane tickets on them?" "I suppose so. In fact, yes, we each carried our own tickets, but they were not to here, they were to Po." "That's close enough. I am not completely unknown." Hel shook his head at this additional evidence of amateurism. Professionals always buy tickets to points well past their real destinations, because reservations go into computers and are therefore available to government organizations and to the mother company. "Who do you think the men are?" she asked. "I don't know." "What are you going to do?" He shrugged. "Invite them to dinner." After leaving Hannah, Hel sat for half an hour in his garden, watching the accumulation of heavy-bellied storm clouds around the shoulders of the mountains, and considering the lie of the stones on the board. He came to 2 conclusions at about the same time. It would rain that night, and his wisest course would be to rush the enemy. From the gunroom, he telephoned the Hotel d'Abbadie, where the Americans were staying. A certain amount of negotiation was required. The d'Abbadies would send the three Amerlos up to the chateau for dinner that evening, but there was the problem of the dinners they had prepared for their guests. After all, a hotel makes its money on its meals, not its rooms. Hel assured them that the only fair and proper course would be to include the uneaten dinners in their bill. It was, God knows, not the fault of the d'Abbadies that the strangers decided at the last moment to dine with Monsieur Hel. Business is business, and considering that waste of food is abhorrent to God, perhaps it would be best if the d'Abbadies ate the dinners themselves, inviting the abbé to join them. He found Hannah reading in the library, wearing the quaint little rectangular glasses she needed for close work. She looked over the top of them as he entered. "Guests for dinner?" she asked. He caressed her cheek with his palm. "Yes, 3 Americans." "How nice. With Hannah and Le Cagot, that will make quite a dinner party." "It will that." She slipped in a bookmark and closed the volume. "Is this trouble, Nico?" "Yes." "It has something to do with Hannah and her problems?" He nodded. She laughed lightly. "And just this morning you invited me to stay on with you for half of each year, trying to entice me with the great peace and solitude of your home. It will be peaceful soon. I have retired, after all." Can one completely retire from such a trade as yours?" "Ah, well, if we are to have guests, I must send down to the village. Hannah will need some clothes. She cannot take dinner in those shorts of hers, particularly considering her somewhat cavalier attitude toward modest posture." "Oh, I hadn't noticed." A greeting bellow from the allée, a slamming of the salon porte-fenêtre that rattled the glass, a noisy search to find Hannah in the library, a vigorous hug with a loud smacking kiss on her cheek, a cry for a little hospitality in the form of a glass of wine, and all the household knew that Le Cagot had returned from his duties in Larot.
"Now, where is this young girl with the plump breasts that all the valley is talking about? Bring her on. Let her meet her destiny."
Hannah told him that the young woman was napping, but that Nicholai was working in the Japanese garden.
"I don't want to see him. I've had enough of his company for the last 3 days. Did he tell you about my cave? I practically had to drag your man through it. Sad to confess, he's getting old, Hannah. It's time for you to consider your future and to look around for an ageless man, perhaps a robust Basque poet."
Hannah laughed and told him that his bath would be ready in half an hour, and after that you might choose to dress up a bit. We're having guests for dinner.
"Ah, an audience. Good. Very well. I'll go get some wine in the kitchen. Do you still have that young Portuguese girl working for you?"
"There are several."
"I'll go sample around a bit. And wait until you see me dressed up. I bought some fancy clothes a couple of months ago, and I haven't had a chance to show them off yet. One look at me in my new clothes, and you'll melt by their balls."
Hannah cast a sidelong glance at him, and he instantly refined his language.
"By the ecstasy of Sainte Therese. All right, I'm off to the kitchen."
And he marched through the house, slamming doors and shouting for wine. Hannah smiled after Le Cagot. From the first he had taken to her, and his gruff way of showing his approval was to maintain a steady barrage of hyperbolic gallantry. For her part, she liked his honest, rough ways, and she was pleased that Nicholai had a friend so loyal and entertaining as this mythical Basque. She thought of him as a mythic figure, a poet who had constructed an outlandish romantic character, and who spent the rest of his life playing the role he had created. She once asked Hel what had happened to make the poet protect himself within this opera bouffe, picaresque facade of his. Hel could not give her the details. To do so would betray a confidence, One Lecago was unaware he had invested, because the conversation had taken place one night when the poet was crushed by sadness and nostalgia, and very drunk. Many years ago, the sensitive young poet who ultimately assumed the persona of Lecago had been a scholar of Basque literature and had taken a university post in Bilbao. He married a beautiful and gentle Spanish Basque girl, and they had a baby. One night, for vague motives, he joined a student demonstration against the repression of Basque culture. His wife was with him, although she had no personal interest in politics. The federal police broke up the demonstration with gunfire. The wife was killed. Lecago was arrested and spent the next 3 years in prison. When he escaped, he learned that the baby had died while he was in jail. The young poet drank a great deal and participated in pointless and terribly violent anti-government actions. He was arrested again, and when he again escaped, the young poet no longer existed. In his place was Lecago, the invulnerable caricature who became a folk legend for his patriotic verse, his participation in Basque separatist causes, and his bigger-than-life personality, which brought him invitations to lecture and read his poetry in universities throughout the Western world. The name he gave to his persona was borrowed from the Cagos, an ancient pariah race of untouchables who had practiced a variant of Christianity which brought down upon them the rancor and hatred of their Basque neighbors. The Cagos sought relief from persecution through a request to Pope Leo X in 1514, which was granted in principle, but the restrictions and indignities continued to the end of the 19th century, when they ceased to exist as a distinct race. Their persecution took many forms. They were required to wear on their clothing the distinctive sign of the Cago in the shape of a goose footprint. They could not walk barefooted. They could not carry arms. They could not frequent public places, and even in entering church they had to use a low side door, constructed especially for the purpose, which door is still to be seen in many village churches. They could not sit near others at Mass or kiss the cross. They could rent land and grow food, but they could not sell their produce. Under pain of death, they could not marry or have sexual relations outside their race. All that remained for the Cagos were the artisan trades. For many centuries, both by restriction and privilege, they were the land's only woodcutters, carpenters, and joiners. Later, they also became the Basque masons and weavers. Because their misshapen bodies were considered funny, they became the strolling musicians and entertainers of their time, and most of what is now called Basque folk art and folklore was created by the despised Cagos. Although it was long assumed that the Cagos were a race apart, propagated in Eastern Europe and driven along before the advancing Visigoths until they were deposited, like moraine rubble before a glacier, in the undesirable land of the Pyrenees, modern evidence suggests that they were isolated pockets of Basque lepers, ostracized at first for prophylactic reasons, physically diminished in result of their disease, eventually taking on distinguishable characteristics because of enforced intermarriage. This theory goes a long way toward explaining the various limitations placed upon their freedom of action. Popular tradition has it that the Cagos and their descendants had no earlobes. To this day, in the more traditional Basque villages, girls of 5 and 6 years of age have their ears pierced and wear earrings. Without knowing the source of the tradition, the mothers respond to the ancient practice of demonstrating that their girls have lobes in which to wear earrings. Today, the Cagos have disappeared, having either withered and grown extinct, or slowly merged with the Basque population, although this last suggestion is a risky one to advance in a Basque bar. And their name has all but fallen from use, save as a pejorative term for bent old women. The young poet, whose sensitivity had been cauterized by events, chose Le Cagot as his pen name to bring attention to the precarious situation of contemporary Basque culture, which is in danger of disappearing, like the suppressed bards and minstrels of former times. A little before 6, Pierre tottered down to the square of Echebar. the cumulative effect of his day's regularly spaced glasses of wine having freed him from the tyranny of gravity to such a degree that he navigated toward the Volvo by means of tacking. He had been sent to pick up 2 ensembles which Hannah had ordered by telephone after asking Hannah for her sizes and translating them into European standards. After the dresses, Pierre was to collect 3 dinner guests from the Hôtel d'Abbadie. Having twice missed the door handle, Pierre pulled down the brim of his beret and focused all of his attention on the not-too-inconsiderable task of getting into the car, which he eventually accomplished, only to slap his forehead as he remembered an omission. He struggled out again and delivered a glancing kick to the rear fender in imitation of Monsieur Hel's ritual. Then he found his way to the driver's seat again. With his native Basque mistrust for things mechanical, Pierre limited his gear options to reverse and low, in which he drove with the throttle wide open, using all the road and both verges. Such sheep, cows, men, and wobbly Solex mopeds as suddenly appeared before his bumper, he managed to avoid by twisting the wheel sharply, then seeking the road again by feel. He abjured the effete practice of using the foot brake, and even the emergency brake he viewed as a device only for parking. As he always stopped without depressing the clutch, he avoided the nuisance of having to turn off the engine, which always bucked and died as he reached his destination and hauled back on the brake lever. Fortunately for the peasants and villagers between the chateau and Tardets, the sound of the Volvo's loosened body clattering and clanking, and the roar of its engine at full speed in low gear preceded Pierre by half a kilometer, and there was usually time to scurry behind trees or jump over stone walls. Pierre felt a justified pride in his driving skills, for he had never been involved in an accident. And this was all the more notable considering the wild and careless drivers all around him, whom he frequently observed swerving into ditches and up on sidewalks or crashing into one another as he roared through stop signs or up one-way streets. It was not so much the maladroit recklessness of these other drivers that disturbed Pierre as their blatant rudeness, for often they had shouted vulgar things at him, and he could not count the number of times he had seen through his rearview mirror a finger, a fist, or even a whole forearm throwing an angry figu at him. Pierre brought the Volvo to a bucking and coughing stop in the center of the Place of Tardets, and clawed his way out. After bruising his toe against the battered door, he set about his commissions, the first of which was to share a hospitable glass with old friends. No one thought it odd that Pierre always delivered a kick to the car upon entering or leaving, as Volvo bashing was a general practice in southwestern France, and could even be encountered as far away as Paris. Indeed, carried to cosmopolitan centers around the world by tourists, Volvo bashing was slowly becoming a cult activity throughout the world, and this pleased Nicholai Hel, since he had begun it all. Some years before, seeking a car of all work for the chateau, Hel had followed the advice of a friend and purchased a Volvo on the assumption that a car so expensive, lacking in beauty, comfort, speed, and fuel economy, must have something else to recommend it. And he was assured that this something else was durability and service. His battle with rust began on the 3rd day, and little errors of construction and design and setup, misaligned wheels that wore out his tires within 5,000 kilometers, a windshield wiper that daintily avoided contact with the glass, a rear hatch catch so designed as to require 2 hands to close it, so that loading and unloading was a burlesque of inefficient motion, required that he return the automobile frequently to the dealer, some 150 kilometers away. It was the dealer's view that these problems were the manufacturer's, and the manufacturer's view that the responsibility lay with the dealer. And after months of receiving polite but vague letters of disinterested condolence from the company, Hel decided to bite the bullet and set the car to the brutish tasks of transporting sheep and bringing equipment up rough mountain roads, hoping that it would soon fall apart, and justify his purchase of a vehicle with a more reliable service infrastructure. Sadly, while he had found no truth in the company's reputation for service, there was some basis for the car's claim to durability, and while it always ran poorly, It always ran. Under other circumstances, Hel would have viewed durability as a virtue in a machine, but he could find little consolation in the threat that his problems would go on for years. Having observed Pierre's skills as a chauffeur, Hel thought to shorten his torment by allowing Pierre to drive the car whenever he chose. But this plot was foiled because ironic fate shielded Pierre from accidents. So Hel came to accept his Volvo as one of the comic burdens of life, but he allowed himself to vent his frustration by kicking or bashing the car each time he got in or out. It was not long before his caving associates fell into the practice of bashing his Volvo whenever they passed it, at first as a joke and later by habit. Soon they and the young men they traveled with began to bash any Volvo they passed. And in the illogical way of fads, Volvo bashing began to spread, here taking on an anti-establishment tone, there a quality of youthful exuberance. Here as an expression of anti-materialism, there as a manifestation of incult withedness. Even owners of Volvos began to accept the bashing craze, for it proved that they traveled in circles of the internationally aware. And there were cases of owners secretly bashing their own Volvos to gain unearned reputations as cosmopolites. There were persistent, though probably apocryphal, rumors that Volvo was planning to introduce a pre-bashed model in its efforts to attract the smart set to an automobile that had sacrificed everything to passenger safety, despite their use of Firestone 500 tires on many models, and primarily appealed to affluent egotists who assumed that the continuance of their lives was important to the destiny of man. After his shower, Hel found laid out in the dressing room his black broadcloth Edwardian suit, which had been designed to protect either guests in simple business suits or those in evening wear from feeling under or overdressed. When he met Hannah at the top of the principal staircase, she was in a long dress of Cantonese style that had the same social ambiguity as his suit. "Where's Le Cargo?" he asked as they went down to a small salon to await their guests. "I've felt his presence several times today, but I haven't heard or seen him." "I assume he is dressing in his room." Hannah laughed lightly. "He told me that I would be so taken by his new clothes that I would swoon amorously into his arms." Oh, God. Le Cargo's taste in clothes, as in most things, ran to operatic overstatement. "And Miss Stern?" "She has been in her room most of the afternoon. You evidently gave her rather a bad time during your chat." "Mm-hmm." "She'll be down shortly after Pierre returns with clothes for her. Do you want to hear the menu?" "No, I'm sure it's perfect." "Not that, but adequate. These guests give us a chance to be rid of the roebuck old Monsieur Ribard gave us. It's been hanging just over a week, so it should be ready. Is there something special I should know about our guests?" "They are strangers to me. Enemies, I believe." "How should I treat them?" "Like any guest in our house, with that particular charm of yours that makes all men feel interesting and important. I want these men to be off balance and unsure of themselves. They are Americans. Just as you or I would be uncomfortable at a barbecue, they suffer from social vertigo at a proper dinner. Even their gratin, the jet set, are culturally as bogus as airlines cuisine." "What on earth is a barbecue?" "A primitive tribal ritual featuring paper plates, elbows, flying insects, encrusted meat, hush puppies, and beer." "I daren't ask what a hush puppy is." "Don't." They sat together in the darkening salon, their fingers touching. The sun was down behind the mountains, and through the open porte-fenêtre they could see a silver gloaming that seemed to rise from the ground of the park, its dim light filling the space beneath the black-green pines, the effect rendered mutable and dear by the threat of an incoming storm. "How long did you live in America, Nico?" "About 3 years, just after I left Japan. In fact, I still have an apartment in New York." "I've always wanted to visit New York."
you'd be disappointed. It's a frightened city in which everyone is in hot and narrow pursuit of money. The bankers, the muggers, the businessmen, the whores. If you walk the streets and watch their eyes, you see two things, fear and fury. They are diminished people, hovering behind triple-locked doors. They fight with men they don't hate and make love to women they don't like. A sea in a mongrel society. They borrow orts and leavings from the world's cultures. Kir is a popular drink among those desperate to be with it, and they affect Perrier, although they have one of the world's great waters in the local village of Saratoga. Their best French restaurants offer what we would think of as 30-franc meals for 10 times that much, and the service is characterized by insufferable snottiness on the part of the waiter, usually an incompetent peasant who happens to be able to read the menu. But then, Americans enjoy being abused by waiters. It's their only way of judging the quality of the food. On the other hand, if one must live in urban America, a cruel and unusual punishment at best, one might as well live in the real New York, rather than in the artificial ones farther inland. And there are some good things. Harlem has real tone. The municipal library is adequate. There is a man named Jimmy Fox, who is the best barman in North America, and twice I even found myself in conversation about the nature of Shibui. Not Shibumi, of course. It's more within the range of the mercantile mind to talk of the characteristics of the beautiful than to discuss the nature of beauty. She struck a long match and lighted a lamp on the table before them. "But I remember you mentioning once that you enjoyed your home in America." "Oh, that was not New York. I own a couple of 1,000 hectares in the state of Wyoming, in the mountains." Wyoming. Romantic-sounding name. Is it beautiful? More sublime, I would say. It's too ragged and harsh to be beautiful. It is to this Pyrenees country what an ink sketch is to a finished painting. Much of the open land of America is attractive. Sadly, it is populated by Americans. But then, one could say a similar thing of Greece or Ireland. "Yes, I know what you mean. I've been to Greece. I worked there for a year, employed by a shipping magnate." "Oh? You never mentioned that." "There was nothing really to mention. He was very rich and very vulgar, and he sought to purchase class and status, usually in the form of spectacular wives. While in his employ, I surrounded him with quiet comfort. He made no other demands of me. By that time, there were no other demands he could make." "I see. Ah, here comes Le Cagot." Hannah had heard nothing, because Le Cagot was sneaking down the stairs to surprise them with his sartorial splendor. Hel smiled to himself, because Le Cagot's preceding aura carried qualities of boyish mischief and ultra-sly delight. He appeared at the door, his bulk half-filling the frame, his arms in cruciform to display his fine new clothes.
"Regard, regard, Nico, and burn with envy."
Obviously, the evening clothes had come from a theatrical costumer. They were an eclectic congregation, although the fin de siècle impulse dominated, with a throat-wrapping of white silk in place of a cravat, and a richly brocaded waistcoat with double rows of rhinestone buttons. The black swallowtail coat was long, and its lapels were turned in gray silk. With his still wet hair parted in the middle, and his bushy beard covering most of the cravat, he had something the appearance of a middle-aged Tolstoy, dressed up as a Mississippi riverboat gambler. The large yellow rose he had pinned to his lapel was oddly correct, consonant with this amalgam of robust bad taste. He strode back and forth, brandishing his long maquila like a walking stick. The maquila had been in his family for generations, and there were nicks and dents on the polished ash shaft and a small bit missing from the marble knob, evidences of use as a defensive weapon by grandfathers and great-grandfathers. The handle of a maquila unscrews, revealing a 20-centimeter blade designed for foining. while the butt in the left hand is used for crossed parries, and its heavy marble knob is an effective clubbing weapon. Although now largely decorative and ceremonial, the maquila once figured importantly in the personal safety of the Basque man alone on the road at night or roving in the high mountains.
"That is a wonderful suit,"
Hannah said with excessive sincerity.
Is it not? Is it not?
"How did you come by this suit?" Hel asked.
It was given to me.
In result of your losing a bet?
Not at all. It was given to me by a woman in appreciation for... but to mention the details would be ungallant. So, when do we eat? Where are these guests of yours?
"They are approaching up the allée right now," Hel said, rising and crossing toward the central hall. Le Cagot peered out through the porte-fenêtre, but he could see nothing, because evening and the storm had pressed the last of the gloaming into the earth. Still, he had become used to Hel's proximity sensitivity, so he assumed there was someone out there. Just as Pierre was reaching for the handle of the pull bell, Hel opened the door. The chandeliers of the hall were behind him, so he could read the faces of his 3 guests, while his own was in shadow. One of them was obviously the leader. The second was a gunny CIA type, class of 53, and the third was an Arab of vague personality. All 3 showed signs of recent emotional drain, resulting from their ride up the mountain road without headlights, and with Pierre showing off his remarkable driving skills.
"Do come in," Hel said,
stepping from the doorway and allowing them to pass before him into the reception hall, where they were met by Hannah, who smiled as she approached.
"It was good of you to accept our invitation on such short notice. I am Hannah. This is Nicholai Hel, and here is our friend, Monsieur Le Cagot."
She offered her hand. The leader found his aplomb.
"Good evening. This is Mr. Starr, Mr. Haman,
and I am Mr. Diamond." The first crack of thunder punctuated his last word. Hel laughed aloud. "That must have been embarrassing. Nature seems to be in a melodramatic mood." Part 3. Seki. Chapter 16. Chateau d'Echebar. From the moment they had the heart-squeezing experience of driving with Pierre in the battered Volvo, the 3 guests never quite got their feet on firm social ground. Diamond had expected to get down to cases immediately with Hel, but that clearly was not on. While Hannah was conducting the party to the blue and gold salon for a glass of lillet before dinner, Diamond held back and said to Hel, "I suppose you're wondering why. Off to dinner." Diamond stiffened, just perceptibly, then smiled and half-bowed, in a gesture he instantly regretted as theatrical. That damned clap of thunder. Hannah refilled glasses and handed around canapes as she guided the conversation in such a way that Darrell Starr was soon addressing her as ma'am, and feeling that her interest in Texas and things Texan was a veiled fascination with him. And the PLO trainee called Haman grinned and nodded with each display of concern for his comfort and well-being. Even Diamond soon found himself recounting impressions of the Basque Country and feeling both lucid and insightful. All 5 men rose when Hannah excused herself, saying that she had to attend to the young lady who would be dining with them. There was a palpable silence after she left, and Hel allowed the slight discomfort to lie there, as he watched his guests with distant amusement. It was Darrell Starr who found a relevant remark to fill the void. "Nice place you got here."
"Would you like to see the house?" Hel asked.
"Well, no, don't trouble yourself on my account."
Hel said a few words aside to Le Cagot, who then crossed to Starr and with gruff bonhomie pulled him from his chair by his arm and offered to show him the garden and the gun-room. Starr explained that he was comfortable where he was, thank you, but Le Cagot's grin was accompanied by painful pressure around the American's upper arm.
"Indulge my whim in this, my good friend," he said.
Star shrugged as best he could and went along. Diamond was disturbed, torn between a desire to control the situation and an impulse, which he recognized to be childish, to demonstrate that his social graces were as sophisticated as Hel's. He realized that both he and this event were being managed, and he resented it. For something to say, he mentioned, "I see you're not having anything to drink before dinner, Mr. Hel." "That's true." Hel did not intend to give Diamond the comfort of rebounding conversational overtures. He would simply absorb each gesture and leave the chore of initiation constantly with Diamond, who chuckled and said, "I feel I should tell you that your driver is a strange one." "Oh?" "Yes. He parked the car out in the village square and we had to walk the rest of the way. I was sure the storm would catch us." "I don't permit automobiles on my grounds." "Yes, but after he parked the car, he gave the front door a kick that I'm sure must have dented it." Hel frowned and said, "How odd. I'll have to talk to him about that." At this point, Hannah and Miss Stern joined the men, the young woman looking refined and desirable in a summer tea dress she had chosen from those Hannah had bought for her. Hel watched Hannah closely as she was introduced to the two men, grudgingly admiring her control and ease while confronting the people who had engineered the killing of her comrades in Rome. Hannah beckoned her to sit beside her, and managed immediately to focus the social attention on her youth and beauty, guiding her in such a way that only Hel could sense traces of the reality vertigo the girl was feeling. At one moment, he caught her eyes and nodded slightly in approval of aplomb. There was some bottom to this girl after all. Perhaps if she were in the company of a woman like Hannah for 4 or 5 years, who knows? There was a gruff laugh from the hall, and Le Cagot re-entered, his arm around Star's shoulders. The Texan looked a bit shaken, and his hair was tousled, but Le Cagot's mission was accomplished. The shoulder holster under Star's left armpit was now empty.
"I don't know about you, my friends,"
Le Cagot said in his accented English with the over-growled R of the Francophone, who has finally conquered that difficult consonant,
"but I am ravenous. Buffon, I could eat for 4.
The dinner, served by the light of 2 candelabra on the table and lamps in wall sconces, was not sumptuous, but it was good. Trout from the local gave, roebuck with cherry sauce, garden vegetables cooked in the Japanese style, the courses separated by conversation and appropriate ices, finally, a salad of greens before dessert of fruit and cheeses. Compatible wines accompanied each entree and relevé, and the particular problem of game in a fruit sauce was solved by a fine pink wine, which, while it could not support the flavors, did not contradict them either. Diamond noted with slight discomfort that Hel and Hannah were served only rice and vegetables during the early part of the meal, though they joined the others in salad. Further, although their hostess drank wine with the rest of them, Hel's glass was little more than moistened with each bottle, so that in total he drank less than a full glass.
"You don't drink, Mr. Hel?"
he asked. "But I do, as you see. It is only that I don't find 2 sips of wine more delicious than 1. Fadding with wines and waxing pseudo-poetic in their failure to describe tastes lucidly is an affectation of socially mobile Americans, and Diamond fancied himself something of an authority. He sipped, swilled, and examined the pink that accompanied the roebuck, then said,
"Ah, there are Tavels, and there are Tavels."
Hel frowned slightly. "Ah, that's true, I suppose."
"But this is a Tavel, isn't it?"
When Hel shrugged and changed the subject diplomatically, the nape of Diamond's neck horripilated with embarrassment. He had been so sure it was Tavel. Throughout dinner, Hel maintained a distant silence, his eyes seldom leaving Diamond, though they appeared to focus slightly behind him. Effortlessly, Hannah evoked jokes and stories from each of the guests in turn, and her delight and amusement was such that each felt he had outdone himself in cleverness and charm. Even Star, who had been withdrawn and petulant after his rough treatment at Le Cagot's hands, was soon telling Hannah of his boyhood in Flat Rock, Texas, and of his adventures fighting against the Gooks in Korea. At first, Le Cagot attended to the task of filling himself with food. Soon, the ends of his wrapped cravat were dangling, and the long swallow-tailed coat was cast aside. So by the time he was ready to dominate the party and hold forth at his usual length with vigorous and sometimes bawdy tales, he was down to his spectacular waistcoat with its rhinestone buttons. He was seated next to Hannah, and out of the blue he reached over, placed his big warm hand on her thigh, and gave it a friendly squeeze.
"Tell me something, in all frankness, beautiful girl. Are you struggling against your desire for me? Or have you given up the struggle? I ask you this only that I may know how best to proceed. In the meantime, eat, eat. You will need your strength. So, you men are from America, eh? Me? I was in America 3 times. That's why my English is so good. I could probably pass for an American, eh? From the point of view of accent, I mean."
"Oh, no doubt of it," Diamond said. He was beginning to realize how important to such men as Hel and Le Cagot was the heraldry of sheer style, even when faced by enemies, and he wanted to show that he could play any game they could.
"But of course, once people saw the clear truth shining in my eyes and hear the music of my thoughts, the game would be up. They would know I was not an American."
Hel concealed a slight smile behind a finger.
"You're hard on Americans," Diamond said.
"Maybe so," Le Cagot admitted. "And maybe I am being unjust. We get to see only the dregs of them here. Merchants on vacation with their brassy wives, military men with their papier-mâché, gum-chewing women, young people seeking to find themselves, and worst of all, academic drudges who managed to convince granting agencies that the world would be improved as they will be shat upon Europe. I sometimes think that America's major export product is bewildered professors on sabbaticals. Is it true that everyone in the United States over 25 years of age has a Ph.D.? Le Cagot had the bit well between his teeth, and he began one of his tales of adventure, based as usual on a real event, but decorated with such improvements upon dull truth as occurred to him as he went along. Secure in the knowledge that Le Cagot would dominate things for many minutes, Hel let his face freeze in a politely amused expression while his mind sorted out and organized the moves that would begin after dinner. Le Cagot had turned to Diamond. "I am going to shed some light upon history for you, American guest of my friend. Everyone knows that the Basque and the fascists have been enemies since before the birth of history. But few know the real source of this ancient antipathy. It was our fault, really. I confess it at last. Many years ago, the Basque people gave up the practice of shitting by the roadside, and in doing this, we deprived the phalange of its principal source of nourishment. And that is the truth. I swear it, by Methuselah's wrinkled beard."
"Banyat," Hannah interrupted, indicating the young girl with a nod of her head.
"By Methuselah's wrinkled brow. What's wrong with you?" he asked Hannah, his eyes moist with hurt. "Do you think I have forgotten my manners?"
Hel pushed back his chair and rose. "Mr. Diamond and I have a bit of business to attend to. I suggest you take your cognac on the terrace. You might just have time before the rain comes." As they stepped down from the principal hall to the Japanese garden, Hel took Diamond by the arm. "Allow me to guide you. I didn't think to bring a lantern."
"Oh? I know about your mystic proximity sense, but I didn't know you could see in the dark as well."
"I can't. But we are on my ground. Perhaps you would be well advised to remember that." Hel lighted 2 spirit lamps in the gunroom and gestured Diamond toward a low table on which there was a bottle and glasses. "Serve yourself. I'll be with you in a moment." He carried one of the lamps to a bookcase filled with pull drawers of file cards, some 200,000 cards in all. "May I assume that Diamond is your real name?"
"It is."
Hel searched for the proper key card containing all cross-references to Diamond. "And your initials are?"
"Jack O."
Diamond smiled to himself as he compared Hel's crude card file with his own sophisticated information system, Fat Boy.
"I didn't see any reason to use an alias, assuming that you would see a family resemblance between me and my brother."
"Your brother?"
"Don't you remember my brother?"
"Not offhand." Hel muttered to himself as he fingered through a drawer of cards. As the information on Hel's cards was in 6 languages, the headings were arranged phonetically. D, D-A, D-A-I, diphthong, D-A-I-M. Ah, here we are. Diamond, Jack O. "Do have a drink, Mr. Diamond. My filing system is a bit cumbersome, and I haven't been called on to use it since my retirement." Diamond was surprised that Hel did not even remember his brother. To cover his temporary confusion, he picked up the bottle and examined the label.
"Armagnac?"
"Mm-hmm." Hel made a mental note of the cross-reference indices and sought those cards. "We're close to the Armagnac country here. You'll find that very old and very good." "So, you are a servant of the mother company, are you? I can therefore assume that you already have a good deal of information about me from your computer. You'll have to give me a moment to catch up with you." Diamond carried his glass with him and wandered about the gunroom, looking at the uncommon weapons in cases and racks along the walls. Some of these he recognized: the nerve gas tube, air-driven glass sliver projectors, dry ice guns, and the like. But others were foreign to him. Simple metal discs, a device that seemed to be 2 short rods of hickory connected by a metal link, a thimble-like cone that slipped over the finger and came to a sharp point. On the table beside the Armagnac bottle, he found a small French-made automatic.
"A pretty common sort of weapon among all this exotic, eh?"
he said. Hel glanced up from the card he was reading. "Oh, yes, I noticed that when we came in. It's not mine, actually. It belongs to your man, the bucolic tough from Texas. I thought he might feel more relaxed without it."
"The thoughtful host."
"Thank you." Hel set aside the card he was reading and pulled open another drawer in search of the next. "That gun tells us rather a lot. Obviously, you decided not to travel armed because of the nuisance of boarding inspections, so your lad was given the gun after he got here. Its make tells us he received the gun from French police authorities. That means you have them in your pocket."
Diamond shrugged. "France needs oil too, just like every other industrial country."
"Yes. Ici on n'a pas d'huile, mais on a des idées."
"Meaning?"
"Nothing really, just a slogan from French internal propaganda. So, I see here that the Major Diamond from Tokyo was your brother. That's interesting. Mildly interesting, anyway." Now that he considered it, Hel found a certain resemblance between the two. The narrow face, the intense black eyes set rather close together, the falciform nose, the thin upper lip and heavy, bloodless lower, a certain intensity of manner.
"I thought you would have guessed that when you first heard my name."
"Actually, I'd pretty much forgotten him. After all, our account was settled." "So, you began working for the mother company in the early retirement program, did you? That is certainly consonant with your brother's career." Some years before, the mother company had discovered that its executives, after the age of 50, began to be notably less productive, just at the time the company was paying them the most. The problem was presented to Fat Boy, who offered the solution of organizing an early retirement division that would arrange for the accidental demise of a small percentage of such men, usually while on vacation and usually of apparent stroke or heart attack. The savings to the company were considerable. Diamond had risen to the head of this division before being promoted to conducting Mother Company's control over CIA and NSA.
So it appears that both you and your brother found a way to combine native sadism with the comforting fringe benefits of working for big business. He for the Army and CIA, you for the oil combines. Both products of the American dream, the mercantile mumpsimus. Just bright young men trying to get ahead.
But at least neither of us ended up as hired killers.
Rubbish. Any man is a killer who works for a company that pollutes, strip mines, and contaminates the air and water. The fact that you and your unlamented brother killed from institutional and patriotic ambush doesn't mean you're not killers. It only means you're cowards.
You think a coward would walk into your lair, as I have done?
A certain kind of coward would. A coward who was afraid of his cowardice. Diamond laughed thinly.
You really hate me, don't you?
Not at all. You're not a person, you're an organization man. One couldn't hate you as an individual. One could only hate the phylum. At all events, you're not the sort to evoke such intense emotions as hate. Disgust might be closer to the mark.
Still, for all the disdain of your breeding and private education, it is people like me, what you sneeringly call the merchant class, who hire you and send you out to do their dirty work.
Hel shrugged. It has always been so. Throughout all history, the merchants have cowered behind the walls of their towns, while the paladins did battle to protect them, in return for which the merchants have always fawned and bowed and played the lickspittle. One cannot really blame them. They are not bred to courage. And more significantly, you can't put bravery in the bank. Hel read the last information card quickly and tossed it on the stack to be refiled later. All right, Diamond. Now I know who you are and what you are. At least, I know as much about you as I need to, or choose to.
I assume your information came from the gnome?
Much of it came from the person you call the gnome.
We would give a great deal to know how that man came by his intelligence.
I don't doubt it. Of course, I wouldn't tell you if I knew, but the fact is I haven't the slightest idea.
But you do know the identity and location of the gnome.
Hel laughed. Of course I do, but the gentleman and I are old friends.
He's nothing more or less than a blackmailer.
Nonsense. He is an artisan in the craft of information. He has never taken money from a man in return for concealing the facts he collects from all over the world.
No, but he provides men like you with the information that protects you from punishment by governments, and for that he makes a lot of money.
The protection is worth a great deal. But if it will set your mind at rest, the man you call the gnome is very ill. It is doubtful that he will live out the year.
So you will soon be without protection?
I shall miss him as a man of wit and charm, but the loss of protection is a matter of little importance to me. I am, as Fat Boy must have informed you, fully retired. Now, what do you say we get on with our little business?
Before we start, I have a question I want to ask you.
I have a question for you as well, but let's leave that for later. So that we don't waste time with exposition, allow me to give you the picture in a couple of sentences, and you may correct me if I stray. Hel leaned against the wall, his face in the shadows and his soft prison voice unmodulated. We begin with Black Septembrists murdering Israeli athletes in Munich. Among the slain was Asa Stern's son. Asa Stern vows to have vengeance. He organizes a pitiful little amateur cell to this end. Don't think badly of Mr. Stern for the paucity of his effort. He was a good man, but he was sick and partially drugged. Arab intelligence gets wind of this effort. The Arabs, probably through an OPEC representative, ask the mother company to erase this irritant. The mother company turns the task over to you, expecting you to use your CIA bully boys to do the job. You learn that the revenge cell, I believe they called themselves the Munich Five, was on its way to London to put the last surviving members of the Munich murder away. CIA arranges a spoiling action in Rome International. By the way, I assume those two fools back in the house were involved in the raid?
Yes.
And you're punishing them by making them clean up after themselves?
That's about it.
You're taking the risks, Mr. Diamond. A foolish associate is more dangerous than a clever opponent.
That's my concern.
To be sure. All right. Your people do a messy and incomplete job in Rome. Actually, you should be grateful they did as well as they did. With the combination of Arab intelligence and the CIA competence, you're lucky they didn't go to the wrong airport. But that, as you have said, is your concern. Somehow, probably when the raid was evaluated in Washington, you discovered that the Israeli boys were not going to London. They carried airline tickets for Poe. You also discovered that one of the cell members, the Miss Stern with whom you just took dinner, had been overlooked by your killers. Your computer was able to relate me to Asa Stern, and the Poe destination nailed it down. Is that it?
That roughly is it.
All right. So much for catching up. The ball, I believe, is in your court.
Diamond had not yet decided how he would present his case. What combination of threat and promise would serve to neutralize Nicholai Hel? To gain time, he pointed to a pair of odd-looking pistols with curved handles like old-fashioned dueling weapons and double 9-inch barrels that were slightly flared at the ends.
What are these? Shotguns, in a way of speaking.
Shotguns?
Yes. A Dutch industrialist had them made for me. A gift in return for a rather narrow action involving his son, who was held captive on a train by Moluccan terrorists. Each gun, as you see, has 2 hammers, which drop simultaneously on special shotgun shells with powerful charges that scatter loads of half-centimeter ball bearings. All the weapons in this room are designed for a particular situation. These are for close work in the dark, or for putting away a room full of men on the instant of break-in. At 2 meters from the barrel, they lay down a spread pattern a meter in diameter. Hel's bottle-green eyes settled on Diamond. Do you intend to spend the evening talking about guns?
No. I assume that Miss Stern has asked you to help her kill the Septembrists now in London?
Hel nodded.
And she took it for granted that you would help because of your friendship for her uncle.
She made that assumption.
And what do you intend to do?
I intend to listen to your proposal.
My proposal?
Isn't that what merchants do? Make proposals?
I wouldn't exactly call it a proposal.
What would you call it?
I would call it a display of deterrent action, partially already online, partially ready to be brought online, should you be so foolish as to interfere. Hel's eyes crinkled in a smile that did not include his lips. He made a rolling gesture with his hand, inviting Diamond to get on with it. I'll confess to you that under different conditions neither the mother company nor the Arab interests we are allied with would care much one way or another what happened to the homicidal maniacs of the PLO. But these are difficult times within the Arab community, and the PLO has become something of a rallying banner, an issue more of public relations than of private taste. For this reason, the mother company is committed to their protection. This means that you will not be allowed to interfere with those who intend to hijack that plane in London.
How will I be prevented?
Do you recall that you used to own several thousand acres of land in Wyoming?
I assume the tense is not a matter of grammatical carelessness.
That's right. Part of that land was in Boyle County, the rest in Custer County. If you contact the county clerk offices, you will discover that there exists no record of your having purchased that land. Indeed, the records show that the land in question is now, and has been for many years, in the hands of one of Mother Company's affiliates. There is some coal under the land, and it is scheduled for strip mining.
Do I understand that if I cooperate with you, the land will be returned to me?
Not at all. That land, representing as it does most of what you have saved for your retirement, has been taken from you as a punishment for daring to involve yourself in the affairs of the Mother Company.
May I assume you suggested this punishment?"
Diamond tipped his head to the side. "I had that pleasure."
"You are a vicious little bastard, aren't you? You're telling me that if I pull out of this affair, the land will be spared from strip mining?"
Diamond pushed out his lower lip. "Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't make an arrangement like that. America needs all its natural energy to make it independent from foreign sources." He smiled at this repetition of the worn party line. "Then, too, you can't put beauty in the bank." He was enjoying himself.
"I don't understand what you're doing, Diamond. If you intend to take the land and destroy it, no matter what I do, then what leverage does that give you over my actions?"
"As I said, taking your land was in the nature of a warning shot across your bow, and a punishment."
"Ah, I see. A personal punishment from you for your brother."
"That's right."
"He deserved death, you know. I was tortured for 3 days. This face of mine is not completely mobile, even now, after all the operations."
"He was my brother." Now, let's pass on to the sanctions and penalties you will incur should you fail to cooperate. Under the key group KL443, code number 45-389-75, you had approximately $1.5 million in gold bullion in the Federal Bank of Zurich. That represented nearly all the rest of what you intended to retire on. Please note the past tense again.
Hel was silent for a moment. "The Swiss, too, need oil."
"The Swiss need oil, too," Diamond echoed. "That money will reappear in your account 7 days after the successful accomplishment of the hijacking by the Septembrists. So you see, far from interrupting their plans and killing some of their number, it would benefit you to do everything in your power to make sure they succeed."
"And presumably that money serves also as your personal protection."
"Precisely. Should anything happen to me or my friends while we are your guests, that money disappears, victim of an accounting error."
Hel was attracted to the sliding doors giving out in his Japanese garden. The rain had come, hissing in the gravel and vibrating the tips of black and silver foliage.
"And that is it?" "Not quite. We are aware that you probably have a couple of $100,000 here and there as emergency funds. A psychological profile of you from Fat Boy tells us that it is just possible that you may put such things as loyalty to a dead friend and his niece ahead of all considerations of personal benefit. All part of being selectively bred and tutored in Japanese concepts of honor, don't you know? We are prepared for that foolish eventuality as well. In the first place, the British MI5 and MI6 are alerted to keep tabs on you and to arrest you the moment you set foot on their soil. To assist them in this task, the French internal security forces are committed to making sure you do not leave this immediate district. Descriptions of you have been distributed. If you are discovered in any village other than your own, you will be shot on sight. Now, I am familiar with your history of accomplishments in the face of improbable odds, and I realize that for you, these forces we have put online are more in the nature of nuisances than deterrents. But we are going through the motions nonetheless. The mother company must be seen to be doing everything in her power to protect the London Septembrists. Should that protection fail, and I almost hope it does, then the mother company must be seen to mete out punishment of an intensity that will satisfy our Arab friends. And you know what those people are like. To satisfy their taste for revenge, we would be forced to do something very thorough and very imaginative." Hel was silent for a moment. "I told you at the outset of our chat that I had a question for you, Merchant. Here it is. Why did you come here?" "That should be obvious."
"Perhaps I didn't accent my question properly. Why did you come here? Why didn't you send a messenger? Why bring your face into my presence and run the risk of my remembering you?"
Diamond stared at Hel for a moment. I'll be honest with you.
Don't break any habits on my account.
I wanted to tell you about the loss of your land in Wyoming personally. I wanted to display in person the mass of punishment I have designed if you are rash enough to disobey the mother company. It's something I owe my brother."
Hel's emotionless gaze settled on Diamond, who stood rigid with defiance, his eyes shining with a tear glaze that revealed the body fright within him. He had taken a dangerous plunge, this merchant. He had left the cover of laws and systems behind which corporate men hide and from which their power derives, and he had run the risk of showing his face to Nicholai Alexandrovich Hel. Diamond was subconsciously aware of his dependent anonymity, of his role as a social insect clawing about in the frantic nests of profit and success. Like others of his caste, he found spiritual solace in the cowboy myth. At this moment, Diamond saw himself as a virile individualist striding bravely down the dusty street of a Hollywood backlot, his hand hovering an inch above the computer in his holster. It is revealing of the American culture that its prototypic hero is the cowboy, an uneducated, boorish, Victorian migrant agricultural worker. At base, Diamond's role was ludicrous, the Tom Mix of big business facing a Yojimbo with a garden. Diamond possessed the most extensive computer system in the world. Hel had some file cards. Diamond had all the governments of the industrialized West in his pocket. Hel had some Basque friends. Diamond represented atomic energy, the Earth's oil supply, the military-industrial symbiosis, the corrupt and corrupting governments established by the WAD to shield itself from responsibility. Hel represented Shibumi, a faded concept of reluctant beauty. And yet, it was obvious that Hel had a considerable advantage in any battle that might be joined. Hel turned his face away and shook his head slightly. "This must be embarrassing to be you." During the silence, Diamond's fingernails had dug into his palms. He cleared his throat.
"Whatever you think of me, I cannot believe that you will sacrifice the years remaining to you for one gesture that would be appreciated by no one but that middle-class dumpling I met at dinner. I think I know what you are going to do, Mr. Hel. You are going to consider this matter at length and realize at last that a handful of sadistic Arabs is not worth this home and life you have made for yourself here. You will realize that you are not honor-bound to the desperate hopes of a sick and drug-befuddled man, and finally you will decide to back off. One of the reasons you will do this is because you would consider it demeaning to make an empty gesture of courage to impress me, a man you despise. Now, I don't expect you to tell me that you're backing off right now. That would be too humiliating, too damaging to your precious sense of dignity. But that is what you will do at last. To be truthful, I almost wish you would persist in this matter. It would be a pity to see the punishments I have devised for you go unused. But, fortunately for you, the chairman of the mother company is adamant that the Septemberists go unmolested. We are arranging what will be called the Camp David peace talks, in the course of which Israel will be pressured into leaving her southern and eastern borders naked. As a byproduct of these talks, the PLO will be dealt out of the Middle Eastern game. They have served their irritant purpose. But the chairman wants to keep the Palestinians mollified until this coup comes off. You see, Mr. Hel, you're swimming in deep currents, involved with forces just a little beyond shotgun pistols and cute gardens. Hel regarded Diamond in silence for a moment. Then he turned toward his garden. "This conversation is over," he said quietly. "I see." Diamond took a card from his pocket. "I can be contacted at this number. I shall be back at my office within 10 hours. When you tell me that you have decided not to interfere in this business, I shall initiate the release of your Swiss funds." As Hel no longer seemed to be aware of his presence, Diamond put the card on the table. "There's nothing more for us to discuss at this time, so I'll be on my way." "What?
"Oh, yes. I am sure you can find your way out, Diamond. Hana will serve you coffee before sending you and your lackeys back to the village. No doubt Pierre has been fortifying himself with wine for the past few hours, and will be in good form to give you a memorable ride."
"Very well. But first, there was that question I had for you."
"Well?"
"That rosé I had with dinner. What was it?"
"Tavel, of course."
"I knew it."
"No, you didn't. You almost knew it."
The arm of the garden extending toward the Japanese building had been designed for listening to rain. Hel worked for weeks each rainy season, barefoot and wearing only sodden shorts, as he tuned the garden. The gutters and downspouts had been drilled and shaped, plants moved and removed, gravel distributed, sounding stones arranged in the stream, until the blend of soprano hissing of rain through gravel, the basso drip onto broad-leaved plants, the reedy resonances of quivering bamboo leaves, the counterpoint of the gurgling stream, all were balanced in volume, in such a way that if one sat precisely in the middle of the tatamied room, no single sound dominated. The concentrating listener could draw one timbre out of the background or let it merge again, as he shifted the focus of his attention, much as the insomniac can tune in or out the ticking of a clock. The effort required to control the instrument of a well-tuned garden is sufficient to repress quotidian worries and anxieties, but this anodyne property is not the principal goal of the gardener, who must be more devoted to creating a garden than to using it. Hel sat in the gunroom, hearing the rain, but lacking the peace of spirit to listen to it. There was bad aji in this affair. It wasn't of a piece, and it was treacherously personal. It was Hel's way to play against the patterns on the board, not against fleshy, inconsistent living opponents. In this business, moves would be made for illogical reasons. There would be human filters between cause and effect. The whole thing stank of passion and sweat. He released a long sigh in a thin jet of breath. "Well?" he asked. "And what do you make of all this?" There was no answer. Hel felt her aura take on a leporine palpitation between the urge to flee and fear of movement. He slid back the door panel to the tea room and beckoned with his finger. Hannah Stern stood in the doorway, her hair wet with rain and her sodden dress clinging to her body and legs. She was embarrassed at being caught eavesdropping, but defiantly unwilling to apologize. In her view, the importance of the matters at hand outweighed any consideration of good form and rules of polite behavior. Hel might have told her that, in the long run, the minor virtues are the only ones that matter. Politeness is more reliable than the moist virtues of compassion, charity, and sincerity, just as fair play is more important than the abstraction of justice. The major virtues tend to disintegrate under the pressures of convenient rationalization. But good form is good form, and it stands immutable in the storm of circumstance. Hel might have told her this, but he was not interested in her spiritual education, and he had no wish to decorate the unperfectible. At all events, she would probably have understood only the words, and if she were to penetrate to meanings, what use would be the barriers and foundations of good form to a woman whose life would be lived out in some Scarsdale or other? "Well?" he asked again. "What did you make of all that?" She shook her head. "I had no idea they were so organized, so cold-blooded. I've caused you a lot of trouble, haven't I?" "I don't hold you responsible for anything that has happened so far. I have long known that I have a karma debt. Considering the fact that my work has cut across the grain of social organization, a certain amount of bad luck would be expected. I've not had that bad luck, and so I've built up a karma debt, a weight of anti-chance against me. You were the vehicle for karma balance, but I don't consider you the cause. Do you understand any of that?" She shrugged. "What are you going to do?"
The storm was passing, and the winds behind it blew in from the garden and made Hannah shudder in her wet dress. "There are padded kimonos in that chest. Get out of those clothes." "I'm all right." "Do as I tell you. The tragic heroine with the sniffles is too ludicrous an image." It was consonant with the 2 brief shorts, the unbuttoned shirt front, and the surprise Hannah believed she genuinely felt, when men responded to her as an object, that she unzipped and stepped out of the wet dress before she sought out the dry kimono. She had never confessed to herself that she took social advantage of having a desirable body that appeared to be available. If she had thought of it, she would have labeled her automatic exhibitionism a healthy acceptance of her body, an absence of hang-ups. "What are you going to do?" she asked again as she wrapped the warm kimono about her. "The real question is, what are you going to do? Do you still intend to press on with this business? To throw yourself off the pier in the hopes that I will have to jump in after you?" "Would you? Jump in after me?" "I don't know." Hannah stared out into the dark of the garden and hugged the comforting kimono to herself. "I don't know. I don't know. It all seemed so clear just yesterday. I knew what I had to do, what was the only just and right thing to do. And now," she shrugged and shook her head, "you'd rather I went home and forgot all about it, wouldn't you?" "Yes. And that might not be as easy as you think, either. Diamond knows about you. Getting you safely home will take a little doing." "And what happens to the Septembrists who murdered our athletes in Munich?" "Oh, they'll die. Everyone does, eventually." "But if I just go home, then Avrim's death and Chaim's would be pointless." "That's true. They were pointless deaths, and nothing you might do would change that." Hannah stepped close to Hel and looked up at him, her face full of confusion and doubt. She wanted to be held, comforted, told that everything would be just fine. "You'll have to decide what you intend to do fairly quickly. Let's go back to the house. You can think things out tonight." They found Hannah and Le Cagot sitting in the cool of the wet terrace. The gusting wind had followed the storm, and the air was fresh and washed. Hannah rose as they approached and took Hannah's hand in an unconscious gesture of kindness. Le Cagot was sprawled on a stone bench, his eyes closed, his brandy glass loose in his fingers and his heavy breathing occasionally rippling in a light snore. "He dropped off right in the middle of a story," Hannah explained. "Hannah," Hel said, "Miss Stern won't be staying with us after tonight. Would you see to having her things packed by morning? I'm going to take her up to the lodge." He turned to Hannah. "I have a mountain place. You can stay there out of harm's way while I consider how to get you back to your parents safely." "I haven't decided that I want to go home." Instead of responding, Hel kicked the sole of Le Cagot's boot. The burly Basque started and smacked his lips several times.
"Where was I? I was telling you of those 3 nuns in Bayonne. Well, I met them."
"No, you decided not to tell that one considering the presence of ladies."
"Oh? Well, good. You see, little girl, a story like that would inflame your passions, and when you come to me, I want you to do so of your own will, and not driven by blinding lust. What happened to our guests?"
"They've gone. Probably back to the United States."
"I am going to tell you something in all frankness, Nico. I do not like those men. There is a cowardice in their eyes, and that makes them dangerous. You must either invite a better class of guests or risk losing my patronage. Hannah, wonderful and desirable woman, do you want to go to bed with me?" She smiled.
"No, thank you, Benyat."
"I admire your self-control. What about you, little girl?"
"She's tired," Hannah said.
Well,
Perhaps it's just as good. It would be a little crowded in my bed, what with the plump Portuguese kitchen maid. So, I had to leave you without the color and charm of my presence, but the magnificent machine that is my body needs draining, then sleep. Good night, my friends." He grunted to his feet and started to leave. Then he noticed Hannah's kimono. "What's this? What happened to your clothes?" "Oh, Nico, greed is a vice. Ah well, good night." Hannah had gently stroked the tension from his back and shoulders as he lay on his stomach, and now she tugged his hair until he was half asleep. She placed her body over his, fitting her lap to his buttocks, her legs and arms over his, her warm weight protecting him, comforting, forcing him to relax. "This is trouble, isn't it?" she whispered. He hummed an affirmation. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," he breathed. "Get the girl away from here first. They may think that her death would cancel my debt to the uncle." "You are sure they won't find her? There's no such thing as a secret in these valleys?" "Only the mountain men will know where she is. They're my people, and they don't talk to police by habit and tradition." "And what then?" "I don't know. I'll think about it." "Shall I bring you pleasure?" "No. I'm too tense. Let me be selfish. Let me bring you pleasure." Chapter 17. La Run. Hel was awake at dawn and put in 2 hours of work on the garden before he took breakfast with Hannah in the tatamied room overlooking the newly raked sea gravel that flowed down to the edge of the stream. "In time, Hannah, this will be an acceptable garden. I hope that you are here to enjoy it with me." "I have been giving that matter consideration, Nico. The idea is not without its attractions. You were very thorough last night." "I was working out some stresses. That's an advantage." "If I were selfish, I would hope for such stresses always." He chuckled. "Oh, will you telephone down to the village and arrange for the next flight back to the United States for Miss Stern? It will be Pau to Paris, Paris to New York, New York to Chicago." "She is leaving us, then?" "Not just yet. I don't want her in the open. But the reservations will be stored in the airline's computer bank and will be immediately available to Fat Boy. It will throw them off the track." "And who is Fat Boy?" "A computer. The final enemy. It arms stupid men with information." "You sound bitter this morning." "I am. Even self-pitying." "I had avoided that phrase, but it is the right one, and it's not becoming in a man like you." "I know." Hel smiled. "No one in the world would dare correct me like that, Hannah. You're a treasure." "It's my role to be a treasure." "True. By the way, where is Le Cargot? I haven't heard him thundering about." "He went off an hour ago with Miss Stern. He's going to show her some of the deserted villages. I must say she seemed to be in good spirits. The shallow recover quickly. You can't bruise a pillow." "When will they be back?" "By lunch, surely. I promised Benyat a roast of gigot. You said you were taking Hannah to the lodge. When will you be leaving?" "After twilight. I'm being watched." "You intend to spend the night there with her?" I suppose so. I wouldn't want to come back down those roads in the dark." "I know you don't like Hannah, but—" "I don't like her type. Thrill-seeking, middle-class muffins tickling themselves with the thrill of terror and revolution. Her existence has already cost me a great deal." "Do you intend to punish her while you're up there?" "I hadn't thought about it." "Don't be harsh. She's a good child." "She is 24 years old. She has no right to be a child at that age. And she is not good. At best, she is cute."
Hel knew what Hannah meant by punishing the girl. He had occasionally avenged himself on young women who had annoyed him by making love to them, using his tactical skills and exotic training to create an experience the woman could never approach again, and would seek in vain through affairs and marriages for the rest of her life. Hannah felt no jealousy concerning Hannah. That would have been ridiculous. During the 2 years they had lived together, both she and Hel had been free to go off on little trips and seek sexual diversion, exercises of physical curiosity that kept their appetites in tone and made more precious, by comparison, what they had. Hannah once chided him light-heartedly, complaining that he had the better of the arrangement, for a trained man can accomplish decent levels of exercise with a willing amateur, while even the most gifted and experienced woman has difficulty with the gauche instrument of a bumbling man, achieving much beyond lust-scratching. Still, she enjoyed the occasional, well-muscled young man of Paris or the Côte d'Azur, primarily as objects of physical beauty, toys to cuddle. They drove along the twisting valley road, already dark with descending evening. The mountains rising sharply to their left were featureless geometric shapes, while those to their right were pink and amber in the horizontal rays of the setting sun. When they started for Mechabar, Hannah had been full of chatter about the robust good time she had had that afternoon with Le Cagot, wandering through deserted villages in the uplands, where she had noticed that each church clock had had its hands removed by the departing peasants. Le Cagot had explained that removing the hands of the clocks was considered necessary, because there would be no one in the churches to keep the clock weight screwed up, and one could not allow God's clock to be inaccurate. The dour tone of primitive Basque Catholicism was expressed in a memento mori inscription on the tower of one deserted church. Each hour wounds, the last kills. She was silent now, awed by the desolate beauty of the mountains rising so abruptly from the narrow valley that they seemed to overhang. Twice, Hel frowned and glanced over at her to find her eyes soft and a calm smile on her lips. He had been attracted and surprised by the alpha saturation in her aura, uncommon and unexpected in a person he had dismissed as a peppy twit. It was the timbre of calm and inner peace. He was going to question her about her decision concerning the Septembrists, when his attention was arrested by the approach of a car from behind, driving with only wing lights. It flashed through his mind that Diamond or his French police lackeys might have learned that he was moving her to a safer place, and his hands gripped the wheel as he recalled the features of the road, deciding where he would force the car to pass him, then knock it into the ravine that raced along to their left. He had taken an exhaustive course in offensive driving, in result of which he always drove heavy cars, like his damned Volvo, for just such emergencies as this. The road was never straight, constantly curving and twisting as it followed the course of the river ravine. There was no place a safe pass could be made, but that, of course, would not deter a French driver, whose adolescent impulse to pass is legendary. The car behind continued to close the distance until it was only a meter from his back bumper. It flashed its headlights and sounded its horn, then whipped around while they were in a tight blind curve. Hel relaxed and slowed to let the car pass. The horn and the lights told him that this was not an assassination attempt. No professional would telegraph his move like that. It was just another childish French driver. He shook his head paternally as the underpowered Peugeot strained its motor in its laboring effort to pass, the young driver's knuckles white on the steering wheel, his eyes bulging from their sockets in his effort to hold the road. In his experience, Hel had found that only older North American drivers, with the long distances they habitually travel on good roads with competent machines, have become inured to the automobile as toy and as manhood metaphor. The French driver's infantile recklessness often annoyed him, but not so much as did the typical Italian driver's use of the automobile as an extension of his penis, or the British driver's use of it as a substitute. For half an hour after leaving the valley road, they pulled up toward the mountains of Laronne, over an unimproved road that writhed like a snake in its final agony. Some of the cutbacks were inside the turning radius of the Volvo, and negotiating them required 2 cuts and a bit of skidding close to the edge of loose gravel verges. They were never out of low gear, and they rose so steeply that they climbed out of the night that had pooled in the valley and into the zebra twilight of the high mountains. A blinding glare on the windshield when they turned toward the west, then blackness when outcroppings of rock blocked the setting sun. Even this primitive road petered out, and they continued to ascend along faint ruts pressed into stubbly alpine meadows. The setting sun was now red and huge, its base flattened as it melted into the shimmering horizon. There were snowfields on the peaks above them glowing pink, then soon mauve, then purple against a black sky. The first stars glittered in the darkening east, while the sky to the west was still hazy blue around the blood-red rim of the sinking sun. Hel stopped the car by an outcropping of granite and set the handbrake. "We have to pack in from here. It's another 2.5 kilometers. "Up?" Hannah asked. "Mostly up." "God, this lodge of yours is certainly out of the way." "That's its role." They got out and unloaded her pack from the car, experiencing the characteristic frustration of the Volvo's diabolic rear latch. They had walked 20 meters before it occurred to him to perform his satisfying ritual. Rather than go back, he picked up a jagged rock and hurled it, a lucky shot that hit a rear window and made a large cobweb of crackled safety glass. "What was that all about?" Hannah asked. "Just a gesture. Man against the system. Let's go. Stay close. I know the trail by feel." "How long will I be up here all alone?" "Until I decide what to do with you." "Will you be staying tonight?" "Yes." They walked on for a minute before she said, "I'm glad." He maintained a brisk pace because the light was draining fast. She was strong and young and could stay with him, walking in silence, captured by the rapid but subtle color shifts of a mountain twilight. Again, as before down in the valley, he intercepted a surprising alpha tone in her aura, that rapid mid-volume signal that he associated with meditation and soul peace, and not at all with the characteristic signature timbres of young Westerners. She stopped suddenly as they were crossing the last alpine meadow before the narrow ravine leading to the lodge. "What is it?" "Look, these flowers? I've never seen anything like them before." She bent close to the wiry-stalked bells of dusty gold, just visible in the ground glow. He nodded. "They're unique to this meadow and to one other over there." He gestured westward, toward the table of the 3 kings, no longer visible in the gloom. "We're just above 1,200 here. Both here and over there they grow only at 1,200. Locally they are called the Eye of Autumn, and most people have never seen them because they bloom for only 3 or 4 days." "Beautiful. But it's almost dark and they're still open." "They never close. Tradition has it that they live so short a time that they dare not close." "That's sad." He shrugged. They sat opposite one another at a small table, finishing supper as they looked out through the plate-glass wall that gave onto the steep, narrow gully that was the only access to the lodge. Normally, Hel would be uneasy sitting in front of a glass wall, his form lighted by an oil lamp while all was dark beyond, but he knew that the double-plate glass was bulletproof. The lodge was built of local stone and was simple of design, one large room with a cantilevered sleeping balcony. When first they arrived, he had acquainted Hannah with its features. The stream that flowed from a permanent snowfield above passed directly under the lodge, so one could get water through a trap door without going outside. The 400-liter oil tank that fueled the stove and space heater was encased in the same stone as the lodge, so that incoming gunfire could not rupture it. There was a boilerplate shutter that closed over the only door. The larder was cut into the face of granite that constituted one wall of the lodge and contained 30 days' supply of food. Set into the bulletproof plate glass wall was one small pane that could be broken out to permit firing down into the tight ravine, up which anyone approaching the lodge would have to pass. The walls of the ravine were smooth, and all covering boulders had been dislodged and rolled to the bottom. "Lord, you could hold an army off forever," she exclaimed. "Not an army and not forever, but it would be a costly position to take." He took a semi-automatic rifle with telescopic sights from its rack and gave it to her. "Can you use this weapon?" "Well, I suppose so." "I see. Well, the important thing is that you shoot if you see anyone approaching up the gully who is not carrying a chahako. It doesn't matter if you hit him or not. The sound of your fire will carry in these mountains, and within half an hour help will be here." "What's a chahako is a wineskin, like this one. The shepherds and smugglers in these hills all know you are here. They're my friends, and they all carry chahakos. An outlander wouldn't." "Am I really in all that much danger?" "I don't know." "But why would they want to kill me?" "I'm not sure they do, but it's a possibility. They might reason that my involvement would be over if you were dead, and there was nothing more I could do to repay my debt to your uncle. That would be stupid thinking, because if they killed you while you were in my protection, I would be forced to make a counter-gesture. But we are dealing here with merchant and military mentalities, and stupidity is their intellectual idiom. Now let's see if you can manage everything." He rehearsed her in lighting the stove and space heater, in drawing water from the trap door over the stream, and in loading clips into the rifle. "By the way, remember to take one of these mineral tablets each day. The water running under the floor is snowmelt. It has no minerals, and in time it will leach the minerals out of your system." "God, how long will I be here?" "I'm not sure. A week, maybe 2. Once those Septembrists have accomplished their hijack, the pressure will be off you." While he made supper from tinned foods in the larder, she had wandered about the lodge, touching things, thinking her own thoughts. And now they sat across the round table by the glass wall, the candlelight reversing the shadows on her soft young face, on which lines of character and experience had not yet developed. She had been silent throughout the meal, and she had drunk more wine than was her habit, and now her eyes were moist and vague. "I should tell you that you don't have to worry about me anymore. I know what I'm going to do now. Early this morning, I decided to go home and try my best to forget all this anger and ugliness. It's not my kind of thing. More than that, I realize now that it's all, I don't know, all sort of unimportant." She played absently with the candle flame, passing her finger through it just quickly enough to avoid being burned. "A strange thing happened to me last night. Weird, but wonderful. I've been feeling the effects of it all day long." Hel thought of the alpha timbres he had been intercepting. "I couldn't sleep. I got up and wandered around your house in the dark. Then I went to the garden. The air was cool and there was no breeze at all. I sat by the stream and I could see the dark flicker of the water. I was staring at it, not thinking of anything in particular. Then, all at once, it was a feeling I almost remember having when I was a child. All at once, all the pressures and confusions and fears were gone. They dissolved away, and I felt light. I felt like I was transported somewhere else, someplace I've never been to. But I know very well. It was sunny and still, and there was grass all around me, and I seemed to understand everything, almost as though I was... I don't know, almost as though I was... Ouch! She snapped her hand back and sucked the singed finger. He laughed and shook his head, and she laughed too. "That was a stupid thing to do," she said. "True. I think you were going to say that it was almost as though you and the grass and the sun were all one being, parts of the same thing." She stared at him, her finger still to her lips. "How did you know that?" "It's an experience others have had." "You said you remembered similar feelings when you were a child?" "Well, not exactly remember. No, not remember at all. It's just that when I was there, I had the feeling that this wasn't new and strange. It was something I had done before. But I don't actually remember doing it before. You know what I mean?" "I think I do. You might have been participating in the atavistic—" "I'll tell you what. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. But I'll tell you what it's like. It's like the very best high on pot or something, when you're in a perfect mood and everything's going just right. It's not exactly like that because you never get there with hooch, but it's where you think you're going. You know what I mean?" "No." "You never use pot or anything?" "No, I've never had to. My inner resources are intact." "Well, it was something like that." "I see. How's your finger?" "Oh, it's fine. The point is that after the feeling had passed last night, I found myself sitting there in your garden, rested and clear-minded, and I wasn't confused anymore. I knew there was no point in trying to punish the Septembrists. Violence doesn't get you anywhere. It's irrelevant. Now I think I just want to go home. Spend a little time getting in touch with myself. Then maybe, I don't know, see what's happening around me, maybe. Deal with that." She poured herself out another glass of wine and drank it down. Then she put her hand on Hel's arm. "I guess I've been a lot of trouble to you. I believe the American idiom is a pain in the ass. I wish there was some way I could make it up to you." He smiled at her obliquely. She poured another glass of wine and said, "Do you think Hannah minds your being here?" "Why should she?" "Well, I mean, do you think she minds our spending the night together?" "What does that phrase signify to you?" "What? Well, we'll be sleeping together." "Sleeping together?" "In the same place, I mean. You know what I mean." He regarded her without speaking. Her experience of mystic transport, even if it was a unique event, prompted by an overload of tension and desperation, rather than the function of a spirit in balance and peace, gave her a worthiness in his eyes. But this new acceptance was not free from a certain envy, that this vague-minded muffin should be able to achieve the state that he had lost years ago, probably forever. He recognized the envy to be adolescent and small on his part, but this recognition was not sufficient to banish the feeling. She had been frowning into the candle flame, trying to sort out her emotions. "I should tell you something." "Should you?" "I want to be honest with you." "Don't bother." "No, I want to be. Even before I met you, I used to think about you. Daydream, sort of. All the stories my uncle used to tell about you. I was really surprised at how young you are, how young you appear, that is. And I suppose if I analyzed my feelings, there's a sort of father projection. Here you are, the great myth in the flesh. I was scared and confused, and you protected me. I can see all the psychological impulses that would draw me toward you, can't you? Have you considered the possibility that you're a randy young woman with a healthy and uncomplicated desire to climax? Or do you find that psychologically unsubtle?" She looked at him and nodded. "You certainly know how to put a person down, don't you? You don't leave a person much to cover herself with." "That's true. and perhaps it's uncivil of me. I'm sorry. Here is what I think is going on with you. You're alone, lonely, confused. You want to be cuddled and comforted. You don't know how to ask for that because you're a product of the Western culture, so you negotiate for it, bartering sex for cuddling. It's not an uncommon negotiation for the Western woman to engage in. After all, she's limited to negotiating with the Western male, whose concept of social exchange is brittle and limited, and who demands earnest money in the form of sex, because that's the only part of the bargain he is comfortable with. Miss Stern, you may sleep with me tonight if you wish. I'll hold you and comfort you, if that's what you want. Both gratitude and too much wine moistened her eyes. I would like that, yes. But the animal lurking within is seldom tethered by good intentions. When he awoke to her attentions and felt emanating from her the alpha-theta syncopation that attends sexual excitation, his response was not solely dictated by a desire to shield her from rejection. She was exceptionally ripe and easy, all of her nerves close to the surface and desperately sensitive. Because she was young, there was a bit of difficulty keeping her lubricated, but beyond that mechanical nuisance, he could hold her in climax without much effort. Her eyes rolled back again, and she pleaded, "No, please, I can't again. I'll die if I do again." But her involuntary contractions rushed closer and closer together, and she was gasping in her fourth orgasm, which he prolonged until her fingernails were clawing frantically at the nap of the rug. He recalled Hannah's injunction against dimming Hannah's future experience by comparison, and he had no particular impulse to climax himself, so he brought her back down slowly, stroking and cooling her, as the muscles of her buttocks, stomach, and thighs quivered with the fatigue of repeated orgasm, and she lay still on the pile of pillows, half unconscious, and feeling that her flesh was melting. He washed in frigid meltwater, then went up to the overhanging balcony to sleep. Some time later, he felt her approach silently. He made space for her and a nest in his arms and lap. As she dipped toward sleep, she said dreamily, "Nicholai, please don't call me by my first name," he murmured. She was silent for a time. "Mr. Hel, don't be scared by this, because it's just a passing thing, but at this moment, I am in love with you." "Don't be foolish." "Do you know what I wish?" He did not answer. "I wish it were morning, and I could go out and pick you a bunch of flowers. Those eyes of autumn we saw." He chuckled and folded her in. "Good night, Miss Stern." Chapter 18. Echebar. It was mid-morning before Hannah heard the splash of a slab of rock into the stream and came from the chateau to find Hel rearranging the sounding stones, his trouser legs rolled up and his forearms dripping with water. "Will I ever get this right, Hannah?" She shook her head. "Only you will ever know, Nico. Is Hannah safely set up at the lodge?" "Yes. I think the girls have heated the water by now. Do you feel like taking a bath with me?" "Certainly." They sat opposite one another, their feet in their habitual caress, their eyes closed and their bodies weightless. "I hope you were kind to her," Hannah murmured sleepily. "I was." "And you? How was it for you?" "For me?" He opened his eyes. "Madam, do you have anything pressing on your schedule just now?" "I'll have to consult my carnet de bal, but it is possible that I can accommodate you." Shortly after noon, when he had reason to hope the local PTT would be functioning at least marginally, Hel placed a transatlantic call to the number Diamond had left with him.
He had decided to tell the mother company that Hannah Stern had decided to return home, leaving the Septembrists unmolested. He assumed Diamond would take personal satisfaction in the thought that he had frightened Nicholai Hel off, but just as praise from such a source would not have pleased him, so scorn could not embarrass him. It would be more than an hour before the viscous and senile French telephone system could place his call, and he chose to pass the interval inspecting the grounds. He felt light-hearted, well-disposed toward everything, enjoying that generalized euphoria that follows a close call with danger. For a whole constellation of impalpable reasons, he had dreaded getting involved in a business that was trammeled with personalities and passions. He was wandering through the privet maze on the east lawns when he came across Pierre, who was in his usual vinous fog of contentment. The gardener looked up into the sky and pontificated.
"Ah, monsieur. Soon there will be a storm. The signs all insist on it."
"Oh?"
"Oh, yes, there is no doubt. The little clouds of the morning have been herded against the flank of Aunemendi. The first of the Ursuro flew up the valley this afternoon. The Sagara turned its leaves over in the wind. These are sure signs. A storm is inevitable."
"That's too bad. We could have used a little rain."
"True, monsieur. But look, here comes Monsieur Lecago. How finely he dresses."
Lecago was approaching across the lawn, still wearing the rumpled theatrical evening dress of 2 nights ago. As he neared, Pierre tottered away, explaining that there were many thousands of things that demanded his immediate attention. Hel greeted Lecago. "I haven't seen you in a while, Benyat. Where have you been?"
"Both. I've been up in Laurent with the widow, helping her put out the fire in her belly."
Lecago was uneasy, his badinage mechanical and flat. "One day, Benyat, that widow will have you in the trap, and you'll be—" "What is it? What's wrong?" Lecago put his hands on Hel's shoulders.
"I have hard news for you, friend. A terrible thing has happened. That girl with the plump breasts, your guest."
Hel closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. After a silence, he said quietly, "Dead?"
"I'm afraid so. A contrabandier heard the shots. By the time he got to your lodge, she was dead. They had shot her many, many times."
Hel took a long, slow breath and held it for a moment. Then he let it out completely as he absorbed the first shock and avoided the flash of mind-fogging fury. Keeping his mind empty, he walked back toward the chateau, while Lecago followed, respecting his friend's armor of silence. Hel had sat for 10 minutes at the threshold of the tatamied room, staring out over the garden, while Lecago slumped beside him. He refocused his eyes and said in a monotone, "All right. How did they get into the lodge?"
"They didn't have to. She was found in the meadow below the ravine. Evidently, she was picking wildflowers. There was a large bunch found in her hand."
"Silly twit," Hel said in a tone that might have been affectionate. "Do we know who shot her?"
"Yes. Early this morning, down in the village of Lescon, 2 outlanders were seen. Their descriptions are those of the Amerlo from Texas I met here, and that little Arab snot."
"But how did they know where she was? Only our people knew that."
"There is only one way. Someone must have informed."
"One of our people?"
I know.
Lecago spoke between his teeth.
"I have asked around. Sooner or later, I shall find out who it was, and when I do, by the prophetic balls of Joseph in Egypt, I swear that the blade of my Mekila will puncture his black art."
Nicholai was ashamed and furious that one of his own, a mountain Basque, had disgraced the race in this way.
"What do you say, Nico? Shall we go get them? The Merlot and the Arab."
Hel shook his head. By now they're on a plane bound for the United States. Their time will come. Nicholai smashed his fists together, breaking the skin over a knuckle.
"But why, Nico? Why kill such a morsel? What harm could she do, the poor muffin?"
They wanted to prevent me from doing something. They thought they could erase my debt to the uncle by killing the niece.
"They are mistaken, of course."
"Of course." Hel sat up straight as his mind began to function in a different timbre. "Will you help me, Benyat?"
"Will I help you? Does asparagus make your piece stink?"
"They have French internal security forces all over this part of the country, with orders to put me away if I attempt to leave the area."
"Boff. The only charm of the security force is its epic incompetence."
"Still, they will be a nuisance, and they might get lucky. We'll have to neutralize them. Do you remember Maurice Deland?"
"The man they call the gnome? Yes, of course."
"I have to get in touch with him. I'll need his help to get safely into Britain. We'll go through the mountains tonight, into Spain, to San Sebastian. I need a fishing boat to take me along the coast to Saint-Jean-de-Luz. Would you arrange that?"
"Would a cow lick Lot's wife?"
"Day after tomorrow, I'll be flying out from Biarritz to London. They'll be watching the airports, but they're spread thin, and that's to our advantage. Starting about noon that day, I want reports leaked to the authorities that I have appeared in Oloron, Pau, Bayonne, Bilbao, Moléon, Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port, Bordeaux, Saint-Engrâce, and Dache, all at the same time. I want their cross-communications confused, so that the report from Biarritz will just be one drop in a torrent of information. Can that be arranged?"
"Can it be arranged? I can't think of an old saying for it just now. Yes, it can be arranged. This is like the old days, eh?"
"I'm afraid so."
"You're taking me with you, of course."
"No, it's not your kind of thing."
"Hola, don't let the grey in my beard fool you. A boy lives inside this body, a very mean boy."
"It's not that. If this were breaking into a prison or blowing away a guard post, there is no one I'd rather have with me. But this won't be a matter of courage. It must be done by craft." As was his custom when in the open air, Nicholai had turned aside and unbuttoned his trousers to relieve himself as he talked.
"You don't think I am capable of craft? I am subtlety itself. Like the chameleon, I blend with all backgrounds."
Hel could not help smiling. This self-created folk myth standing before him resplendent in rumpled fin de siècle evening clothes, the rhinestone buttons of his brocade waistcoat sparkling in the sun, his beret tugged low over his sunglasses, his rust and steel beard covering a silk cravat, the battered old maquila under his arm as he held his penis in one hand and sprayed urine back and forth like a schoolboy. This man was laying claim to being subtle and inconspicuous. "No, I don't want you to come with me, Benyat. You can help most by making the arrangements I asked for."
"And after that, what do I do while you are off amusing yourself? Pray and twiddle my thumbs?"
"I'll tell you what. While I'm gone, you can press on with preparations for the exploration of your cave. Get the rest of the gear we need down into the hole. Wetsuits, air tanks. When I get back, we'll take a shot at exploring it from light to light. How's that?"
"It's better than nothing, but not much."
A serving girl came from the house to tell Hel that he was wanted in the chateau. He found Hannah standing with the telephone in the butler's pantry, blocking the mouthpiece with her palm. "It is Mr. Diamond returning your call to the United States." Hel looked at the phone, then glanced down to the floor. "Tell him I'll get back to him soon." They had finished supper in the tatamied room, and now they were watching the evening permutations of shifting shadow through the garden. He had told her that he would be away for about a week. "Does this have to do with Hannah?" "Yes." He saw no reason to tell her the girl was dead. After a silence, she said, "When you get back, it will be close to the end of my stay with you." "I know. By then you'll have to decide if you're interested in continuing our life together." "I know." She lowered her eyes, and for the first time he could remember, her cheeks colored with the hint of a blush. "Nico, would it be too silly for us to consider becoming married?" "Married? Never mind. Just a silly thought that wandered through my mind. I don't believe I would want it anyway." She had touched on the idea gingerly and had fled instantly from his first reaction. For several minutes he was deep in thought. "No, it's not all that silly. If you decide to give me years of your life, then of course we should do something to assure your economic future. Let's talk about it when I return. I could never mention it again. I realize that, Hannah, but I could." Part 4. Utagai. Chapter 19. Saint-Jean-de-Luz, Biarritz. The open fishing boat plowed the ripple path of the setting moon, quicksilver on the sea, like an effect from the brush of a kitsch watercolorist. The diesel motor chugged bronchially and gasped as it was turned off. The bow skewed when the boat crunched up on the pebble beach. Hel slipped over the side and stood knee-deep in the surging tide, his duffel bag on his shoulder. A wave of his hand was answered by a blurred motion from the boat, and he waded toward the deserted shore, his canvas pants heavy with water, his rope-soled espadrilles digging into the sand. The motor coughed and began its rhythmic thunking as the boat made its way out to sea along the matte black shore toward Spain. From the brow of a dune, he could see the lights of cafes and bars all around the small harbor of Saint-Jean-de-Luz, where fishing boats heaved sleepily on the oily water of the docking slips. He shifted the weight of the duffel and made for the Café of the Whale to confirm a telegraph order he had made for dinner. The owner of the café had been a master chef in Paris before retiring back to his home village. He enjoyed displaying his prowess occasionally, particularly when Monsieur Hel granted him carte blanche as regards menu and expense. The dinner was to be prepared and served in the home of Monsieur Deland, the fine little gentleman who lived in an old mansion down the shore, and who was never to be seen in the streets of Saint-Jean-de-Luz because his physiognomy would cause comment and perhaps ridicule from ill-brought-up children. Monsieur Deland was a midget, little more than a meter tall, though he was over 60 years old. Hel's tap at the back door brought Mademoiselle Pinard to peer cautiously through the curtain. Then a broad smile cracked her face, and she opened the door wide. "Ah, Monsieur Hel, welcome! It has been too long since last we saw you. Come in, come in! Ah, you are wet. Monsieur Deland is so looking forward to your dinner." "I don't want to drip on your floor, Mademoiselle Pinard. May I take off my pants?" Mademoiselle Pinard blushed and slapped at his shoulder with delight. "Oh, Monsieur Hel, is this any way to speak? Oh, men!" In obedience to their established routine of chaste flirtation, she was both flustered and delighted. Mademoiselle Pinard was somewhat older than 50. She had always been somewhat older than 50. Tall and sere, with dry, nervous hands and an unlubricated walk, she had a face too long for her tiny eyes and thin mouth, so rather a lot of it was devoted to forehead and chin. If there had been more character in her face, she would have been ugly. As it was, she was only plain. Mademoiselle Pinard was the mold from which virgins are made, and her redoubtable virtue was in no way lessened by the fact that she had been Bernard Deland's companion, nurse, and mistress for 30 years. She was the kind of woman who said, "Zut!" or "Ma foi!"
when exasperated beyond the control of good taste. As she showed him to the room that was always his when he visited, she said in a low voice, "Monsieur Deland is not well, you know. I am delighted that he will have your company this evening, but you must be very careful. He is close to God. Weeks, months only, the doctor tells me." "I'll be careful, darling. Here we are. Do you want to come in while I change my clothes?"
"Oh, monsieur!"
Hel shrugged. "Oh, well. But one day your barriers will fall, Mademoiselle Pinard, and then...
"Monster! And Monsieur Deland, your good friend. Men!"
"We are victims of our appetites, mademoiselle. Helpless victims. Tell me, is dinner ready?"
"The chef and his assistants have been cluttering up the kitchen all day. Everything is in readiness."
"Then I'll see you at dinner, and we'll satisfy our appetites together."
"Oh, monsieur!"
They took dinner in the largest room of the house, one lined with shelves on which books were stacked and piled in a disarray that was evidence of Deland's passion for learning. Since he considered it outrageous to read and eat at the same time, diluting one of his passions with the other, Deland had struck on the idea of combining library and dining room, the long refectory table serving both functions. They sat at one end of this table, Bernard Deland at the head, Hel to his right, Mademoiselle Pinard to his left. Like most of the furniture, the table and chairs had been cut down and were somewhat too big for Deland and somewhat too small for his rare guests. Such, Deland had once told Hel, was the nature of compromise, a condition that satisfied no one but left each with the comforting feeling that others had been done in too. Dinner was nearly over, and they were resting and chatting between courses. There had been Neva caviar with blinis, still hot on their napkins, Saint-Germain Royal, Deland found a hint too much mint, Suprême de Sol au Château Yquem, quail under the ashes. Deland mentioned that walnut would have been a better wood for the log fire, but he could accept the flavor imparted by oak cinders. Rack of baby lamb Edward VII. Deland regretted that it was not cold enough, but he realized that Hel's arrangements were spur of the moment. Riz à la grecque, the bit too much red pepper Deland attributed to the chef's place of birth. Morels, the bit too little lemon juice Deland attributed to the chef's personality. Florentine artichoke bottoms, the gross imbalance between Gruyere and Parmesan in the Mornay sauce Deland attributed to the chef's perversity, for the error had been mentioned before, and Danishef salad, which Deland found perfect to his slight annoyance. From each of these dishes, Deland took the smallest morsel that would still allow him to have all the flavors in his mouth at once. His heart, liver, and digestive system were such a ruin that his doctor restricted him to the blandest of foods. Hel, from dietary habit, ate very little. Mademoiselle Pinard's appetite was good, though her concept of exquisite table manners involved taking minute bites and chewing them protractedly with circular, leporine motions, confined to the very front of her mouth, where her napkin often and daintily went to brush thin lips. One of the reasons the chef of the Café of the Whale enjoyed doing these occasional suppers for Hel was the great feast his family and friends always enjoyed later that same night.
"It's appalling how little we eat, Nicholai," Deland said in his surprisingly deep voice. "You with your monk's attitude toward food, and I with my ravished constitution. Picking about like this, I feel like a rich 10-year-old in a luxurious bordello."
Mademoiselle Pinard went behind her napkin for a moment.
"And these thimbles full of wine," Deland complained. "Ah, that I have descended to this. A man who, through knowledge and money, converted gluttony into a major art. Fate is either ironic or just, I don't know which. But look at me, eating as though I were a bloodless nun doing penance for her daydreams about the young curé."
The napkin concealed Mademoiselle Pinard's blush. "How sick are you, old friend?" Hel asked. Honesty was common currency between them.
"I am finally sick,"
This heart of mine is more a sponge than a pump. I have been in retirement for, 5 years now, and for 4 of them I have been of no use to dear Mademoiselle Pinard, save as an observer, of course.
The napkin. The meal ended with a bombe, fruit, glacé varié, no brandies or digestifs, and Mademoiselle Pinard retired to allow the men to chat. Deland slid down from his chair and made his way to the fireside, stopping for breath twice, where he occupied a low chair that nevertheless left his feet straight out before him.
"All chairs are chaiselong for me, my friend," he laughed. "All right. What can I do for you?"
"I need help."
"Of course. Good comrades though we are, you would not come by boat in the dead of night for the sole purpose of disgracing a supper by picking at it. You know that I have been out of the information business for several years, but I have odds and bits left from the old days, and I shall help you, if I can."
"I should tell you that they have got my money. I won't be able to pay you immediately." Deland waved a dismissing hand.
"I'll send you a bill from hell. You'll recognize it by the singed edges.
Is it a person or a government?"
"Government. I have to get into England. They'll be waiting for me. The affair is very heavy, so my leverage will have to be strong." Deland sighed.
"Ah, my. If only it were America. I have something on America that would make the Statue of Liberty lie back and spread her knees. But England? No one thing. Fragments and scraps. Some nasty enough to be sure, but no one big thing."
"What sort of things have you?"
"Oh, the usual. Homosexuality in the Foreign Office."
"That's not news."
"At this level, it's interesting. And I have photographs. There are few things so ludicrous as the postures a man assumes while making love, particularly if he is no longer young. And what else have I? A bit of rambunctiousness in the royal family, the usual political peccadillos and payoffs, a blocked inquiry into that flying accident that cost the life of... you remember?"
Deland looked to the ceiling to recall what was in his files.
"Oh, there's evidence that the embrace between the Arab oil interests and the city is more intimate than is generally known. And there's a lot of individual stuff on government people, fiscal and sexual irregularities mostly. You are absolutely sure you don't want something on the United States? I have a real bell ringer there. It's an unsaleable item, too big for almost any use. It would be like opening an egg with a sledgehammer."
"No, it has to be English. I haven't time to set up indirect pressure from Washington to London."
Tell you what. Why don't you take the whole lot? Arrange to have it published, one shot right after the other. Scandal after scandal eroding the edifice of confidence. You know this sort of thing. No single arrow strong enough alone, but in fascine, who knows? It's the best I can offer."
"Then it will have to do. Set it up the usual way. I bring photocopies with me. We arrange a button-down trigger system with the German magazines as primary receivers."
"It's not failed yet. You're sure you don't want the Statue of Liberty's brazen hymen?"
"Can't think of what I'd do with it."
"Ah, well, painful image at best. Well, can you spend the night with us?"
"If I may. I fly out of Biarritz tomorrow at noon, and I have to lie low. The locals have a bounty on me."
"Pity. They ought to protect you as the last surviving member of your species. You know, I've been thinking about you lately, Nicholai Alexandrovich.
Not often, to be sure, but with some intensity. Not often, because when you get to the bang or whimper moment of life, you don't spend much time contemplating the minor characters of your personal farce. And one of the difficult things for egocentric man to face is that he is a minor character in every biography but his own. I am a bit player in your life, you in mine. We have known one another for more than 20 years, but discounting business, and one must always discount business, we have shared perhaps a total of 12 hours of intimate conversation, of honest inquiry into one another's minds and emotions. I have known you, Nicholai, for half a day. Actually, that's not bad. Most good friends and married couples, those are seldom the same thing, could not boast 12 hours of honest interest after a lifetime of shared space and irritations, of territorial assertions and squabbles. So, I've known you for half a day, my friend, and I have come to love you. I think very highly of myself for having accomplished that, as you are not an easy man to love. Admire, yes, of course. Respect, if fear is a part of respect, then of course. But love? Ah, that's a different business. Because there is, in love, an urge to forgive. And you're a hard man to forgive. Half saintly ascetic, half vandal marauder. You don't make yourself available for forgiveness. In one persona, you are above forgiveness. In another, beneath it. And always resentful of it. One has the feeling that you would never forgive a man for forgiving you. That probably doesn't mean much, but it rolls well off the tongue, and a song must have music as well as words. And after my 12 hours of knowing you, I would capsulize you, reduce you to a definition, by calling you a medieval anti-hero. Hel smiled. Medieval anti-hero? What on earth does that mean? Who has the floor now, you or I? Let's have a little silent respect for the dying. It's part of your being Japanese. Culturally Japanese, that is. Only in Japan was the classical moment simultaneous with the medieval. In the West, philosophy, art, political and social ideal, all are identified with periods before or after the medieval moment, the single exception being that glorious stone bridge to God, the cathedral. Only in Japan was the feudal moment also the philosophic moment. We of the West are comfortable with the image of the warrior priest or the warrior scientist, even the warrior industrialist. But the warrior philosopher? No, that concept irritates our sense of propriety. We speak of death and violence, as though they were two manifestations of the same impulse. In fact, death is the very opposite of violence, which is always concerned with the struggle for life. Our philosophy is focused on managing life, yours on managing death. We seek comprehension, you seek dignity. We learn how to grasp, you learn how to let go. Even the label philosopher is misleading, as our philosophers have always been animated by the urge to share, indeed inflict, their insights, while your lot are content, perhaps selfishly, to make your separate and private peace. To the Westerner, there is something disturbingly feminine, in the sense of youngish, if that coinage doesn't offend your ear, in your view of manhood. Fresh from the battlefield, you don soft robes and stroll through your gardens with admiring compassion for the falling cherry petal. And you view both the gentleness and the courage, as manifestations of manhood. To us, that seems capricious at best, if not two-faced. By the way, how does your garden grow?
It's becoming.
Meaning?
Each year it is simpler.
Sir, you see, that goddamn Japanese penchant for paradoxes that turn out to be syllogisms. Look at yourself, a warrior gardener. You are indeed a medieval Japanese, as I said, and you are also an anti-hero. Not in the sense in which critics and scholars lusting for letters to dangle after their names misuse the term. What they call anti-heroes are really unlikely heroes, or attractive villains. The Fat Cop, or Richard III. The true anti-hero is a version of the hero, not a clown with a principal role, not an audience member permitted to work out his violent fantasies. Like the classic hero, the anti-hero leads the mass toward salvation. There was a time in the comedy of human development when salvation seemed to lie in the direction of order and organization, and all the great Western heroes organized and directed their followers against the enemy, chaos. Now, we are learning that the final enemy is not chaos, but organization. Not divergence, but similarity. Not primitivism, but progress. And the new hero, the anti-hero, is one who makes a virtue of attacking the organization, of destroying the systems. We realize now that salvation of the race lies in that nihilist direction, but we still don't know how far.
Deland paused to catch his breath, then seemed to be ready to continue, but his glance suddenly crossed Hel's, and he laughed.
Oh, well, let that be enough. I wasn't really speaking to you anyway.
I've been aware of that for some time.
It is a convention in Western tragedy that a man is permitted one long speech before he dies. Once he has stepped on the inevitable machinery of fate that will carry him to his pathetic denouement, nothing he can say or do will alter his lot. But he is permitted to make his case, to bitch at length against the gods, even in iambic pentameter.
Even if doing so interrupts the flow of the narrative?
To hell with it! For 2 hours of narcosis against reality, of safe, vicarious participation in the world of action and death, one should be willing to pay the price of a couple minutes' worth of insight, structurally sound or not. But have it your way. All right. Tell me, do the government still remember the gnome? And do they still scratch the earth trying to find his lair and gnash their teeth in frustrated fury?
They do indeed, Maurice. Just the other day there was an Amerlo scab at home asking about you. He would have given his genitals to know how you came by your information.
Would he indeed? Being an Amerlo, he probably wasn't risking much. And what did you tell him?
I told him everything I knew.
Meaning nothing at all? Good. Candor is a virtue. You know, I really don't have any very subtle or complicated sources of information. In fact, the mother company and I are nourished by the same data. I have access to Fatboy through the purchased services of one of their senior computer slaves, a man named Llewellyn. My skill lies in being able to put 2 and 2 together better than they can. Or, to be more precise, I am able to add 1.5 plus 1 2/3 in such a way as to make 10. I am not better informed than they. I am simply smarter.
Hel laughed. They would give almost anything to locate and silence you. You've been bamboo under their fingernails for a long time.
Ha! That knowledge brightens my last days, Nicholai. Being a nuisance to the government lackeys has made my life worth living. And a precarious living it has been. When you trade in information, you carry stock that has very short shelf life. Unlike brandy, information cheapens with age. Nothing is duller than yesterday's sins. And sometimes I used to acquire expensive pieces only to have them ruined by leakage. I remember buying a very hot item from the United States, what in time became known as the Watergate cover-up. And while I was holding the merchandise on my shelf, waiting for you or some other international to purchase it as leverage against the American government, a pair of ambitious reporters sniffed the story out and saw in it a chance to make their fortunes, and voila! The material was overnight useless to me. In time, each of the criminals wrote a book or did a television program describing his part in the rape of American civil rights, and each was paid lavishly by the stupid American public, which seems to have a peculiar impulse toward having their noses rubbed in their own shit. Doesn't it seem unjust to you that I should end up losing several 100,000 worth of spoiled stock on my shelves, while even the master villain himself makes a fortune doing television shows with that British leech who has shown that he would sniff up to anybody for money, even Idi Amin? It's a peculiar one, this trade, I mean.
Have you been an information broker all your life, Maurice?
Except for a short stint as a professional basketball player. Old fool. Listen, let us be serious for a moment. You describe this thing you're doing as hard. I wouldn't presume to advise you, but have you considered the fact that you've been in retirement for a time? Is your mental conditioning still taut?
Reasonably. I do a lot of caving, so fear doesn't clog my mind too much, and, fortunately, I'll be up against the British.
That's an advantage, to be sure. The MI5 and 6 boys have a tradition of being so subtle that their fakes go unnoticed. And yet, there is something wrong with this affair, Nicholai Alexandrovich. There's something in your tone that disturbs me. Not quite doubt, but a certain dangerous fatalism. Have you decided that you are going to fail?
Hel was silent for a time. You're very perceptive, Maurice.
C'est mon métier.
I know. There is something wrong, something untidy about all this. I recognize that to come back out of retirement I am challenging karma. I think that, ultimately, this business will put me away. Not the task at hand. I imagine that I can relieve these Septembrists of the burden of their lives easily enough. The complications and the dangers will be the ones I have dealt with before. But after that, the business gets tacky. There will be an effort to punish me. I may accept the punishment, or I may not. If I do not, then I shall have to go into the field again. I sense a certain— he shrugged— a certain emotional fatigue. Not exactly fatalistic resignation, but a kind of dangerous indifference. It is possible, if the indignities pile up, that I shall see no particular reason to cling to life. Deland nodded. It was this kind of attitude that he had sensed.
I see. Permit me to suggest something, old friend. You say that the governments do me the honor of still being hungry for my death. They would give a lot to know who and where I am. If you get into a tight spot, you have my permission to bargain with that information.
Maurice!
No. I am not suffering from a bout of quixotic courage. I'm too old to contract such a childhood disease. It would be a final joke on them. You see, you would be giving them an empty bag. By the time they get here, I shall have departed."
"Thank you, but I couldn't do it. Not on your account, but on mine." Hel rose. "Well, I have to get some sleep. The next 24 hours will be trying. Mostly mind play, without the refreshment of physical danger. I'll be leaving before first light."
"Very well. For myself, I think I shall sit up for a few more hours and review the delights of an evil life."
"All right. Au revoir, old friend."
"Not au revoir, Nicholai."
"It is that close?" Deland nodded. Hel leaned over and kissed his comrade on both cheeks.
"Adieu,
Maurice."
"Adieu, Nicholai."
Hel was caught at the door by,
"Oh, Nicholai, would you do something for me?"
"Anything."
"Estelle has been wonderful to me these last years. Did you know her name was Estelle?"
"No, I didn't."
"Well, I want to do something special for her, a kind of going-away present. Would you drop by her room, second at the head of the stairs, and afterward tell her it was a gift from me?"
Hel nodded. "It will be my pleasure, Maurice." Deland was looking into the fading fire.
"Hers too, let us hope," he muttered.
Hel timed his arrival at the Biarritz airport to minimize the period he would have to stand out in the open. He had always disliked Biarritz, which is Basque only in geography, the Germans, the English, and the international smart set having perverted it into a kind of Brighton on Biscay. He was not 5 minutes in the terminal before his proximity sense intercepted the direct and intense observation he had expected, knowing they would be looking for him at all points of departure. He lounged against the counter of the bar where he was taking a jus d'ananas and lightly scanned the crowd. Immediately, he picked up the young French Special Services officer in civilian clothes and sunglasses. Pushing himself off the bar, he walked directly toward the man, feeling as he approached the lad's tension and confusion.
"Excuse me, sir,"
Hel said in a French larded with German accent.
"I have just arrived, and I cannot discover how to make my connection to Lourdes. Could you assist me?"
The young policeman scanned Hel's face uncertainly. This man filled the general description, save for the eyes, which were dark brown. Hel was wearing non-corrective brown contact lenses, but there was nothing in the description about his being German. And he was supposed to be leaving the country, not entering it. In a few brusque words, the police agent directed Hel to the information office. As he walked away, Hel felt the agent's gaze fixed on him, but the quality of the concentration was muffled by confusion. He would, of course, report the spotting, but without much certainty. And the central offices would at this moment be receiving reports of Hel's appearance in 6 cities at the same time. Le Cagot was seeing to that. As Hel crossed the waiting room, a tow-headed boy ran into his legs. He caught up the child to keep him from falling.
"Rodney! Oh, I am sorry, sir."
The good-looking woman in her late 20s was on the scene in an instant, apologizing to Hel and admonishing the child all at the same time. She was British and dressed in a light summer frock designed to reveal not only her suntan, but the places she had not suntanned. In a babble of that brutally mispronounced French resulting from the Britishers' assumption that if foreigners had anything worth saying, they would say it in a real language, the young woman managed to mention that the boy was her nephew, that she was returning with him from a short vacation, and that she was taking the next flight for England, that she herself was unmarried, and that her name was Alison Brown, with an E. "My name is Nicholai Hel."
"Delighted to meet you, Mr. Hel."
That was it.
She had not heard the M because she was prepared not to. She would be a British agent, covering the action of the French. Hel said he hoped they would be sitting together on the plane, and she smiled seductively and said that she would be willing to speak to the ticket agent about that. He offered to purchase a fruit juice for her and little Rodney, and she accepted, not failing to mention that she did not usually accept such offers from strange men, but this was an exception. They had, after all, quite literally run into one another. Giggle. While she was busy dabbing her handkerchief at Rodney's juice-stained collar, leaning forward and squeezing in her shoulders to advertise her lack of a bra, Hel excused himself for a moment. At the sundry shop, he purchased a cheap memento of Biarritz, a box to contain it, a pair of scissors and some wrapping paper, a sheet of white tissue, and one of an expensive metal foil. He carried these items to the men's room and worked rapidly wrapping the present, which he brought back to the bar and gave to Rodney, who was by now whining as he dangled and twisted from Miss Brown's hand. "Just a little nothing to remind him of Biarritz. I hope you don't mind." "Well, I shouldn't, but as it's for the boy, they've called twice for our flight. Shouldn't we be boarding?" Hel explained that these French, with their anal compulsion for order, always called early for the planes. There was no rush. He turned the talk to the possibility of their getting together in London. Dinner or something? At the last moment, they went to the boarding counter, Hel taking his place in the queue in front of Miss Brown and little Rodney. His small duffel bag passed the X-ray scanner without trouble. As he walked rapidly toward the plane, which was revving up for departure, he could hear the protests of Miss Brown and the angry demands of the security guards behind him. When the plane took off, Hel did not have the pleasure of the seductive Miss Brown and little Rodney. Chapter 20. Heathrow. Passengers passing through customs were directed to enter queues in relation to their status: British subjects, Commonwealth subjects, common market citizens, and others. Having traveled on his Costa Rican passport, Hel was clearly an other, but he never had the opportunity to enter the designated line, for he was immediately approached by two smiling young men, their husky bodies distorting rather extreme Carnaby Street suits, their meaty faces expressionless behind their mustaches and sunglasses. As he always did when he met modern young men, Hel mentally shaved and crew-cut them to see whom he was really dealing with. "You will accompany us, Mr. Hel," one said, as the other took the duffel from his hand. They pressed close to him on either side and escorted him toward a door without a doorknob at the end of the debarkation area. 2 knocks, and the door was opened from the other side by a uniformed officer, who stood aside as they passed through. They walked without a word to the end of a long, windowless corridor of institutional green, where they knocked. The door was opened by a young man struck from the same mold as the guards, and from within came a familiar voice. "Do come in, Nicholai. We've just time for a glass of something and a little chat before you catch your plane back to France. Leave the luggage, there's a good fellow. And you 3 wait outside." Hel took a chair beside the low coffee table and waved away the brandy bottle lifted in offer. "I thought you had finally been cashiered out, Fred." Sir Wilfrid Piles squirted a splash of soda into his brandy. "I had more or less the same idea about you. But here we are, 2 of yesterday's bravos, sitting on opposite sides, just like the old days. You're sure you won't have one? No? Well, I imagine the sun's over the yardarm somewhere around the world, so cheers!" "How's your wife?" "More pleasant than ever." "Give her my love when next you see her." "Let's hope that's not too soon. She died last year." "Sorry to hear that." "Don't be." "Is that enough of the small talk?" "I should think so." "Good. Well, they dragged me out of the mothballs to deal with you when they got word from our petroleum masters that you might be on your way. I assume they thought I might be better able to handle you, seeing that we've played this game many times, you and I. I was directed to intercept you here, find out what I could about your business in our misty isle, then see you safely back on a plane to the place from whence you came." "They thought it would be as easy as that, did they?" Sir Wilfrid waved his glass. "Well, you know how these new lads are. All by the book and no complexities." "And what do you assume, Fred?" "Oh, I assume it won't be quite that easy. I assume you came with some sort of nasty leverage gained from your friend, the gnome. Photocopies of it in your luggage, I shouldn't wonder." "Right on top. You'd better take a look." "I shall, if you don't mind," Sir Wilfrid said, unzipping the bag and taking out a manila folder. "Nothing else in here I should know about, I trust? Drugs, subversive or pornographic literature?" Hel smiled. "No, I feared as much." He opened the folder and began to scan the information sheet by sheet, his matted white eyebrows working up and down with each uncomfortable bit of information. "By the way," he asked between pages, "what on earth did you do to Miss Brown?" "Miss Brown? I don't believe I know her." "Oh, come now. No coyness between old enemies. We got word that she is this moment sitting in a French detention centre, while those gentlemen of froggish inclination comb and recomb her luggage. The report we received was quite thorough, including the amusing detail that the little boy who was her cover promptly soiled himself, and the consulate is out the cost of fresh garments." Hel couldn't help laughing. "Come, between us, what on earth did you do?" "Well, she came on with all the subtlety of a fart in a bathysphere, so I neutralized her. You don't train them as you did in the old days. The stupid twit accepted a gift." "What sort of a gift?" "Oh, just a cheap memento of Biarritz. It was wrapped up in tissue paper, but I had cut out a gun shape from metal foil paper and slipped it between the sheets of tissue." Sir Wilfrid sputtered with laughter. "So, the X-ray scanner picked up a gun each time the package passed through, and the poor officials could find nothing. How delicious! I think I must drink to that." He measured out the other half, then returned to the task of familiarizing himself with the leverage information, occasionally allowing himself such interjections as, "Is that so? Wouldn't have thought it of him. Ah, we've known this for some time. Still, wouldn't do to broadcast it around. Oh my, that is a nasty bit. How on earth did he find that out?" When he finished reading the material, Sir Wilfrid carefully tapped the pages together to make the ends even, then replaced them in the folder. "No single thing here sufficient to force us very far." "I'm aware of that, Fred. But the mass, one piece released to the German press each day." Quite. It would have a disastrous effect on confidence in the government just now, with elections on the horizon. I suppose the information is in button-down mode." "Of course." "Feared as much." Holding the information in button-down mode involved arrangements to have it released to the press immediately if a certain message was not received by noon of each day. Hel carried with him a list of 13 addresses to which he was to send cables each morning. 12 of these were dummies. One was an associate of Maurice Deland, who would, upon receipt of the message, telephone to another intermediary, who would telephone Deland. The code between Hel and Deland was a simple one, based upon an obscure poem by Barrault. But it would take much longer than 24 hours for the intelligence boys to locate the one letter in the one word of the message that was the active signal. The term button down came from a kind of human bomb, rigged so that the device would not go off so long as the man held a button down. But any attempt to struggle with him or to shoot him would result in his releasing the button. Sir Wilfrid considered his position for a moment. "It is true that this information of yours can be quite damaging, but we are under tight orders from the Mother Company to protect these Black September vermin, and we are no more eager to bring down upon our heads the ire of the Company than is any other industrial country. It appears that we shall have to choose between misfortunes." "So it appears." Sir Wilfrid pushed out his lower lip and squinted at Hel in evaluation. "This is a very wide-open and dangerous thing you're doing, Nicholai, walking right into our arms like this. Must have taken a great deal of money to draw you out of retirement." "Point of fact, I'm not being paid for this." That, of course, would have been my second guess. He drew a long sigh. Sentiment is a killer, Nicholai. But of course you know that. All right, tell you what. I shall carry your message to my masters. We'll see what they have to say. Meanwhile, I suppose I shall have to hide you away somewhere. How would you like to spend a day or two in the country? I'll make a telephone call or two to get the government lads thinking, then I'll run you out in my banger. Chapter 21. Middle Bumley. Sir Wilfrid's immaculate 1931 Rolls crunched over the gravel of a long private drive and came to a stop under the porte-cochere of a rambling house, most of the charm of which derived from the aesthetic disorder of its having grown without plan through many architectural impulses. Crossing the lawn to greet them were a sinewy woman of uncertain years and two girls in their mid-20s. "I think you'll find it amusing here, Nicholai," Sir Wilfrid said. "Our host is an ass, but he won't be about. The wife is a bit dotty, but the daughters are uniquely obliging. Indeed, they have gained something of a reputation for that quality. What do you think of the house?" "Considering your British penchant for braggadocio through meiosis, the kind of thing that makes you call your rolls a banger, I'm surprised you didn't describe the house as 37 up, 16 down." "Ah, Lady Jessica," Sir Wilfrid said to the older woman as she approached, wearing a frilly summer frock of a vague colour she would have called ashes of roses. "Here's the guest I telephoned you about, Nicholai Hel." She pressed a damp hand into his. "So pleased to have you, to meet you, that is. This is my daughter, Broderick." Hel shook hands with an overly slim girl whose eyes were huge in her emaciated face. "I know it's an uncommon name for a girl," Lady Jessica continued, "but my husband had quite settled on having a boy. I mean, he wanted to have a boy in the sense of fathering a son, not in the other sense. My goodness, what must you think of him? But he had Broderick instead. Or rather, we did." "In the sense that you were her parents." Hel sought to release the skinny girl's hand. "Broderick is a model," the mother explained. Hel had guessed as much. There was a vacuousness of expression, a certain limpness of posture and curvature of spine that marked the fashionable model of that moment. "Nothing much, really," Broderick said, trying to blush under her troweled-on makeup. "Just the odd job for the occasional international magazine." The mother tapped the daughter's arm. "Don't say you do odd jobs. What will Mr. Hel think?" A clearing of the throat by the second daughter impelled Lady Jessica to say, "Oh, yes, and here is Melpomene. It is conceivable she might act one day." Melpomene was a substantial girl, thick of bosom, ankle, and forearm, rosy of cheek and clear of eye. She seemed somehow incomplete without her hockey stick. Her handshake was firm and brisk. "Just call me Pom. Everyone does." "Ah, if we could just freshen up," Sir Wilfrid suggested. "Oh, of course. I'll have the girls show you everything. I mean, of course, where your rooms are and all. What must you think?" As Hel was laying out his things from the duffel bag, Sir Wilfrid tapped on the door and came in. "Well, what do you think of the place? We should be cozy here for a couple of days while the masters ponder the inevitable, eh? I've been on the line to them, and they say they'll come up with a decision by morning." "Tell me, Fred, have your lads been keeping a watch on the Septembrists?" "On your targets? Of course." "Assuming that your government goes along with my proposal, I'll want all the background material you have." "I expected no less." "By the by, I assured the masters that you could pull this off, should their decision go that way, with no hint of collusion or responsibility on our part. It is that way, isn't it?" "Not quite, but I can work it so that, whatever their suspicions, the mother company will not be able to prove collusion." "The next best thing, I suppose." "Fortunately, you picked me up before I went through passport check, so my arrival won't be in your computers and therefore not in theirs." "Wouldn't rely on that overly much. Mother company has 1,000,000 eyes and ears." "True.
You're absolutely sure this is a safe house?
Oh, yes. The ladies are not what you would call subtle, but they have another quality quite as good. They're totally ignorant. They haven't the slightest idea of what we're doing here. Don't even know what I do for a living. And the man of the house, if you can call him that, is no trouble at all. We seldom let him into the country, you see."
Sir Wilfrid went on to explain that Lord Biffin lived in the Dordogne, the social ladder of a gaggle of geriatric tax avoiders who infested that section of France, to the disgust and discomfort of the local peasants. The Biffins were typical of their sort. Irish peerage that every other generation stiffened its sagging finances by introducing a shot of American hog-butcher blood. The gentleman had overstepped himself in his lust to avoid taxes, and had gotten into a shady thing or two in free ports in the Bahamas. That had given the government a hold on him and on his British funds, so he was most cooperative, remaining in France when he was ordered to, where he exercised his version of the shrewd businessman by cheating local women out of antique furniture or automobiles, always being careful to intercept his wife's mail to avoid her discovering his petty villainies.
Silly old fart, really. You know the type, outlandish ties, walking shorts with street shoes and ankle stockings. But the wife and daughters, together with the establishment here, are of some occasional use to us. What do you think of the old gal?
Little obsessed.
Know what you mean. But if you'd gone 25 years getting only what the old fellow had to offer, I fancy you'd be a little sperm-mad yourself. Well, shall we join them?
After breakfast the next morning, Sir Wilfrid sent the ladies away and sat back with his last cup of coffee.
"I was on the line with the masters this morning. They've decided to go along with you. With a couple of provisos, of course.
They had better be minor.
First, they want assurance that this information will never be used against them again."
"You should have been able to give them that assurance. You know that the man you call the gnome always destroys the originals as soon as the deal is made. His reputation rests on that."
"Yes, quite so. And I shall undertake to assure them on that account. Their second proviso is that I report to them, telling them that I have considered your plan carefully and believe it to be airtight and absolutely sure not to involve the government directly."
"Nothing in this business is airtight."
"All right. Airtight-ish, then. So, I'm afraid that you will have to take me into your confidence, familiarize me with details of dastardly machinations and all that."
"Certain details I cannot give you until I have gone over your observation reports on the Septembrists, but I can sketch the bold outlines for you." Within an hour, they had agreed on Hel's proposal, although Sir Wilfrid had some reservations about the loss of the plane, as it was a Concorde.
"And we've had trouble enough trying to ram the damned thing down the world's throat as it is."
"It's not my fault that the plane in question is that uneconomical, polluting monster."
"Quite so, quite so."
"So there it is, Fred. If your people do your part well, the stunt should go off without the mother companies having any proof of your complicity. It's the best plan I could work up, considering that I've had only a couple of days to think about it. What do you say?"
"I don't dare give my masters the details. They're political men, the least reliable of all. But I shall report that I consider the plan worth cooperating with."
"Good. When do I get the observation reports on the Septembrists?"
"They'll be here by courier this afternoon. You know, something occurs to me, Nicholai. Considering the character of your plan, you really don't have to involve yourself at all. We could dispose of the Arabs ourselves, and you could return to France immediately."
Hel looked at Sir Wilfrid flatly for fully 10 seconds. Then they both laughed at once.
"Oh, well," Sir Wilfrid said, waving a hand. "You can't blame me for trying. Let's take a little lunch, and perhaps there's time for a nap before the reports come in."
"I hardly dare go to my room."
"Oh? Did they also visit you last night?"
"Oh, yes, and I chucked them out."
"Waste not, want not, I always say."
Sir Wilfrid dozed in his chair, warmed by the setting sun beyond the terrace. On the other side of the white metal table, Hel was scanning the observation reports on the PLO actives. "There it is," he said finally.
"What?
There, what is? I was looking for something in the list of contacts and acquaintances the Septembrists have made since their arrival. And on 2 occasions they spent time with this man you have identified as Pilgrim Y. He works in a food preparation service for the airlines. Is that so? I really don't know the file. I was only dragged into this, unwillingly, I might mention, when you got involved. What's all this about food preparation? Well, obviously the Septembrists are not going to try to smuggle their guns through your detection devices. They don't know that they have the passive cooperation of your government. So I had to know how they were going to get their weapons aboard. They've gone to a well-worn method. The weapons will come aboard with the prepared dinners. The food trucks are never searched more than desultorily. You can run anything through them. So, now you know where their weapons will be. So what? I know where they will have to come to collect them, and that's where I'll be. And what about you? How are you going to get arms aboard for yourself without leaving trace of our complicity in this? I'll carry my weapons right through the checkpoint. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten about that for a moment. Naked kill and all that. Stab a man with a drinking straw. What a nuisance that's been to us over the years. Hel closed the report. We have 2 days until the plane departs. How shall we fill our time? Loll about here, I suppose. Keep you out of sight. Are you going up to dress for dinner? No, I think I'll not take dinner tonight. I should have followed your example and forsaken my midday lie-by. Had to contend with both of them. Probably walk with a limp the rest of my life. Chapter 22. Heathrow. The plane was almost full of passengers, all adults, most of them the sort who could afford the surcharge for flying Concorde. Couples chatted. Stewards and stewardesses leaned over seats making the cooing noises of experienced nannies. Businessmen asked one another what they sold. Unacquainted pairs said those inane things calculated to lead to assignations in Montreal. The conspicuously busy kept their noses in documents and reports or fiddled ostentatiously with pocket recorders. The frightened babbled about how much they loved flying and tried to appear casual as they scanned the information card designating procedures and exits in case of emergency. A muscular young Arab and a well-dressed Arab woman sat together near the back, a curtain separating them from the service area where food and drinks were stored. Beside the curtain stood a flight attendant who smiled down at the Arab couple, his bottle-green eyes vacant. 2 young Arabs, looking like rich students, entered the plane and sat together about halfway down. Just before the doors were closed, a 5th Arab, dressed as a businessman, rushed down the mobile access truck and aboard the plane, babbling to the receiving steward something about just making it and being delayed by business until the last moment. He came to the back of the plane and took a seat opposite the Arab couple, to whom he nodded in a friendly way. With an incredible roar, the engines tugged the plane from the loading ramp, and soon the bent-nosed pterodactyl was airborne. When the seatbelt sign flashed off, the pretty Arab woman undid her belt and rose. "It is this way to the ladies' room," she asked the green-eyed attendant, smiling shyly. He had one hand behind the curtain. As he smiled back at her, he pressed the button on which his finger rested, and 2 soft gongs echoed through the passenger area. At this sound, each of the 136 passengers, except the PLO Arabs, lowered his head and stared at the back of the seat before him. "Any one of these, madam?" Hel said, holding the curtain aside for her to pass through. At that instant, the Arab businessman addressed a muffled question to Hel, meaning to attract his attention while the girl got the weapons from the food container. "Certainly, sir," Hel said, seeming not to understand the question. "I'll get you one." He slipped a comb from his pocket as he turned and followed the girl, snapping shut the curtain behind him. "But wait," the Arab businessman said, but Hel was gone. 3 seconds later he returned, a magazine in his hand. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't seem to have a copy of Paris Match. Will this do?" "Stupid fool," muttered the businessman, staring at the drawn curtain in confusion.
Had this grinning idiot not seen the girl? Had she stepped into the restroom upon his approach? Where was she? Fully a minute passed. The 4 Arabs aboard were so concerned with the girl's failure to emerge through the curtain, an automatic weapon in her hands, they failed to notice that everyone else on the plane was sitting with his head down, staring at the seatback before him. Unable to control themselves longer, the 2 Arab students, who had sat together in the waist of the plane, rose and started back down the aisle. As they approached the smiling, daydreaming steward with the green eyes, they exchanged worried glances with the older businessman and the muscular lad who was the woman's companion. The older man gestured with his head for the 2 to pass on behind the curtain. "May I help you?" Hel asked, rolling up the magazine into a tight cylinder. "Bathroom," one of them muttered, as the other said, "Drink of water." "I'll bring it to you, sir," Hel said. "Not the bathroom, of course," he joked with the taller one. They passed him, and he followed them behind the curtain. 4 seconds later, he emerged, a harried expression on his face. "Sir," he said confidentially to the older businessman, "you're not a doctor by any chance?" "Doctor? No. Why?" "Oh, it's nothing. Not to worry. The gentleman's had a little accident." "Accident?" "Don't worry. I'll get help from a member of the cabin crew. Nothing serious, I'm sure." Hel had in his hand a plastic drinking cup, which he had crushed and creased down the center. The businessman rose and stepped into the aisle. "If you would just stay with him, sir, while I fetch someone," Hel said, following the businessman into the service area. 2 seconds later, he was standing again at his station, looking over the passengers with that expression of vague compassion airline stewards affect. When his gaze fell on the worried, muscular young man beside him, he winked and said, "It was nothing at all. Dizzy spell, I guess. First time in a supersonic plane, perhaps. The other gentleman is assisting him. I don't speak Arabic, unfortunately." A minute passed. Another. The muscular young man's tension grew, while this mindless steward standing before him hummed a popular tune and gazed vacantly around, fiddling with the small plastic name tag pinned to his lapel. Another minute passed. The muscular lad could not contain himself. He leaped up and snatched the curtain aside. On the floor, in the puppet-limbed sprawl of the dead, were his 4 companions. He never felt the edge of the card. He was nerve-dead before his body reached the floor. Other than the hissing roar of the plane's motors, there was silence in the plane. All the passengers stared rigidly ahead. The flight crew stood facing the front of the plane, their eyes riveted on the decorated plastic panel before them. Hel lifted the intercom phone from its cradle. His soft voice sounded metallic through the address system. "Relax. Don't look back. We will land within 15 minutes. He replaced the phone and dialed the pilot's cabin. "Send the message exactly as you have been instructed to. That done, open the envelope in your pocket and follow the landing instructions given." Its pterodactyl nose bent down again. The Concorde roared in for a landing at a temporarily evacuated military airfield in northern Scotland. When it stopped, and its engines had whined down to silence, the secondary entrance portal opened, and Hel descended on mobile stairs that had been rolled up to the door. He stepped into the vintage 1931 Rolls that had chased the plane across the runway, and they drove away. Just before turning off to a control building, Hel looked back and saw the passengers descending and lining themselves up in 4 deep ranks beside the plane under the direction of a man who had posed as senior steward. 5 military buses were already crossing the airstrip to pick them up. Sir Wilfrid sat at the scarred wooden desk of the control office, sipping a whiskey, while Hel was changing from the flight attendant's uniform to his own clothes. "Did the message sound all right?" Hel asked. "Most dramatic, most effective. The pilot radioed back that the plane was being skyjacked, and right in the middle of the message he broke off, leaving nothing but dead air and the hiss of static. And he was on Clear Channel. so there will be independent corroborations of your report. He must have been heard by 6 radio operators all across the North Atlantic. Good. Now, tomorrow, your search planes will come back with reports of having found floating wreckage, right? As rain. The wreckage will be reported to have been picked up, and the news will be released over BBC World Service that there was evidence of an explosion and that the current theory is that an explosive device in the possession of Arab skyjackers was detonated accidentally, destroying the plane. Just so. What are your plans for the plane, Fred? Surely the insurance companies will be curious. Leave that to us. If nothing else remains of the Empire, we retain at least that penchant for duplicity that earned us the title Perfidious Albion. Hel laughed. All right. It must have been quite a job to gather that many operatives from all over Europe and have them pose as passengers. It was, indeed. And the pilots and crew were RAF fellas who had really very little checkout time on a Concorde. Now you tell me. Wouldn't have done to make you edgy, old man. I regret your problem of having 150 people in on the secret. It was the only way I could do it and still keep your government to the lee of the mother company's revenge. And, after all, they are all your own people. True enough, but that is no assurance of long-term reliability. But I've arranged to manage the problem. Oh? How so? Where do you imagine those buses are going? Hel adjusted his tie and zipped up his duffel. All 150 of them? No other airtight way, old boy. And within 2 days we'll have to attend to the extermination crew as well. But there's a bright side to everything if you look hard enough. We're having a bit of an unemployment problem in the country just now, and this will produce scads of openings for bright young men and women in the Secret Service. Hel shook his head. You're really a tough old fossil, aren't you, Fred? In time, even the soul gets calloused. Sure you won't have a little farewell drink? Part 5. Shijo. Chapter 23. Chateau d'Echebar. His muscles melting in the scalding water, his body weightless, Hel dozed as his feet enclosed Hana's in slack embrace. It was a cool day for the season, and dense steam billowed, filling the small bathing house. "You were very tired when you came home last night," Hana said after a sleepy silence. "Is that a criticism?" he muttered, without moving his lips. She laughed lightly. "On the contrary, fatigue is an advantage in our games." "True." "Was your trip successful?" He nodded. She was never inquisitive about his affairs. Her training prohibited it. But her training also taught her to create opportunities for him to speak about his work if he wanted to. "Your business, it was the same sort of thing you did in China when we met?" "Same genre, different phylum." "And those unpleasant men who visited us, were they involved?" "They weren't on the ground, but they were the enemy." His tone changed. "Listen, Hana, I want you to take a little vacation. Go to Paris or the Mediterranean for a few weeks." "Back only 10 hours, and you are already trying to be rid of me?" "There may be some trouble from those unpleasant men, and I want you safely out of the way. Anyway," he smiled, "you could probably use the spice of a strong young lad or two." "And what of you?" "Oh, I'll be out of the enemy's range. I'm going into the mountains and work that cave Benyat and I discovered. They're not likely to find me there." "When do you want me to leave, Nico?" "Today, as soon as you can." "You don't think I would be safe here with our friends in the mountains protecting me?" "That chain's broken. Something happened to Miss Stern. Somebody informed." "I see." She squeezed his foot between hers. "Be careful, Nico." The water had cooled enough to make slow movements possible, and Hel flicked his fingers, sending currents of hotter water toward his stomach. "Hana,
You told me that you could not bring up the subject of marriage again, but I said that I could and would. I'm doing that now." She smiled and shook her head. "I've been thinking about that for the past few days, Nico. No, not marriage. That would be too silly for such as you and I." "Do you want to go away from here?" "No." "What then?" "Let's not make plans. Let's remain together for a month at a time. Perhaps forever, but only a month at a time. Is that all right with you?" He smiled and nestled his feet into hers. "I have great affection for you, Hannah." "I have great affection for you, Nicholai."
"By the skeptical balls of Thomas! What's going on in here?" Lecago had snatched open the door of the bathing room and entered, bringing unwelcomed cool air with him. "Are you two making your own private whiteout? Good to see you back, Nico. You must have been lonely without me." He leaned back against the wooden tub, his chin hooked over the rim. "And good to see you too, Hannah. You know, this is the first time I've seen all of you. I shall tell you the truth. You are a desirable woman, and that is praise from the world's most desirable man, so wear it in health." "Get out of here," Hel growled, not because he was uncomfortable with nudity, but because Lecago's tease would go flat if he didn't seem to rise to the bait. "He shouts to hide his delight at seeing me again, Hannah. It's an old trick. Mother in heaven, you have fine nipples. Are you sure there isn't a bit of Basque in that genetic stew of yours? Hey, Nico, when do we see if there is light and air at the other end of Lecago's cave? Everything is in readiness. The air tank is down, the wetsuit, everything." "I'm ready to go up today." "When today?" "In a couple of hours." "Get out." "Good. That gives me time to visit your Portuguese maid. All right, I'm off. You two will have to resign yourselves to getting on without my company." He slammed the door behind him, swirling the scant steam that remained in the room. After they had made love and taken breakfast, Hannah began her packing. She had decided to go to Paris, because in late August that city would be relatively empty of vacationing bourgeois Parisians. Hel puttered for a time in his garden, which had roughened somewhat in his absence. It was there Pierre found him. "Oh, monsieur, the weather signs are all confused." "Is that so?" "It is so. It has rained for 2 days, and now neither the east wind nor the north wind have dominance, and you know what that means." "I'm confident you will tell me." "It will be dangerous in the mountains, monsieur. This is the season of the whiteout." "You're sure of that?" Pierre tapped the tip of his rubicund drunkard's nose with his forefinger, signifying that there were things only the Basque knew for certain, and weather was but one of them. Hel took some consolation in Pierre's assurance. At least they would not have to contend with a whiteout. The Volvo rolled into the village square of Leroux, where they would pick up the Basque lads who operated the pedal winch. They parked near the widow's bar, and one of the children playing pala against the church wall ran over and did Hel the service of bashing the hood of the car with a stick, as he had seen the man do so often. Hel thanked him and followed Lecago to the bar. "Why are you bringing your maquila along, Benyat?" He hadn't noticed before that Lecago was carrying his ancient Basque sword cane under his arm. "I promised myself that I would carry it until I discover which of my people informed on that poor little girl. Then, by the baby-killing balls of Herod, I shall ventilate his chest with it. Come, let's take a little glass with the widow. I shall give her the pleasure of laying my palm upon her ass." The Basque lads who had been awaiting them since morning now joined them over a glass, talking eagerly about the chances of Monsieur Hel being able to swim the underground river to the daylight. Once that air-to-air exploration had been made,
the cave system would be officially discovered, and they would be free to go down into the hole themselves and, what is more, to talk about it later. The widow twice pushed Le Cagot's hand away. Then, her virtue clearly demonstrated, she allowed it to remain on her ample bottom as she stood beside the table keeping his glass full. The door to the WC and back opened, and Father Xavier entered the low-ceilinged bar, his eyes bright with fortifying wine and the ecstasy of fanaticism.
"So,"
he said to the young Basque lads,
"now you sit with this outlander and his lecherous friend, drinking their wine and listening to their lies?"
"You must have drunk deep of his blood this morning, Father Estaca," Le Cagot said. "You've swallowed a bit of courage."
Father Xavier snarled something under his breath and slumped down in a chair at the most distant table.
"Hola,"
Le Cagot pursued.
"If your courage is so great, why don't you come up the mountain with us, eh? We are going to descend into a bottomless pit from which there is no exit. It will be a foretaste of hell for you. Get you used to it."
"Let him be," Hel muttered. "Let's go and leave the silly bastard to pickle in his own hate."
"God's eyes are everywhere,"
the priest snarled, glaring at Hel.
"His wrath is inescapable."
"Shut your mouth, convent girl," Le Cagot said, "or I shall put this maquila where it will inconvenience the bishop."
Hel put a restraining hand on Le Cagot's arm. They finished off their wine and left. Chapter 24. Gouffre Porte du Larreau. Hel squatted on the flat slab that edged their base camp beside the rubble cone. His helmet light turned off to save the batteries, listening over the field telephone to Le Cagot's stream of babble, invective, and song as he descended on the cable, constantly bullying and amusing the Basque lads operating the pedal winch above. Le Cagot was taking a breather, braced up in the bottom of the corkscrew before allowing himself to be lowered into the void of Le Cagot's cave, down into the waterfall, where he would have to hang, twisting on the line, while the lads locked up and replaced the cable drum. After ordering them to be quick about the job and not leave him hanging there, dangling like Christ on the tree, or he would come back up and do them exquisite bodily damage, he said,
"All right, Nico. I'm coming down."
"That's the only way gravity works," Hel commented, as he looked up for the first glimpse of Le Cagot's helmet light emerging through the mist of the waterfall. A few meters below the opening into the principal cave, the descent stopped, and the Basque boy on the phones announced that they were changing drums.
"Get on with it," Le Cagot ordered. "This cold shower is abusing my manhood."
Hel was considering the task of carrying the heavy air tank all the way to the wine cellar at the end of the system, glad that he could rely on Le Cagot's bull strength, when a muffled shout came over the earphones. Then a sharp report. His first reaction was that something had snapped. A cable, the tripod. His body instinctively tightened in kinesthetic sympathy for Le Cagot. There were two more crisp reports. Gunfire. Then silence. Hel could see Le Cagot's helmet lamp, blurred through the mist of the waterfall, winking on and off as he turned slowly on the end of the cable.
"What in the hell is going on?"
Le Cagot asked over the phones. "I don't know." A voice came over the telephone, thin and distant.
"I warned you to stay out of this, Mr. Hel."
"Diamond?" Hel asked unnecessarily.
"That is correct. The merchant. The one who would not dare meet you face to face."
"You call this face to face?"
"It's close enough."
Le Cagot's voice was tight with the strain on his chest and diaphragm from hanging in the harness.
"What is going on?"
"Diamond?" Hel was forcing himself to remain calm. "What happened to the boys at the winch?"
"They're dead."
"I see. Listen, it's me you want, and I'm at the bottom of the shaft. I'm not the one hanging from the cable. It is my friend. I can instruct you how to lower him."
"Why on earth should I do that?" From the background, Hel heard Darrell Starr's voice. "That's the son of a bitch that took my piece. Let him hang there, turning slowly in the wind, the mammy jammer." There was the sound of a childish giggle, the PLO scab they called Haman. "What makes you think I involved myself in your business?" Hel asked, his voice conversational, although he was frantically playing for time to think. "The mother company keeps sources close to our friends in England, just to confirm their allegiance. I believe you met our Miss Biffin, the young model." "If I get out of here, Diamond—" "Save your breath, Hel. I happen to know that is a bottomless pit from which there is no exit." Hel took a slow breath. Those were Le Cagot's words in the widow's bar that afternoon. "I warned you," Diamond continued, "that we would have to take counteraction of a kind that would satisfy the vicious tastes of our Arab friends. You will be a while dying, and that will please them. And I have arranged a more visible monument to your punishment. That chateau of yours, it ceased to exist an hour and a half ago. Diamond." Hel had nothing to say, but he wanted to keep Diamond on the other end of the line. "Le Cagot is nothing to you. Why let him hang there?" "It's a detail sure to amuse our Arab friends." "Listen, Diamond, there are men coming to relieve those lads. They'll find us and get us out." "That isn't true. In fact, it's a disappointingly pallid lie. But to forestall the possibility of someone stumbling upon this place accidentally, I intend to send men up to bury your Basque friends here, dismantle all this bric-a-brac, and roll boulders into the pit to conceal the entrance. I tell you, this is an act of kindness, so you won't waste yourself on fruitless hope." Hel did not respond. "Do you remember what my brother looked like, Hel?" "Vaguely." "Good. Keep him in mind." There was a rattling over the headphones as they were taken off and tossed aside. "Diamond! Diamond!" Hel squeezed the phone line in his fingers. The only sound over the phone was Le Cagot's labored breathing. Hel turned on his helmet light and the 10-watt bulb connected to the battery, so Le Cagot could see something below him and not feel deserted.
"Well, what about that, old friend?"
Le Cagot's half-strangled voice came over the line.
"Not exactly the denouement I would have chosen for this colorful character I have created for myself."
For a desperate moment, Hel considered attempting to scale the walls of the cave, maybe get above Le Cagot and let a line down to him. Impossible. It would take hours of work with drill and expansion bolts to move up that featureless, overhanging face, and long before that Le Cagot would be dead, strangled in the harness webbing that was even now crushing the breath out of him. Could Le Cagot get out of this harness and up the cable to the mouth of the corkscrew? From there, it was barely conceivable that he might work his way up to the surface by free climbing. He suggested this to Benyat over the phone. Le Cagot's voice was a weak rasp.
"Can't Rebs weight of water?"
"Benyat!"
"What, for the love of God?"
A last slim possibility had occurred to Hel. The telephone line. It wasn't tied off firmly, and the chances that it would take a man's weight were slight. But it was just possible that it had fouled somewhere above, perhaps tangled with the descent cable. "Benyat, can you get onto the phone line? Can you cut yourself out of your harness?" Le Cagot hadn't breath enough left to answer, but from the vibration in the phone line, Hel knew he was trying to follow instructions. A minute passed, 2. The mist-blurred helmet lamp was dancing jerkily up near the roof of the cave. Le Cagot was clinging to the phone line, using his last strength before unconsciousness to hack away at the web straps of his harness with his knife. He gripped the wet phone line with all his force and sawed through the last strap. His weight jerked onto the phone line, snatching it loose.
"Christ!"
he cried. His helmet light rushed down toward Hel. For a fraction of a second, the coiling phone line puddled at Hel's feet.
With a fleshy slap, Le Cago's body hit the tip of the rubble cone, bounced, tumbled in a clatter of rock and debris, then lodged, head downward, not 10 meters from Hel. "Benyat!" Hel rushed to him. He wasn't dead. The chest was crushed. It convulsed in heaving gasps that spewed bloody foam from the mouth. The helmet had taken the initial impact, but had come off during the bouncing down the rubble. He was bleeding from his nose and ears. Hanging, head down, he was choking on his own blood. As gently as possible, Hel lifted Le Cago's torso in his arms and settled it more comfortably. The damage he might do by moving him did not matter. The man was dying. Indeed, Hel resented the powerful Basque constitution that denied his friend immediate release into death. Le Cago's breath was rapid and shallow. His open eyes were slowly dilating. He coughed, and the motion brought him racking pain. Hel caressed the bearded cheek, slick with blood. "Ow!" Le Cago choked on the word. "Rest, Benyat. Don't talk."
"Ow! Do I look?"
"You look fine."
"They didn't get my face?"
"Handsome as a god."
"Good."
Le Cago's teeth clenched against a surge of pain. The bottom ones had been broken off in the fall.
"The priest."
"Rest, my friend. Don't fight it. Let it take you."
"The priest."
The bloody froth at the corner of his mouth was already sticky. "I know." Diamond had quoted Le Cago's description of the cave as a bottomless pit. The only person he could have heard it from was the fanatic, Father Xavier, and it must have been the priest who gave away Hannah's place of refuge as well. The confessional was his source of information, his fat boy. For an endless 3 minutes, Le Cago's gurgling rasps were the only sound. The blood pulsing from his ears began to thicken.
"Nico."
"Rest. Sleep."
"How do I look?"
"Magnificent, Benyat." Suddenly, Le Cago's body stiffened, and a thin whine came from the back of his throat.
"Christ!"
"Pain?" Hel asked stupidly, not knowing what to say. The crisis of agony passed, and Le Cago's body seemed to slump into itself. He swallowed blood and asked,
"What did you say?"
"Pain?" Hel repeated.
"No. Thanks. I have all I need."
"Fool," Hel said softly.
"Not a bad exit line, though."
"No, not bad."
"I bet that you won't make so fine a one when you go."
Hel closed his eyes tightly, squeezing the tears out as he caressed his friend's cheek. Le Cago's breath snagged and stopped. His legs began to jerk in spasms. The breath came back, rapid gasps rattling in the back of his throat. His broken body contorted in final agony, and he cried,
"Arrgh! By the 4 balls of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!"
Pink lung blood gushed from his mouth, and he was dead. Hel grunted with relief from pain as he slipped off the straps of the air cylinder and wedged it into an angle between 2 slabs of raw rock that had fallen in from the roof of the climbing cave. He sat heavily, his chin hanging to his chest, as he sucked in great gulps of air with quivering inhalations and exhalations that scoured his lungs and made him cough. Sweat ran from his hair, despite the damp cold of the cave. He crossed his arms over his chest and gingerly fingered the raw bands on his shoulders where the air tank straps had rubbed away the skin, even through 3 sweaters under his parachutist's overalls. An air tank is an awkward pack through rough squeezes and hard climbs. If drawn up tight, it constricts movement and numbs the arms and fingers. If slackened, it chafes the skin and swings, dangerously threatening balance. When his breathing calmed, he took a long drink of water wine from his chahaco, then lay back on a slab of rock, not even bothering to take off his helmet. He was carrying as little as possible: the tank, all the rope he could handle,
Minimal hardware, 2 flares, his chahako, the diving mask and a rubberized pouch which also contained a watertight flashlight, and a pocket full of glucose cubes for rapid energy. Even stripped down to necessities, it was too much for his body weight. He was used to moving through caves freely, leading and carrying minimal weight, while the powerful Le Cagot bore the brunt of their gear. He missed his friend's strength. He missed the emotional support of his constant flow of wit and invective and song. But he was alone now. His reserves of strength were sapped. His hands were torn and stiff. The thought of sleep was delicious, seductive, deadly. He knew that if he slept, the cold would seep in, the attractive, narcotic cold. Mustn't sleep. Sleep is death. Rest, but don't close your eyes. Close your eyes, but don't sleep. No, mustn't close your eyes. His eyebrows arched with the effort to keep the lids open over the upward rolling eyes. Mustn't sleep. Just rest for a moment. Not sleep. Just close your eyes for a moment. Just close eyes. He had left Le Cagot on the side of the rubble heap where he died. There was no way to bury him. The cave itself would be a vast mausoleum, now that they had rolled stones in over the opening. Le Cagot would lie forever in the heart of his Basque Mountains. When at last the blood had stopped oozing, Hel had gently wiped the face clean before covering the body with a sleeping bag. After covering the body, Hel had squatted beside it, seeking middle-density meditation to clear his mind and tame his emotions. He had achieved only fleeting wisps of peace. But when he tugged his mind back to the present, he was able to consider his situation. Decision was simple. All alternatives were closed off. His chance of making it alone and overloaded all the way down that long shaft and around Hell's Knob, through the gargantuan chaos of the climbing cave, through the waterfall into the crystal cavern, then down that foul marl chute to the wine cellar sump. His chances of negotiating all these obstacles without belaying and help from Le Cagot were slim. But it was a kind of Pascal's bet. Slim or not, his only hope lay in making the effort. He would not think about the task of swimming out through the pipe at the bottom of the wine cellar, that pipe through which water rushed with such volume that it pulled the surface of the pool tight and bowed. He would face one problem at a time. Negotiating Hell's Knob had come close to ending his problems. He had tied a line to the air tank and balanced it on the narrow ledge beside the stream rushing through that wedge-shaped gut. Then he undertook the knob with a strenuous heel and shoulder scramble, lying back at almost full length, his knees quivering with the strain and the extra weight of rope cross-coiled bandolier style over his chest. Once past the obstacle, he faced the task of getting the tank around. There was no Le Cagot to feed the line out to him. There was nothing for it but to tug the tank into the water and to take up slack rapidly as it bounced along the bottom of the stream. He was not able to take line in quickly enough. The tank passed his stance underwater and continued on, the line jerking and bobbing. He had no point of belay. When the slack snapped out, he was pulled from his thin ledge. He couldn't let go. To lose the tank was to lose everything. He straddled the narrow shaft, one boot on the ledge, the cleats of the other flat against the smooth opposite wall where there was no purchase. All the strength of his legs pressed into the stance. The cords of his crotch stood out, stretched and vulnerable. The line ran rapidly through his hands. He clenched his jaw and squeezed his fists closed over the rope. The pain seared as his palms took the friction of the wet line that cut into them. Water ran behind his fists, blood before. To handle the pain, he roared, his scream echoing unheard through the narrow diaclose. The tank was stopped. He hauled it back against the current, hand over hand, the rope molten iron in his raw palms, the cords of his crotch knotting and throbbing. When his hand touched the web strap of the tank, he pulled it up and hooked it behind his neck. With that weight dangling at his chest, the move back to the ledge was dicey, Twice he pushed off the smooth wall, and twice he tottered and fell back, catching himself again with the flat of his sole, his crotch feeling like it would tear with the stretch. On the third try, he made it over and stood panting against the wall, only his heels on the ledge, his toes over the roaring stream. He moved the last short distance to the scree wall that blocked the way to the climbing cave, and he slumped down in the book corner, exhausted, the tank against his chest, his palms pulsing with pain. He couldn't stay there long. His hands would stiffen up and become useless. He re-rigged the tank to his back and checked the fittings and faceplate of the mask. If they were damaged, that was it. The mask had somehow survived banging against the tank. Now he began the slow climb up the corner between the side of the shaft and the boulder wall under which the river had disappeared. As before, there were many foot and handholds, but it was all friable rotten rock, chunks of which came off in his hands, and grains of stone worked their way into his skinless palms. His heart thumped convulsively in his chest, squirting throbs of blood into his temples. When at last he made the flat ledge between two counterbalanced boulders that was the keyhole to the climbing cave, he lay out flat on his stomach and rested, his cheek against the rock and saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He cursed himself for resting there too long. His palms were growing sticky with scab fluid, and they hinged awkwardly, like lobster claws. He got to his feet and stood there, opening and closing his hands, breaking through the crusts of pain until they articulated smoothly again. For an unmeasurable time, he stumbled forward through the climbing cave, feeling his way around the house-sized boulders that dwarfed him, squeezing between counterbalanced slabs of recent infall from the scarred roof far above the throw of his helmet light, edging his way along precariously perched rocks that would long ago have surrendered to gravity had they been subjected to the weather erosion of the outside. The river was no guide, lost far below the jumble of infall, raveled into thousands of threads as it found its way along the schist floor of the cavern. 3 times, in his fatigue and stress, he lost his way. And the terror of it was that he was wasting precious energy stumbling around blindly. Each time, he forced himself to stop and calm himself, until his proximity sense suggested the path toward open space. At last, there was sound to guide him. As he approached the end of the climbing cave, the threads of water far below wove themselves together, and slowly he became aware of the roar and timpani of the great waterfall that led down to the crystal cave. Ahead, the roof of the cave sloped down and was joined by a blocking wall of jagged, fresh infall. Making it up that wall, through the insane network of cracks and chimneys, then down the other side through the roaring waterfall without the safety of a belay from La Cargot, would be the most dangerous and difficult part of the cave. He would have to rest before that. It was then that Hel had slipped off the straps of his air tank and sat down heavily on a rock, his chin hanging to his chest as he gasped for air and sweat ran from his hair into his eyes. He had taken a long drink from his chahako, then had lain back on the slab of rock, not bothering to take off his helmet. His body whimpered for rest, but he mustn't sleep. Sleep is death. Just rest for a moment. Not sleep. Just close your eyes for a moment. Just close eyes. Ugh! He started awake, driven from his shallow, tormented sleep by the image of La Cargot's helmet light rushing down toward him from the roof of the cave. He sat up, shivering and sweating. The thin sleep had not rested him. Fatigue wastes in his body were thickening up. His hands were a pair of stiff paddles. His shoulders were knotted. The nausea of repeated adrenaline shock was clogging his throat. He sat there, slumped over, not caring if he went on or not. Then, for the first time, the staggering implications of what Diamond had said over the phones burst upon his consciousness. His chateau no longer existed. What had they done? Had Hana escaped? Concern for her, and the need to avenge Le Cagot, did for his body what food and rest might have done. He clawed his remaining glucose cubes from the pouch and chewed them, washing them down with the last of his water wine. It would take the sugar several minutes to work its way into his bloodstream. Meanwhile, he set his jaw and began the task of limbering up his hands, breaking up the fresh scabbing, accepting the gritty sting of movement. When he could handle it, he slung the air tank on and began the hard climb up the jumble of infall that blocked off the mouth of the crystal cave. He recalled Le Cagot telling him to try a bit to the left, because he was sitting in the line of fall and was too comfortable to move. Twice, he had to struggle out of the tank harness while clinging to scant points of purchase, because the crack he had to wriggle through was too tight for a man and tank at once, without risking damage to the mask slung from his chest. Each time, he took care to tie the tank securely, because a fall might knock off its fitting, exploding the cylinder and leaving him with no air to make the final cave swim, and making all this work and torture futile. When he achieved the thin ledge directly above the roaring waterfall, he directed his lamp down the long drop, up which mist rose and billowed in the windless air. He paused only long enough to catch his breath and slow his heartbeat. There could be no long rests from now on, no chances for his body and hands to stiffen up, or for his imagination to cripple his determination. The deafening roar of the falls and the roiling 40-degree mist insulated his mind from any thoughts of wider scope than the immediate task. He edged along the slimy, worn ledge that had once been the lip of the waterfall, until he found the outcrop of rock from which Le Cagot had belayed him during his first descent along the glistening sheet of falling water. There would be no protecting belay this time. As he inched down, he came upon the first of the pitons he had driven in before, snapped a carabiner into the first, and tied off a doubled line, threading and snapping in another at each piton to shorten his fall, should he come off the face. Again, as before, it was not long before the combined friction of the line passing through these snap links made pulling it through difficult and dangerous, as the effort tended to lift him from the scant boot jams and finger holds the face provided. The water and the rope tortured his palms, and he clutched at his holds ever harder and harder, as though to punish the pain with excess. When he reached the point at which he would have to break through the sheet of water and pass behind the falls, he discovered that he could no longer drag down slack. The weight of water on the line, the number of carabiners through which it was strung, and his growing weakness combined to make this impossible. He would have to abandon the rope and climb free from here on. As before, he reached through the silver and black surface of the falls, which split in a heavy, throbbing bracelet around his wrist. He felt for and located the sharp little crack, invisible behind the face of the falls, into which he had wedged his fingers before. Ducking through the falls would be harder this time. The tank presented additional surface to the falls. His fingers were raw and numb, and his reserves of strength were gone. One smooth move, just swing through it. There is a good ledge behind the cascade, and a book corner piled with rubble that made an easy climb down. He took 3 deep breaths and swung under the face of the falls. Recent rains had made the falls twice as thick as before, and more than twice as heavy. Its weight battered his helmet and shoulders and tried to tear the tank from his back. His numbed fingers were pried from the sharp crack, and he fell. The first thing he became aware of was the relative quiet. The second thing was the water. He was behind the falls, at the base of the scree pile, sitting hip-deep in water. He may have been unconscious for a time, but he had no sense of it. The events were strung together in his mind. The battering of the water on his back and tank, the pain as his skinless fingers were wrenched from the hold, clatter, noise, pain, shock, as he fell to the rubble pile and tumbled down it. Then this relative silence, and waist-deep water, where before there had been wet rock. The silence was no problem. He was not stunned. He had noticed last time how the falls seemed to muffle the roar once he was behind it. But the water... Did that mean recent rains had seeped down, making a lake of the floor of the crystal cavern? Was he injured? He moved his legs. They were all right. So were his arms. His right shoulder was hurt. He could lift it, but there was gritty pain at the top of its arc. A bone bruise, maybe. Painful, but not debilitating. He had decided that he had come through the fall miraculously unhurt when he became aware of a peculiar sensation. The set of his teeth wasn't right. They were touching cusp to cusp. The smallest attempt to open his mouth shocked him with such agony that he felt himself slipping toward unconsciousness. His jaw was broken. The face mask, had it taken the fall? He tugged it from its pouch and examined it in the light of his lamp, which was yellowing because the batteries were fading. The faceplate was cracked. It was a hairline crack. It might hold, so long as there was no wrench or torque on the rubber fittings. And what was the chance of that, down in the ripping current at the bottom of the wine cellar? Not much. When he stood, the water came only to mid-shin. He waded out through the largely dissipated waterfall into the crystal cavern, and the water got deeper as the mist of frigid water thinned behind him. One of the 2 magnesium flares had broken in his fall. Its greasy powder had coated the other flare, which had to be wiped off carefully before it could be lighted, lest the flame rush down the sides, burning his hand. He struck off the flare on its cap. It sputtered and blossomed into brilliant white light, illuminating the distant walls, encrusted with glittering crystals, and picking out the beauty of calcite drapery and slender stalactites. But these last did not point down to stumpy stalagmites as they had done before. The floor of the cave was a shallow lake that covered the low speleothems. His first fears were supported. Recent rains had filled this nether end of the cave system. The whole long marl chute at the far end of the cave was underwater. Hel's impulse was to give in, to wade out to the edge of the cave and find a shelf to sit on where he could rest and lose himself in meditation. It seemed too hard now, the mathematics of probability too steep. At the outset, he had thought this last improbable task, the swim through the wine cellar toward light and air, would be the easiest from a psychological point of view. Denied alternatives, the weight and expanse of the entire cave system behind him, the final swim would have the strength of desperation. Indeed, he had thought his chances of making it through might be greater than they would have been if he had had Le Cagot to belay him, for in that case he would have worked to only half the limit of his endurance, needing the rest to return, should the way be blocked or too long. As it was, he had hoped his chances would be almost doubled, as there was no coming back through that force of water. But now, the crystal cave had flooded, and his swim was doubled in length. The advantage of despair was gone. Wouldn't it be better to sit out death in dignity, rather than struggle against fate like a panicked animal? What chance did he have? The slightest movement of his jaw shocked him with agony. His shoulder was stiff and it ground painfully in its socket. His palms were flayed. Even the goddamn faceplate of his mask was unlikely to withstand the currents of that underground pipe. This thing wasn't even a gamble. It was like flipping coins against fate, with fate having both heads and tails. Hell won only if the coin landed on edge. He waded heavily toward the sidewall of the cavern, where flowstone oozed down like frozen taffy. He would sit there and wait it out. His flare sputtered out, and the eternal Spelean darkness closed in on his mind with a crushing weight. Spots of light, like minute crystal organisms under a microscope, sketched across the darkness with each movement of his eyes. They faded, and the dark was total. Nothing in the world would be easier than to accept death with dignity, with Shibumi. And Hana? And that insane third-world priest who had contributed to the death of Le Cargot and Hannah Stern? And Diamond? All right, damn it. He wedged the rubberized flashlight between two outcroppings of aragonite, and in its beam attached the mask to the air tank, grunting with pain as he tightened the connections with his flayed fingers. After carefully threading the straps over his bruised shoulder, he opened the inflow valve, then dipped up a little spit water to clear the faceplate of breath mist. The pressure of the mask against his broken jaw was painful, but he could manage it. His legs were still unhurt. He would swim with legs only, holding the flashlight in his good hand. As soon as it was deep enough, he lay out on the water and swam. Swimming was easier than wading. In the pellucid water of the cave, unclouded by organisms, the flashlight picked up underwater features as though through air. It was not until he had entered the marl chute that he felt the influence of the current, more a suction downward than a push from behind. The pressure of the water plugged his ears, making his breathing loud in the cavities of his head. The suction increased as he neared the bottom of the marl chute, and the force of the water torqued his body toward the sunken sump of the wine cellar. From here on, he would not swim. The current would carry him, would drag him through. All his effort must be bent to slowing his speed and to controlling his direction. The pull of the current was an invisible force. There was no air in the water, no particles, no evidence of the tons of force that gripped him. It was not until he attempted to grasp a ledge, to stop for a moment and collect himself before entering the sump, that he knew the power of the current. The ledge was ripped from his hold, and he was turned over on his back and drawn down into the sump. He struggled to reverse himself, tucking up and rolling, because he must enter the outflow pipe below, feet first, if he was to have any chance at all. If he were carried headfirst into an obstruction, that would be it. Inexplicably, the suction seemed to lessen once he was in the sump, and he settled slowly toward the bottom, his feet toward the triangular pipe below. He took a deep breath and braced his nerves, remembering how that current had snatched away the dye packets so quickly that the eye could not follow them. Almost leisurely, his body floated toward the bottom of the sump pit. That was his last clear image. The current gripped him, and he shot into the pipe. His foot hit something. The leg crumpled, the knee striking his chest. He was spinning. The flashlight was gone. He took a blow on the spine, another on the hip, and suddenly he was lodged behind a chokestone, and the water was roaring past him, tearing at him. The mask twisted, and the faceplate blew out, the broken pieces cutting his leg as they flashed past. He had been holding his breath from fear for several seconds, and the need for air was pounding in his temples. Water rushed over his face and eddied up his nostrils. It was the goddamn tank. He was wedged in there because the space was too narrow for both his body and the tank. He gripped his knife with all the force of his body focused on his right hand, as the water sought to twist the knife from his grasp. Had to cut away the tank. The weight of the current against the cylinder pressed the straps against his shoulders. No way to slip the knife under. He must saw through the webbing directly against his chest. White pain. His pulse throbbed, expanding in his head. His throat convulsed for air. Cut harder! Cut, damn it! The tank went, smashing his foot as it rushed out under him. He was moving again, twisting. The knife was gone. With a terrible crunching sound, something hit the back of his head. His diaphragm heaved within him, sucking for breath. His heartbeat hammered in his head as he tumbled and twisted in the chaos of foam and bubbles. Bubbles. Foam. He could see. Swim up! Swim! Part 6. Tsuru no Sugimori. Chapter 25. Echibar. Hel parked the Volvo in the deserted square of Echibar and got out heavily, forgetting to close the door behind him, neglecting to give the car its ritual bash. He drew a long breath and pushed it out slowly. Then he walked up the curving road toward his chateau.
From behind half-closed shutters, women of the village watched him and admonished their children not to play in the square until Monsieur Hel was gone. It had been 8 days since Monsieur Hel had gone into the mountains with Le Cagot, and those terrible men in uniform had descended on the village and done dreadful things to the chateau. No one had seen Monsieur Hel since then. It had been rumored that he was dead. Now he was returning to his demolished home, but no one dared to greet him. In this ancient high mountain village, primitive instincts prevailed. Everyone knew it was unwise to associate with the unfortunate, lest the misfortune be contagious. After all, was it not God's will that this terrible thing happen? Was not the outlander being punished for living with an Oriental woman, possibly without the sanction of marriage? And who could know what other things God was punishing him for? Oh yes, one could feel pity. One was required by the church to feel pity. But it would be unwise to consort with those whom God punishes. One must be compassionate, but not to the extent of personal risk. As he walked up the long allée, Hel could not see what they had done to his home. The sweeping pines screened it from view. But from the bottom of the terrace, the extent of the damage was clear. The central block and the east wing were gone. The walls blown away and rubble thrown in all directions, blocks of granite and marble lying partially buried in the scarred lawn as much as 50 meters away. A low, jagged wall rimmed the gaping cellars, deep in shadow and dank with seep water from underground springs. Most of the west wing still stood, the rooms open to the weather where the connecting walls had been ripped away. It had been burned out, floors had caved in, and charred beams dangled, broken, into the spaces below. The glass had been blown from every window and porte-fenêtre, and above them were wide daggers of soot where flames had roared out. The smell of burned oak was carried on a soft wind that fluttered shreds of drapery. There was no sound, other than the sibilance of the wind through the pines, as he picked his way through the rubble to investigate the standing walls of the west wing. At 3 places, he found holes drilled into the granite blocks. The charges they had placed had failed to go off, and they had contented themselves with the destruction of the fire. It was the Japanese garden that pained him most. Obviously, the raiders had been instructed to take special pains with the garden. They had used flamethrowers. The sounding stream wound through charred stubble, and even after a week its surface carried an oily residue. The bathing house and its surrounding bamboo grove were gone, but already a few shoots of bamboo, that most tenacious grass, were pushing through the blackened ground. The tatamied dependency and its attached gunroom had been spared, save that the rice-paper doors were blown in by the concussion. These fragile structures had bent before the storm and had survived. As he walked across the ravished garden, his shoes kicked up puffs of fine black ash. He sat heavily on the sill of the tatamied room, his legs dangling over the edge. It was odd and somehow touching that tea utensils were still set out on the low lacquered table. He was sitting, his head bent in deep fatigue, when he felt the approach of Pierre. The old man's voice was moist with regret. "Oh, monsieur, oh, monsieur, see what they have done to us. Poor madame. You have seen her. She is well?" For the past 4 days, Hel had been at the hospital in Oloron, leaving Hannah's side only when ordered to by the doctors. Pierre's rheumy eyes drooped with compassion as he realized his patron's physical state. "But look at you, monsieur." A bandage was wrapped under Hel's chin and over his head to hold the jaw in place while it mended. Bruises on his face were still plum-colored. Inside his shirt, his upper arm was wrapped tightly to his chest to prevent movement of the shoulder, and both his hands were bandaged from the wrists to the second knuckle.
"You don't look so good yourself, Pierre," he said, his voice muffled and dental.
Pierre shrugged. "Oh, I shall be all right. But see, our hands are the same." He lifted his hands, revealing wraps of gauze covering the gel on his burned palms. He had a bruise over one eyebrow. Hel noticed a dark stain down the front of Pierre's unbuttoned shirt. Obviously, a glass of wine had slipped from between the awkward paddles at the ends of his wrists.
"How did you hurt your head?"
"It was the bandits, monsieur. One of them struck me with a rifle butt when I was trying to stop them."
"Tell me what happened."
"Oh, monsieur, it was too terrible."
"Just tell me about it. Be calm and tell me."
"Perhaps we could go to the gatehouse. I shall offer you a little glass, and maybe I will have one myself. Then I shall tell you."
"All right."
As they walked back to Pierre's gatehouse, the old gardener suggested that Monsieur Hel stay with him, for the bandits had spared his little room. Hel sat in a deep chair with broken springs from which litter had been thrown by Pierre to make a space for his guest. The old man had drunk from the bottle, an easier thing to hold, and was now staring out over the valley from the small window of his second-floor living quarters.
"I was working, monsieur, attending to 1,000 things. Madame had called down to Tardet's for a car to take her to where the airplanes landed, and I was waiting for it to arrive. I heard a buzzing from far out over the mountains. The sound grew louder. They came like huge, flying insects, skimming over the hills, close to the earth."
"What came?"
"The bandits? In autogyros."
"In helicopters?"
"Yes, 2 of them. With a great noise, they landed in the park, and the ugly machines vomited men out. The men all had guns. They were dressed in mottled green clothes with orange berets. They shouted to one another as they ran towards the chateau. I called after them, telling them to go away. The women of the kitchen screamed and fled towards the village. I ran after the bandits, threatening to tell Monsieur Hel on them if they did not go at once. One of them hit me with his gun, and I fell down. Great noise, explosions, and all the time the 2 autogyros sat on the lawn, their wings turning around and around. When I could stand, I ran towards the chateau. I was willing to fight them, monsieur. I was willing to fight them."
"I know."
"Yes, but they were by then running back towards their machines. I was knocked down again. When I got to the chateau, oh, monsieur, all gone. Smoke and flame everywhere. Everything. Then, monsieur, oh, God in mercy, I saw Madame at the window of the burning part, all around her flame. I rushed in. Fiery things were falling all about me. When I got to her, she was just standing there. She could not find her way out. The windows had burst in upon her, and the glass, oh, monsieur, the glass." Pierre had been struggling to contain his tears. He snatched off his beret and covered his face with it. There was a diagonal line across his forehead, separating white skin from his deeply weather-beaten face. Not for 40 years had his beret been off while he was outdoors. He scrubbed his eyes with his beret, snorted loudly, and put it on again. "I took Madame and brought her out. The way was blocked by burning things. I had to pull them away with my hands, but I got out. I got her out. But the glass—" Pierre broke down. He gulped as tears flowed from his nostrils. Hel rose and took the old man in his arms. "You are brave, Pierre." "But I am the patron when you are not here, and I failed to stop them." "You did all a man could do." I tried to fight them, I know. And Madame, she will be well. She will live. And her eyes—"
Hel looked away from Pierre as he drew a slow breath and let it out in a long jet. For a time he did not speak. Then, clearing his throat, he said, "We have work to do, Pierre."
"But, monsieur, what work? The chateau is gone." "We shall clean up and repair what is left. I'll need your help to hire the men and to guide them in their work."
Pierre shook his head. He had failed to protect the chateau. He was not to be trusted.
"I want you to find men, clear the rubble, seal the west wing from the weather, repair what must be repaired to get us through the winter, and next spring we shall start to build again." "But, monsieur, it will take forever to rebuild the chateau."
"I didn't say we would ever finish, Pierre." Pierre considered this.
"All right," he said. "All right."
"Oh, you have mail, monsieur. A letter and a package. They are here somewhere."
He rummaged about the chaos of bottomless chairs, empty boxes, and refuse of no description with which he had furnished his home.
"Ah, here they are. Just where I put them for safekeeping."
Both the package and letter were from Maurice Deland. While Pierre fortified himself with another draw at the bottle, Hel read Maurice's note.
"My dear friend, I wadded up and threw away my first epistolary effort because it began with a phrase so melodramatic as to bring laughter to me and, I feared, embarrassment to you. And yet I can find no other way to say what I want to say. So here is that sophomoric first phrase. When you read this, Nicholai, I shall be dead. Pause here for my ghostly laughter and your compassionate embarrassment. There are many reasons I might cite for my close feelings for you, but these three will do. First, like me, you have always given the governments and the companies reason for fear and concern. Second, you were the last person, other than Estelle, to whom I spoke during my life. And third, not only did you never make a point of my physical peculiarity, you also never overlooked it or brutalized my sensibilities by talking about it man to man. I am sending you a gift, which you probably already opened, greedy pig. It is something that may one day be of benefit to you. Do you remember my telling you that I had something on the United States of America? Something so dramatic that it would make the Statue of Liberty fall back and offer you whatever orifice you choose to use? Well, here it is. I have sent you only the photocopy. I have destroyed the originals. But the enemy will not know that I have destroyed them, and the enemy does not know that I am dead. Remarkable how peculiar it is to write that in the present tense. They will have no way to know that the originals are not in my possession in the button-down mode. So, with a little histrionic skill on your part, you should be able to manipulate them as you will. As you know, native intelligence has always saved me from the foolishness of believing in life after death. But there can be nuisance value after death. And that thought pleases me. Please visit Estelle from time to time and make her feel desirable. And give my love to your magnificent Oriental. With all amicable sentiments. P.S. Did I mention the other night during dinner that the Morels did not have enough lemon juice?
I should have."
Hel broke the string on the package and scanned the contents. Affidavits, photographs, records, all revealing the persons and governmental organizations involved in the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and with the cover-up of certain aspects of that assassination. Particularly interesting were statements from a person identified as the Umbrella Man, from another called the Man on the Fire Escape, and a third, the Knoll Commando. Hel nodded. Very strong leverage indeed. After a simple meal of sausage, bread, and onion washed down with raw red wine in Pierre's littered room, they took a walk together over the grounds, staying well away from the painful scar of the chateau. Evening was falling, wisps of salmon and mauve clouds piling up against the mountains. Hel mentioned that he would be gone for several days, and they could begin the work of repair when he returned.
"You would trust me to do it, monsieur, after how I have failed you?"
Pierre was feeling self-pitying. He had decided that he might have protected the Madame better if he had been totally sober. Hel changed the subject.
"What can we expect for weather tomorrow, Pierre?"
The old man glanced listlessly at the sky, and he shrugged.
"I don't know, monsieur. To tell you the truth, I cannot really read the weather. I only pretend to make myself seem important." "But, Pierre, your predictions are unfailing. I rely on them, and they have served me well."
Pierre frowned, trying to remember.
"Is this so, monsieur?" "I wouldn't dare go into the mountains without your advice." "Is this so?" "I am convinced that it is a matter of wisdom and age and Basque blood. I may achieve the age in time, even the wisdom, but the Basque blood—"
Hel sighed and struck at a shrub they were passing. Pierre was silent for a time as he pondered this. Finally, he said,
"You know, I think that what you say is true, monsieur. It is a gift, probably. Even I believe it is the signs in the sky, but in reality it is a gift. A skill that only my people enjoy. For instance, you see how this sheep of the sky have russet fleeces? No, it is important to know that the moon is in a descending phase, and that birds were swooping low this morning. From this, I can tell with certainty that—"
Chapter 26. The Church at Aloe. Father Xavier's head was bent, his fingers pressed against his temple, his hand partially masking the dim features of the old woman on the other side of the confessional's wicker screen. It was an attitude of compassionate understanding that permitted him to think his own thoughts while the penitent droned on, recalling and admitting every little lapse, hoping to convince God, by the tiresome pettiness of her sins, that she was innocent of any significant wrongdoing. She had reached the point of confessing the sins of others, of asking forgiveness for not having been strong enough to prevent her husband from drinking, for having listened to the damning gossip of Madame Ibar, her neighbor, for permitting her son to miss Mass and join the hunt for boar instead. Automatically humming an ascending interrogative note at each pause, Father Xavier's mind was dealing with the problem of superstition. At Mass that morning, the itinerant priest had made use of an ancient superstition to gain their attention and to underline his message of faith and revolution. He himself was too well educated to believe in the primitive fears that characterized the faith of the mountain Basque. But, as a soldier of Christ, he felt it his duty to grasp each weapon that came to hand and to strike a blow for the church militant. He knew the superstition that a clock striking during the Sagara, the elevation of the host, was an infallible sign of imminent death. Setting a clock low beside the altar where he could see it, he had timed the Sagara to coincide with its striking of the hour. There had been an audible gasp in the congregation, followed by a profound silence.
and taking his theme from the omen of impending death, he had told them it meant the death of repression against the Basque people, and the death of ungodly influences within the revolutionary movement. He had been satisfied with the effect, manifest in part by several invitations to take supper and to pass the night in the homes of local peasants, and in part by an uncommonly large turnout for evening confession, even several men, although only old men, to be sure. Would this last woman never end her catalogue of trivial omissions? Evening was setting in, deepening the gloom of the ancient church, and he was feeling the pangs of hunger. Just before this self-pitying chatterbox had squeezed her bulk into the confessional, he had peeked out and discovered that she was the last of the penitents. He breathed a sigh and cut into her stream of petty flaws, calling her his daughter and telling her that Christ understood and forgave, and giving her a penance of many prayers, so she would feel important. When she left the box, he sat back to give her time to leave the church. Undue haste in getting to a free dinner with wine would be unseemly. He was preparing to rise when the curtain hissed and another penitent slipped into the shadows of the confessional. Father Xavier sighed with impatience. A very soft voice said, "You have only seconds to pray, Father." The priest strained to see through the screen into the shadows of the confessional. Then he gasped. It was a figure with a bandage around its head, like the cloth tied under the chins of the dead to keep their mouths from gaping. A ghost. Father Xavier, too well educated for superstition, pressed back away from the screen and held his crucifix before him. "Begone, ye abbe!" The soft voice said, "Remember Benoit le Cargot." "Who are you? What?" The wicker screen split, and the point of Le Cargot's maquila plunged between the priest's ribs, piercing his heart and pinning him to the wall of the confessional. Never again would it be possible to shake the villagers' faith in the superstition of the Sagara, for it had proved itself. And in the months that followed, a new and colorful thread was woven into the folk myth of Le Cargot, he who had mysteriously vanished into the mountains, but who was rumored to appear suddenly whenever Basque freedom fighters needed him most. With a vengeful will of its own, Le Cargot's maquila had flown to the village of Allo and punished the perfidious priest who had informed on him. Chapter 27. New York. As he stood in the plush private elevator, mercifully without Muzak, Hel moved his jaw gingerly from side to side. In the 8 days he had been setting up this meeting, his body had mended well. The jaw was still stiff, but did not require the undignified gauze sling. His hands were tender, but the bandages were gone, as were the last yellowish traces of bruise on his forehead. The elevator stopped, and the door opened directly into an outer office, where a secretary rose and greeted him with an empty smile. "Mr. Hel, the chairman will be with you soon. The other gentleman is waiting inside. Would you care to join him?" The secretary was a handsome young man with a silk shirt open to the middle of his chest and tight trousers of a soft fabric that revealed the bulge of his penis. He conducted Hel to an inner reception room decorated like the parlor of a comfortable rural home. Overstuffed chairs in floral prints, lace curtains, a low tea table, 2 Lincoln rockers, bric-a-brac, and a glass-front étagère, framed photographs of 3 generations of family on an upright piano. The gentleman who rose from the plump sofa had Semitic features, but an Oxford accent. "Mr. Hel, I've been looking forward to meeting you. I am Mr. Abel, and I represent OPEC interests in such matters as these." There was an extra pressure to his handshake that hinted at his sexual orientation. "Do sit down, Mr. Hel. The chairman will be with us soon. Something came up at the last moment, and she was called away briefly." Hel selected the least distasteful chair. "She?" Mr. Abel laughed musically. "Ah,
You did not know that the chairman was a woman?
No, I didn't. Why isn't she called the chairwoman? Or one of those ugly locutions with which Americans salve their social consciences at the sacrifice of euphony. Chairperson, male person, fresh person, that sort of thing.
Ah, you will find the chairman unbound by conventions. Having become one of the most powerful people in the world, she does not have to seek recognition, and achieving equality would, for her, be a great step down.
Mr. Abel smiled and tilted his head coquettishly.
You know, Mr. Hel, I learned a great deal about you before Ma summoned me to this meeting.
Ma?
Everyone close to the chairman calls her Ma, sort of a family joke. Head of the mother company, don't you see?
I do see, yes.
The door to the outer office opened, and a muscular young man with a magnificent suntan and curly golden hair entered carrying a tray. "Just set it down here," Mr. Abel told him. Then to Hel he said, "Ma will doubtless ask me to pour." The handsome beach boy left after setting out the tea things, thick, cheap china in a blue willow pattern. Mr. Abel noticed Hel's glance at the china. "I know what you're thinking. Ma prefers things to be what she calls homey. I learned about your colorful background, Mr. Hel, at a briefing session a while ago. Of course, I never expected to meet you. Not after Mr. Diamond's report of your death. Please believe that I regret what the Mother Company Special Police did to your home. I consider it unpardonable barbarism."
Do you?
Hel was impatient with the delay, and he had no desire to pass the time chatting with this Arab. He rose and crossed to the piano with its row of family photographs. At this moment, the door to the inner office opened, and the chairman entered. Mr. Abel rose quickly to his feet. "Mrs. Perkins, may I introduce Nicholai Hel?" She took Hel's hand and pressed it warmly between her plump, stubby fingers. "Land sakes, Mr. Hel, you just couldn't know how I have looked forward to meeting you." Mrs. Perkins was a chubby woman in her mid-50s. Clear maternal eyes, neck concealed beneath layers of chin, gray hair done up in a bun with wisps that had escaped the net chignon, pigeon-breasted, plump forearms with deeply dimpled elbows, wearing a silk dress of purple paisley. "I see that you're looking at my family. My pride and joy, I always call 'em. That's my grandson there. Rascally little fella. And this is Mr. Perkins. Wonderful man. Cordon bleu cook, and just a magician with flowers." She smiled at her photographs and shook her head with proprietary affection. "Well, maybe we should turn to our business. Do you like tea, Mr. Hel?" She lowered herself into a Lincoln rocker with a puff of sigh. "I don't know what I'd do without my tea."
Have you looked at the information I forwarded to you, Mrs. Perkins?
He lifted his hand to Mr. Abel, indicating that he would forego a cup of tea made from tea bags. The chairman leaned forward and placed her hand on Hel's arm. "Why don't you just call me Ma? Everyone does."
Have you looked at the information, Mrs. Perkins?
The warm smile disappeared from her face, and her voice became almost metallic. "I have."
You will recall that I made a precondition to our talk. Your promise that Mr. Diamond be kept ignorant of the fact that I am alive.
"I accepted that precondition." She glanced quickly at Mr. Abel. "The contents of Mr. Hel's communication are eyes only for me. You'll have to follow my lead in this." "Certainly, Ma."
"And?" Hel asked.
"I won't pretend that you do not have us in a tight spot, Mr. Hel. For a variety of reasons, we would not care to have things upset just now when our Congress is dismantling that cracker's energy bill. If I understand the situation correctly, we would be ill-advised to take counteraction against you, as that would precipitate the information into the European press. It is currently in the hands of an individual whom Fat Boy identifies as the Gnome. Is that correct?"
"Yes."
"So it's all a matter of price, Mr. Hel. What is your price?"
"Several things. First,
You have taken some land in Wyoming from me. I want it back." The chairman waved a pudgy hand at so trivial a matter. "And I shall require that your subsidiaries stop all strip mining in a radius of 300 miles from my land." Mrs. Perkins's jaw worked with controlled anger, her cold eyes fixed on Hel. Then she blinked twice and said, "All right. Second, there is money of mine taken from my Swiss account." Of course. Is that all?" "No. I recognize that you could undo any of these actions at will, so I shall have to leave this leverage information online for an indefinite period. If you offend me in any way, the button will be released." "I see. Fatboy informs me that this gnome person is in poor health." "I have heard that rumor. You realize that if he should die, your protection is gone?" "Not exactly, Mrs. Perkins. Not only would he have to die, but your people would have to be sure he was dead. And I happen to know that you have never located him, and don't have even an idea of his physical appearance. I suspect that you will intensify your search for the gnome, but I'm gambling that he is hidden away where you will never find him. We shall see. You have no further demands upon us?" "I have further demands. Your people destroyed my home. It may not be possible to repair it, as there no longer are craftsmen of the quality that built it, but I intend to try." "How much?" $4 million. "No house is worth $4 million. "It's now $5 million. "My dear boy, I started my professional career with less than a quarter of that, and if you think—" $6 million. Mrs. Perkins's mouth snapped shut. There was absolute silence as Mr. Abel nervously directed his glance away from the pair looking at one another across the tea-table, one with a cold, fixed stare, the other with lids half-lowered over smiling green eyes. Mrs. Perkins drew a slow, calming breath. "Very well. But that, I suggest, had better be the last of your demands." "In point of fact, it is not. Your price has reached its market maximum. There is a limit to the degree to which what is good for the mother company is good for America." "I believe, Mrs. Perkins, that you'll be pleased by my last demand. If your Mr. Diamond had done his work competently, if he had not allowed personal enmity for me to interfere with his judgment, you would not now be facing this predicament. My last demand is this. I want Diamond. And I want the CIA gunny named Starr, and that PLO goatherd you call Mr. Haman. Don't think of it as additional payment. I am rendering you a service, meting out punishment for incompetence." "And that is your last demand?" "That is my last demand." The chairman turned to Mr. Abel. "How have your people taken the death of the Septembrists in that plane accident?" "Thus far, they believe it was just that, an accident. We have not informed them that it was an assassination. We were awaiting your instructions, Ma." "I see. This Mr. Haman, he is related to the leader of the PLL movement, I believe." "That is true, Ma." "How will his death go down?" Mr. Abel considered this for a moment. "We may have to make concessions again, but I believe it can be handled." Mrs. Perkins turned again to Hel. She stared at him for several seconds. "Done." He nodded. "Here is how it will be set up. You will show Diamond the information now in your hands concerning the Kennedy assassination. You will tell him you have a line on the gnome, and you can trust no one but him to kill the gnome and secure the originals. He will realize how dangerous it would be to have other eyes than his see this material. You will instruct Diamond to go to the Spanish Basque village of Oñat. He will be contacted by a guide who will take them into the mountains, where they will find the gnome. I shall take it from there. One other thing, and this is most important. I want all three of them to be well armed when they go into the mountains." "Did you get that?" she asked Mr. Abel, her eyes never leaving Hel's face. "Yes, Ma."
She nodded. Then her stern expression dissolved, and she smiled, wagging a finger at Hel.
"You're quite a fella, young man. A real horse trader. You would have gone a long way in the commercial world. You've got the makings of a real fine businessman."
"I'll overlook that insult." Mrs. Perkins laughed, her wattles jiggling.
"I'd love to have a good long gabfest with you, son, but there are folks waiting for me in another office. We've got a problem with some kids demonstrating against one of our atomic power plants. Young people just aren't what they used to be, but I love 'em all the same, the little devils."
She pushed herself out of the rocker.
"Lord, isn't it true what they say? Woman's work is never done."
Chapter 28. Gouffre Field, Col Pierre Saint-Martin. In addition to being exasperated and physically worn, Diamond was stung with the feeling that he looked foolish. Stumbling through this blinding fog, clinging obediently to a length of rope tied to the waist of his guide, whose ghostly figure he could only occasionally make out, not 10 feet ahead. A rope around Diamond's waist strung back into the brilliant mist, where its knotted end was grasped by Star, and the Texan, in turn, was linked to the PLO trainee, Haman, who complained each time they rested for a moment, sitting on the damp boulders of the high col. The Arab was not used to hours of heavy exercise. His new climbing boots were chafing his ankles, and the muscles of his forearm were throbbing with the strain of his white-knuckled grip on the line that linked him to the others, terrified of losing contact and being alone and blind in this barren terrain. This was not at all what he had had in mind when he had postured before the mirror of his room in Onyat 2 days earlier, cutting a romantic figure with his mountain clothes and boots, a heavy magnum in the holster at his side. He had even practiced drawing the weapon as quickly as he could, admiring the hard-eyed professional in the mirror. He recalled how excited he had been in that mountain meadow a month before, emptying his gun into the jerking body of that Jewess after Star had killed her. As annoying as any physical discomfort to Diamond was the wiry old guide's constant humming and singing as he led them slowly along, skirting the rims of countless deep pits filled with dense vapor, the danger of which the guide had made evident through extravagant mime, not untouched with gallows humor, as he opened his mouth and eyes wide and flailed his arms about in imitation of a man falling to his death, then pressed his palms together in prayer and rolled his impish eyes upward. Not only did the nasal whine of the Basque songs erode Diamond's patience, but the voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, because of the peculiar underwater effect of a whiteout. Diamond had tried to ask the guide how much longer they would be groping through this soup, how much farther it was to where the gnome was hiding out, but the only response was a grin and a nod. When they were turned over to the guide in the mountains by a Spanish Basque who had contacted them in the village, Diamond had asked if he could speak English, and the little old man had grinned and said, "A little bit." When some time later Diamond had asked how long it would be before they arrived at their destination, the guide had answered, "A little bit." That was an odd enough response to cause Diamond to ask the guide his name. "A little bit." Oh, fine. Just wonderful. Diamond understood why the chairman had sent him to deal with this matter personally. Trusting him with information so inflammable as this was a mark of special confidence, and particularly welcome after a certain coolness in Ma's communications after those Septembrists had died in that mid-air explosion. But they had been 2 days in the mountains now, linked up like children playing blind man's bluff, bungling forward through this blinding whiteout that filled their eyes with stinging light. They had passed a cold and uncomfortable night, sleeping on the stony ground after a supper of hard bread, a greasy sausage that burned the mouth, and harsh wine from some kind of squirt bag that Diamond could not manage. How much longer could it be before they got to the gnome's hiding place? If only the stupid peasant would stop his chanting. At that moment, he did. Diamond almost bumped into the grinning guide, who had stopped in the middle of a rock-strewn little plateau,
through which they had been picking their way, avoiding the dangerous goof on all sides. When Star and Haman joined them, the guide mimed that they must stay there while he went ahead for some purpose or other. "How long will you be gone?" Diamond asked, accenting each word slowly as though that would help. "A little bit," the guide answered, and he disappeared into the thick cloud. A moment later, the guide's voice seemed to come from all directions at once.
"Just make yourselves comfortable, my friends." "That shithead speaks American after all," Star said. "What the hell's going on?"
Diamond shook his head, uneasy with the total silence around them. Minutes passed, and the sense of abandonment and danger was strong enough to hush even the complaining Arab. Star took out his revolver and cocked it. Seeming to come from both near and far, Nicholai Hel's voice was characteristically soft. "Have you figured it out yet, Diamond?" They strained to peer through the dazzling light. Nothing.
"Jesus H. Christ,"
Star whispered. Haman began to whimper. Not 10 meters from them, Hel stood invisible in the brilliant whiteout. His head was cocked to the side as he concentrated to distinguish the 3 quite different energy patterns emanating from them. His proximity sense read panic in all 3, but of varying qualities. The Arab was falling apart. Star was on the verge of firing wildly into the blinding vapor. Diamond was struggling for self-control.
"Spread out,"
Star whispered. He was the professional. Hel felt Star moving around to the left as the Arab went to his hands and knees and crawled toward the right, feeling before him for the rim of a deep goof he could not see. Diamond stood riveted. Hel cocked back the double hammers of each of the shotgun pistols the Dutch industrialist had given him years before. Star's projecting aura was closing in from the left. Hel gripped the handle as tightly as he could, aimed for the center of the Texan's aura, and squeezed the trigger. The roar of 2 shotgun shells firing at once was deafening. The blast pattern of 18 ball bearings blew a puffing hole through the mist, and for an instant Hel saw Star flying backward, his arms wide, his feet off the ground, his chest and face splattered. Immediately, the whiteout closed in and healed the hole in the mist. Hel let the pistol drop from his stunned hand. The pain of the wrenching kick throbbed to his elbow. His ears ringing with the blast, the Arab began to whimper. Every fiber of him yearned to flee, but in which direction? He knelt, frozen on his hands and knees, as a dark brown stain grew at the crotch of his khaki trousers. Keeping as low to the ground as he could, he inched forward, straining to see through the dazzling fog. A boulder took form before him, its gray ghost shape becoming solid only a foot before he touched it. He hugged the rock for comfort, sobbing silently. Hel's voice was soft and close. "Run, goathead." The Arab gasped and leaped away. His last scream was a prolonged, fading one as he stumbled into the mouth of a deep goof and landed with a liquid crunch far below. As the echoing rattle of dislodged stones faded away, Hel leaned back against the boulder and drew a slow, deep breath, the second shotgun pistol dangling from his hand. He directed his concentration toward Diamond, still crouching motionless out there in the mist, ahead of him and slightly to the left. After the Arab's sudden scream, silence rang in Diamond's ears. He breathed shallowly through his mouth so as to make no sound, his eyes darting back and forth over the curtain of blinding cloud, his skin tingling with anticipation of pain. A 10-second eternity passed. Then he heard Hel's prison-hushed voice. "Well, isn't this what you had in mind, Diamond? You're living out the machismo fantasies of the corporation man, the cowboy, face to face with the Yojimbo. Is it fun?" Diamond turned his head from side to side, trying desperately to identify the direction from which the voice came.
No good. All directions seemed right. Let me help you, Diamond. You are now approximately 8 meters from me.
Which direction? Which direction?
You might as well get off a shot, Diamond. You might be lucky.
Mustn't speak. He'll fire at my voice.
Diamond held his heavy magnum in both fists and fired into the fog. Again to the left, then to the right, then farther to the left.
You son of a bitch!
He cried, still firing.
You son of a bitch!
Twice the hammer clicked on spent brass.
Son of a bitch!
With effort, Diamond lowered his pistol, while his whole upper body shook with emotion and desperation. Hel touched his earlobe with the tip of his finger. It was sticky, and it stung. A chip of rock from a near stray had nicked it. He raised his second shotgun pistol and leveled it at the place in the whiteout from which the rapid pulses of panicked aura emanated. Then he paused and lowered the gun. Why bother? This unexpected whiteout had converted the catharsis of revenge he had planned into a mechanical slaughter of stymied beasts. There was no satisfaction in this, no measurement in terms of skill and courage. Knowing they would be 3 and well-armed, Hel had brought only the 2 pistols with him, limiting himself to only 2 shots. He had hoped this might make a contest of it. But this, and that emotionally shattered merchant out there in the fog, he was too loathsome for even punishment. Hel started to move away from his boulder noiselessly, leaving Diamond to shudder, alone and frightened in the whiteout, expecting death to roar through him at any instant. Then Hel stopped. He remembered that Diamond was a servant of the Mother Company, a corporate lackey. Hel thought of offshore oil rigs contaminating the sea, of strip mining over virgin land, of oil pipelines through tundra, of atomic energy plants built over the protests of those who would ultimately suffer contamination. He recalled the adage, "Who must do the hard things? He who can." With a deep sigh, and with disgust souring the back of his throat, he turned and raised his arm. Diamond's maniac scream was sandwiched between the gun's roar and its echo. Through a billowing hole in the fog, Hel glimpsed the spattered body twisting in the air as it was blown back into the wall of vapor. Chapter 29. Chateau de Chabar. Hannah's posture was maximally submissive. Her only weapons in the game were voluptuous sounds and the rippling vaginal contractions at which she was so expert. Hel had the advantage of distraction, his endurance aided by the task of controlling movement very strictly, as their position was complicated and arcane, and a slight error could do them physical hurt. Despite the advantage, it was he who was driven to muttering, "You devil," between clenched teeth. Instantly, she was sure he had broken. She pressed outward and joined him in climax, her joy expressed aloud and enthusiastically. After some minutes of grateful nestling, he smiled and shook his head. "It would appear I lose again." "So it would appear," she laughed impishly. Hannah sat at the doorway of the tatamied room, facing the charred ruin of the garden, her kimono puddled around her hips, bare above the waist, to receive the kneading and stroking that had been set as the prize in this game. Hel knelt behind her, dragging his fingertips up her spine and scurrying waves of tingle up the nape of her neck, into the roots of her hair. His eyes defocused, all muscles of his face relaxed. He permitted his mind to wander in melancholy joy and autumnal peace. He had made a final decision the night before, and he had been rewarded for it. He had passed hours kneeling alone in the gunroom, reviewing the lay of the stones on the board. It was inevitable that sooner or later the Mother Company would rupture his gossamer armor.
Either their relentless investigations would reveal DeLand to be dead, or the facts concerning Kennedy's death would eventually come out, and then they would come after him. He could struggle, cut off many arms of the faceless corporate hydra, but ultimately they would get him. And probably with something as impersonal as a bomb, or as ironic as a stray slug. Where was the dignity in that? The Shibumi. At last, the cranes were confined to their nest. He would live in peace and affection with Hana until they came after him. Then he would withdraw from the game, voluntarily, by his own hand. Almost immediately after coming to this understanding of the state of the game and the sole path to dignity, Hel felt years of accumulated disgust and hate melt from him. Once severed from the future, the past becomes an insignificant parade of trivial events, no longer organic, no longer potent or painful. He had an impulse to account for his life, to examine the fragments he had carried along with him. Late into the night, with the warm south wind moaning in the eaves, he knelt before the lacquered table on which were two things: the go bowls Kishikawa-san had given him, and the yellowed letter of official regret, its creases furry with opening and folding, that he had carried away from Shimbashi Station, because it was all that was left of the dignified old man who had died in the night. Through all the years, he had wandered adrift in the West. He had carried with him 3 spiritual sea anchors: the go bowls that symbolized his affection for his foster father, the faded letter that symbolized the Japanese spirit, and his garden. Not the garden they had destroyed, but the idea of garden in Hel's mind, of which that plot had been an imperfect statement. With these 3 things, he felt fortunate and very rich. His newly liberated mind drifted from wisp of idea to wisp of memory, and soon, quite naturally, he found himself in the triangular meadow, one with the yellow sunlight and the grass. Home, after so many years of wandering. "Nico?" "Mm-hmm." She snuggled her back against his bare chest. He pressed her to him and kissed her hair. "Nico, are you sure you didn't let me win?" "Why would I do that?" "Because you're a very strange person, and rather nice." "I did not let you win, and to prove it to you, next time we'll wager the maximum penalty." She laughed softly. "I thought of a pun in English." "Oh?" "I should have said, 'You're on.'" "Oh, that is terrible." He hugged her from behind, cupping her breasts in his hands. "The one good thing about all of this is your garden, Nico. I am glad they spared it. After the years of love and work you invested, it would have broken my heart if they had harmed your garden." "I know." There was no point in telling her the garden was gone. It was time now to take the tea he had prepared for them. This concludes the reading of Shibumi by Trevanian. Copyright 1979 by Trevanian. This book was read by Joe Barrett. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Inkwell Management and was produced in 2005 by Blackstone Audiobooks Incorporated, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audiobooks. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles, or our monthly update telling you about new releases and our new collection of books on CD and MP3 CD, write Blackstone Audiobooks, P.O. Box 969, Ashland, Oregon, zip 97520, or call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is
www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.